Hi, and welcome to the 58th Annual Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This is the live stream of this year's conference. My name is Tane Danger. I am a 2007 graduate of Gustavus Adolphus College. I'm also a trustee here at Gustavus, and I am very excited to be your host and guide for the live stream of this year's conference, which focuses all on mental health inequality and equities with young people. So we are going to bring you all of the presentations, all of the presenters, all of the music, and the other pomp and circumstance around this year's conference. And we're going to do something special here on the live stream, which is we're going to actually have feedback and reactions from students and faculty and folks who help put the conference together, as well as folks who are working on this issue here on campus. So we're going to actually get started with the full conference in just a few minutes, but to kind of help kick things off, I am very excited to be joined here in studio with the co-chair of this year's Nobel Conference, Professor Angelique Dwyer. Can you please just introduce yourself a little? You're the co-chair of the conference, but what do you do when you're not putting together a gigantic science and ethics conference at Gustavus?
Well, hello everyone, good morning. I'm Associate Professor of Spanish and Latin American Studies. So I am a member of the Department of Modern Languages, Literatures, and Cultures, and I also chair the LALAX program. So we're so glad to have you here. You're a perfect person to help us kick off the conference this year. Can you talk a little bit about this year's theme and where this kind of came from? Mental health inequity and young people. When did this actually start forming, and how did we get to this as the theme for this year? Sure. My co-chair, Marie Walker from Psychological Science, and myself both worked with a committee of wonderful people on campus, faculty and staff, and we've been working on this for about 2 years, so we're very excited to see it kick off. We all started with the perspective that if the past 3 years have been difficult for all of us, for us as adults, particularly facing climate change, political upheaval, social unrest, the global pandemic, of course, then if all of this has been difficult for us as adult professionals, how difficult must it be then for young people? And particularly young people who are marginalized, who come from different minorities, and who don't necessarily have the same access to mental health care.
So 2 years, and again, it's hard to think about like 2 years ago how different the world was. And yet, I think anybody who's probably tuning in right now and heard about this year's conference is like, wow, this seems really on point, really of the moment, and sort of important. Mm-hmm. Particularly right now. How has it evolved, like, as we've gone through a lot of those things you've talked about as you've been putting the conference together? Have there been elements that developed, changed, evolved over those 2 years?
Definitely. I mean, as a committee, we met virtually, right? I mean, all of our meetings were held particularly almost all of our meetings were held online, right? And we were able to involve community members from Mankato, from St. Peter, who we wouldn't necessarily have been able to perhaps see as regularly or hear from as regularly had we not started online. And it was just recently that we started doing more work in person together. But we were able as a committee, after a series of really interesting conversations that were a lot of times philosophical or sociological in definition, right? Bring it down to 3 key terms. And we were able to flesh those terms out, which are identity, trauma, and technology. And all of the speakers were chosen around those issues. And the entire conference has been arranged around that particularly, of course, around the issue of inequity. And so picture, if you will, a young person who doesn't really have a lot of, young people in general don't really have a lot of control over the decisions being made in their household, in their schools, for instance. And they're in that phase of really questioning themselves and finding out who they are in the face of society. So picture, if you will, a young person of color and a middle schooler perhaps, who's right in the midst of that, and wants to take a picture of themselves or a video on TikTok and put it online on Instagram or share it on Snap, share it as a snap, right? And then they get acceptance in the form of likes, or perhaps the total opposite in the form of, dislikes, and then comments that maybe are criticizing the person's choice of clothes or how they look, labeling a particular characteristic of themselves physically, and then what that does and how that can affect a person's self-esteem, but even potentially be trauma-inducing for that individual. Let's picture then that individual is a refugee, perhaps, or a migrant, and they're sitting in the classroom with all of that trauma from the country they left behind, their home, the grief of having lost loved ones from their homeland, or what they encountered, the violence they encountered across their trajectory, their journey to come to the US or to other countries in the world, right? And so all of that they carry with them, and the baggage, right, the PTSD, if you will, of being in the classroom. And so all of that is what we're trying to look at is, of course, we can't think of youth without thinking about technology in the 21st century, right? So it's that social media, it's all of that feed, young people scrolling through that feed, and then trying to participate in that world without necessarily knowing who they are yet.
Right. I mean, I think that's one of the pieces that maybe folks who are watching who are older than our current students here at Gustavus might sort of get, but it's really hard for me, and I think a lot of us, to wrap our heads around what it's like to grow up in a world where you are just constantly plugged in to everything.
Exactly.
That your world is not this campus, it is not your circle of friends, it is potentially you are like out there and you have everything coming at you, and that obviously has like profound impacts on where we are and how we sort of grapple with the things that are happening in our lives.
Exactly. For many young people, their cell phone is like an extension of their arm, right? It's a body part. I mean, they sleep with it, they wake up with it. They're constantly snapping, where they're at, their locations, sharing, through social media where they're at, what they're doing, and it's completely, right, a part of their lives as young people.
So we have got 2 days of really excellent presenters. Quickly, as we're teeing up these presentations, are there things in particular you're hoping folks are listening for, watching for, potentially maybe eventually taking away from some of this?
Yes. I really would like people to think about how can we integrate alternative medicine? How can we integrate Native American, indigenous medicines, different ways of thinking about our own health, our mental health? How are we thinking about our social practices? Can we learn from other cultures that might impact to a benefit, right? Our own mental health and sense of wellness. When are we going to walk away from social categories that are constrictive and not fluid and that diminish others and oppress others? When are we going to start using these new terms, right? And an interesting question, I think, probably more for the speakers, but that I invite you all to consider is, are young people born, right, with these mental health issues? Is it genetics? Or is it something that we as a society create in them in terms of learned behavior? And if it's the latter, then what is our role in that process?
That is a very big question.
Yeah.
And that's what Nobel is all about, is big questions and that intersection of science and ethics. So thank you so much for helping us set this up. Professor Dwyer, we are very excited to get started. I am actually now going to turn us over to the start of this year's Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. We are going to go live to Lund Arena, where the Gustavus Wind Orchestra is doing a prelude. So please join us here throughout today and tomorrow. We're kicking off with the Gustavus Wind Orchestra, and we'll go right from there into the openings of the 58th Annual Nobel Conference here at Gustavus Adolphus College.
Good morning. Thank you to the Gustavus Wind Orchestra for that lively rendition. We appreciate your musical talents. Welcome all of you to Nobel Conference 58, Mental Health, Inequity, and Young People. It is a great joy to spend 2 days each fall wrestling with thought-provoking questions at the intersection of science and ethics. I am so pleased that we are back in person for the Nobel Conference this year. Thank you, yes. How wonderful it is to be together again here on campus for this event. And I also want to extend a warm welcome to our audience who are attending virtually through the live stream. We are glad that you are here with us as well. As president of a college with over 2,000 young people, I have personally witnessed the challenges of growing up in this era. Over the last 8 years, I have paid close attention to the increasing rates of mental health struggles faced by many of our college students and how this is impacting their success. I'm looking forward to spending time with all of you thinking about mental health and young people, knowing that this is one of the great challenges of our time. I now have the great pleasure of calling on Dave and Cyrus Braveheart. Both are Oglala Lakota and Hunkpati Dakota and are enrolled members from the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation and local leaders in Indigenous relations work. They will welcome us to their ancestral lands and treaty lands. As a college, we seek to honor Indigenous people and their communities by telling the truth about this history and building meaningful relationships with community members to co-create a better future for the people and creatures living in these ecosystems. Over time and through sustained dialogue, we are committed to taking deliberate steps toward transforming how Gustavus understands its institutional story and delivers its education in response to both Indigenous and immigrant narratives. Over to you.
Haumatak yapi mechante washte nape chuziapi, Cyrus Braveheart imashiapi. Greetings, my relatives. It is with a good heart I shake your hand. My name is Cyrus Braveheart. In honor and respect to my father, David Braveheart, who is battling ALS for over a year, I will share his voice with you in a good way. As an Oglala Lakota and Hunkpati Dakota, we are honored to join you today for the 58th Nobel Conference on Mental Health, Inequity, and Young People. As a father of 4 children, I am acutely aware of the need to prioritize and address the mental health issues our children face every day. In 2016, I joined Tribal Tech as a team of other Native experts to work in the field of suicide and substance abuse prevention as prevention specialists in serving tribal communities in the lower 48, including Alaskan Native villages. Every day, we hear stories from many tribal and Native villages about how they are working tirelessly in addressing historical trauma, health disparities, access to mental health services, and the lack of resources to promote and support mental health well-being. Knowing these challenges, I agree we need and support mental health, Knowing these challenges, I agree we need to invest resources to effectively address the mental health concerns for our children of all walks of life. The mental health well-being of our families and communities depends on folks like you and me. Let's make a difference today and every day. As the great chief of the Hunkpapa Lakota people, Chief Sitting Bull said it well. Let us put our minds together and see what life we can make for our children. To open us in a good way, here are the words of the prayer song we are going to sing. Great mystery, I send my voice. Great mystery, I send my voice. Great mystery, help me, I'm having a hard time. Dakiase.
My deepest gratitude to Dave and Cyrus for being part of this opening ceremony. As we begin this 58th Nobel Conference, I extend heartfelt gratitude to our thoughtful and highly qualified speakers who will guide our conversations over the next 2 days. I look forward to the questions that will develop and the learning that will happen from these experts. Gustavus is pleased and proud that we are the only institution in the United States authorized by the Nobel Foundation in Stockholm, Sweden, to use the Nobel name in conjunction with an event. We are very grateful to the Nobel Foundation Board for their continued support of the Gustavus Nobel Conference. Also, we wish to take a moment to thank those who have helped to underwrite the cost of this conference. The Nobel Conference has an endowment fund that supports a portion of the conference costs. Core funding comes from the generous support received from the late Reverend Drell and Adeline Berterson. Other gifts to the fund have been made by Dawn and Ted Michael, Russell and Rhoda Lund, Doctors Robert E. and Susan T. Rydell, William Harvey, Steve and Peg Sutherland, the Mardag Foundation in memory of Edgar B. Ober, and the United Health Group. Also, we are grateful for Mark and Terry Henneman, Gustavus alumni from the class of 1983, who both generously sponsored this event and continue to support the Gustavus Counseling Center with gifts from their Mark and Terry Henneman Community Fund. In addition, we are grateful to the RJ Foundation of Sweden for their funding to help expand the digital reach of the conference. Special thanks today to the Conference Planning Committee, led this year by Marie Walker and Angelique Dwyer, as well as the gifted team at Heroic Productions for their excellent work in leading the sound, lights, and our live stream. A final and exciting note. Today, at 12:20 p.m., we will have the premiere of a new song that will play daily on the Christ Chapel Carillon bells. Gustavus graduate Steve Heitzig has been commissioned to compose 4 carillon pieces based on the seasons that will be played daily at 12:20 p.m. throughout the academic year. The first composition, Equa, Equality Rings, Birds Sing, is dedicated to Lisa Heltke, Director of the Nobel Conference. Thank you, Lisa, for your leadership in this conference. We continue now with an invocation provided by Chaplain Grady St. Dennis to bless our time together this day.
I offer this invocation. In this time of unprecedented social disruption and ongoing societal discord, we gather with the common concern for the growing mental health crisis within our communities, and particularly among our young adults, many of whom are crying out again and again for help and yearning to be seen, heard, and loved. Thank you for this time to be together and for the conference presenters who are with us to help deepen our awareness and understanding for how factors of our present circumstance impact the young people among us. The last number of years have only exposed the social inequities of our organizations and society, social inequities that limit our ability to promote resilience in the mental health of adolescents and young adults, especially those from marginalized communities. May this time of shared learning and dialogue result in a strengthened resolve within us for breaking down all barriers to accessing treatment for mental health concerns. We give thanks for the mental health professionals in our communities and the many counselors, teachers, and faith leaders who stand at the front line as trusted community resources for our youth and families in need. May this time together remind us of the gift and importance of community. Thank you, loving one, that we walk this pilgrim path not alone. For the family, friends, and trusted companions who journey with us and hold us in tender compassion, we give thanks. May this conference energize all gathered with a renewed sense of compassion and resolve for attending to the mental health concerns in our communities, and especially among our adolescents and young adults. Amen.
Hello and welcome officially. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome officially. I'll tell you, it's a dangerous day for somebody with a water table as high as mine. So if at various points it sounds like I'm choking up, it's because I am. I am so delighted to see you in person this year. But I'm also delighted to welcome so many of you online. We've learned a lot over the last 2 years of working in a large sound studio in front of a green screen about how to be genuinely welcoming to that online audience. And so I want to say we're especially delighted that today you all online will have a special host. Tane Danger, our Gusty alum, is going to be hosting the online portion of this conference, and you'll see some things that the rest of us in the hall don't get to participate in, so special time for you as well. The conference program, think of it as a syllabus. Think of it as your guide to this class that you're about to do for the next 2 days. So read it, study it, find the little hidden gems that are in it. You'll find all the nuts and bolts about where to find lunch and gender-neutral bathrooms and all those sorts of important details. But you'll also find biographies of our speakers and a little bit about why did we choose them to be here. So as those of you who have been at the conference before know, we have a couple of talks, 1 or 2 talks, followed by a longish discussion period. And that's oftentimes when the action begins, when you hear these presenters talking with each other, but they're also going to be answering questions from all of you. I invite you at any point to write out a question in longhand if you're in the hall, or if you're online, or if you have your smartphone with you, you can send your questions to Nobel Conference, all one word, at gustavus.edu, and you can send those in at any time. Now, of course, we know there will be many more questions than there is time, so I also really encourage you to use your social media, put in the hashtag Nobel58, and share your question with your social media friends to say, this is what I'm thinking about as I'm at this conference. Yes, and if you do use social media, please use that hashtag Nobel58. You'll be hearing a lot about social media over the next few days, and I think we'll all come away from this with a much more nuanced understanding of its role, the roles of the many media in our lives. I hope, anyway. Over lunch on both days, there will be workshops, back-to-back workshops. They will be about 45 minutes in length, so that you can go to 2 of them if you brought a sandwich in your backpack, or if you want to go to a workshop and then go to lunch and then go to a workshop. But at any rate, you'll have a nice long period in there. There's also an opportunity for contemplative activity in the chapel, and you can always walk in the Arboretum, so I invite you to take a look at the elaborate schedule of things that happen over the noon hour and avail yourself of what you want to. Just a reminder that the Nobel Conference brings together students, educators, and members of the general public, together with leading thinkers of our time, to explore revolutionary, transformative, and pressing scientific questions and the ethical issues that arise right alongside of them. And I really want to stress that in this topic in particular, those scientific and ethical questions are tangled into each other. As the President already noted, our conference chair committee this year was ably led by Angelique Dwyer in the Department of Modern Languages and Literatures and Cultures. You'll meet her a little later. But right now, I want to introduce her co-chair, Marie Walker, who is in the Department of Psychological Sciences. So, Marie.
Thank you so much for attending this 58th Nobel Conference. My name is Marie Walker, and I'm a professor of psychological science at Gustavus. My co-chair, Angelique Dwyer, and my Nobel Committee member colleagues have been lucky to work on this topic and see the fruits of our labors here today. Although it's been more than 2 years that we've been planning this conference, 2 events in 2020 were particularly influential as we decided on themes and speakers. In March 2020, our Gustavus students and students around the world became isolated from their friends and their schools as COVID-19 hit and the lockdown began. In May of 2020, George Floyd was murdered by a police officer in Minneapolis, and the images of his death are indelibly printed on our psyche. Youth suicide, depression, and anxiety rates were increasing before 2020, but these more recent events have exacerbated an already existing mental health crisis. Young people have endured trauma and isolation, and the 2021 U.S. Surgeon General's advisory report, by the way, which cites Daniel Eisenberg, verified this crisis point in mental health, detailing an increased mental health risk during COVID experienced by youth who required special education services, who were members of racial or ethnic minorities, were LGBTQ+ youth, youth in rural areas, youth in immigrant households, or youth in the juvenile justice system. For many young people, their mental health is closely tied to their identity or their identities. For all youth, relationships and technology are tied into their feelings about their world and their place in it. So how do we help young people who are struggling with mental health? How do we create conditions that are nurturing and validate young people's identities? This Nobel Conference gives us the opportunity to look to science, and all our speakers are talented researchers with impeccable academic credentials. Relying on science is an important direction in which to take our inquiries about supporting the mental health of our young people. However, science-based research is not enough to find answers as it is. We do need to acknowledge that research questions are influenced by the people and the organizations that are asking those questions and conducting the research. In our society, systems are in place that create inequity in the delivery of mental health services or in the resources available to youth and in conducting research. Thus, we need to be inclusive in our research funding, not overlooking community-based forms of mental health healing or how colonization impacts the resources available to young people. For example, how do we make concepts such as intergenerational trauma and microaggressions testable so we can find effective ways to heal youth? We need to examine intersectionality in mental health concerns. So if I am a gender nonconforming new immigrant to the US and I'm on the autism spectrum, will the treatments that are created for the majority work for me? When science progresses, we benefit, and it is the scientific community's responsibility to be more inclusive, not only for the very obvious ethical reasons, but because we all benefit through scientific innovation. As researchers, educators, practitioners, parents, and youth, we need to acknowledge differences in identity and experience, and that is what these researchers here today are doing. So at this 58th Nobel Conference, we are focusing on young people, because as a society, we are responsible for the mental health of our youth, and they are our future. So now it is my pleasure to introduce Amy Visner, faculty in the Gustavus Education Department, who will introduce our first Nobel speaker.
Thank you, Marie, and thank you as well. Good morning. As a young woman, Dr. Brendisha Tynes told her teachers that she wanted to be a computer programmer. Though Dr. Tynes is not a programmer in the traditional sense, her work certainly reflects that early interest in technology. A former history and global studies teacher, Dr. Tynes began her research career seeking to understand the racial dynamics present in unmonitored chat rooms. That experience motivated her to explore a variety of issues related to online access and the mental health effects of race-related digital events. Tynes attended Columbia University for her undergraduate degree, Northwestern for a master's degree in learning sciences, and UCLA for a PhD in educational psychology. The principal investigator on 3 research projects related to youth and their relationship to digital media, Dr. Tynes currently serves as the Dean's Professor of Equity and full Professor of Education and Psychology at the University of Southern California, Rossier School of Education. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Brendisha Tynes.
Thank you, Amy, for that lovely introduction. I am so excited to be here with you all and really consider it an honor to kick off the conference. So let's see, I think that I'm supposed to press that one, but let me just introduce the talk a bit. Since 2001, my work has focused on the racial landscape that adolescents navigate online, beginning with studying the nature of their race-related experiences and what young people learn about race, and then extending this work to understanding the mental health impacts of race-related messages. In 2019, I was able to use findings from my early work, along with research my colleagues and I have conducted at the Center for Empowered Learning and Development with Technology, when I testified before Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman's Emergency Task Force on Black Youth Suicide and Mental Health. Since then, I've asked how the center's research can better contribute to mental health equity discussions. One way we've attempted to do so is to design studies that examine the unique experiences Black youth have with technology. So today, I want to walk you through a day in the online lives of Black adolescents using preliminary data from a nationally representative daily diary study. So, I'm sorry, my tech folks? Am I just pressing this button to advance the slides? Oh, great. So, we know from developmental theories of identity that adolescence is a time when young people ask more questions about who they are in terms of race. Stephen Quintana's racial perspective-taking model also suggests that adolescents have an enhanced ability to comprehend environmental factors that contribute to an individual's own psychological experiences of race and to the experiences of others. Thank you. Adolescents of color in particular begin to recognize there are racialized structures in society. They can assume a group consciousness and question the legitimacy of stereotypical beliefs rather than accept them at face value. And just as they're developing the ability to think about race in more complex ways, they get expanded access to online spaces where they're inundated with race-related information and experiences. There we go. I think we have it. Some of these experiences are in Black digital spaces, which can provide Black youth with opportunities to explore their identities, engage in cultural traditions, and counter negative images from mainstream media and society. We've also found Black people create racial safe havens, and that racial safe havens that are rich sources of social support, particularly when people experience racism on and offline. Other aspects of Black people's unique experiences include being targeted by the Russian government. A Senate-commissioned report titled "The Tactics and Tropes of the Internet Research Agency" outlines influence operations of the Russian government from 2014 to 2017. These operations were part of an effort to infiltrate the 2016 election. They note that this interference took 3 distinct forms: attempts to hack the voting systems, a cyber attack of the Democratic National Committee, and a multi-year disinformation campaign designed to exacerbate racial tension. The Russian government's sophisticated operation with Black Americans included an internet army of people attempting to engage them, as well as authentic Black media. The goal was to exploit the trust of Black audiences and create an immersive ecosystem. They also wanted to ensure that Black people voted in Russian interests. Of the 1,107 YouTube videos, for example, 1,063 focused on Black Lives Matter and police brutality. Many of you may have come across the racist images, memes, texts that were posted after Disney uploaded the trailer for The Little Mermaid with a Black lead. Our work has consistently shown that racist images are the most common form of online racial discrimination that adolescents receive. What may be most disturbing is the fact that white boys and men are learning about race using white supremacist material and then posting roadmaps for how and why you might kill Black people. This is taken from domestic terrorist Peyton Gendron's 180-page manifesto. He posted this document before he shot 13 people in a Buffalo supermarket. Though it was more recent, there's overlap between this manifesto and previous ones. So these are just a few examples of digital experiences or digital material that informed our design of the National Survey of Critical Digital Literacy. It's the first nationally representative survey of critical race digital literacy. It's also a longitudinal multi-method study of the protective function of critical digital literacy. The study is funded by the Lyle Spencer Award to Transform Education, and that is from the Spencer Foundation. So we have two different waves of data. For wave 1, we did an online survey that included digital literacy assessments, their survey questions, open-ended questions, and we had a sample of 1,138 Black, Latinx, and white 11 to 19-year-olds. And so this was in fall of 2020. We also, fall of 2020, collected a 7-day daily diary and had 271 participants who were a part of that study, and they were drawn from Wave 1 data. And so today, I want to focus on the 140 Black participants who on day 1, day 1, of course, we had 100% response rate, and then by day 7, an average of 87% responded. So the results I'm going to present are preliminary, and again, it's just the Black participants. And daily diaries are assessments that allow researchers to study people's experiences and behavior in natural settings over a defined period of time. Okay. Alrighty, so we use the online victimization scale to assess individual or direct online racial discrimination. Excuse me. Then 2 items from the traumatic events online scale, a new measure of algorithmic bias that we created, positive racial socialization messages. We also use the patient health questionnaire for adolescents to measure anxiety and depressive symptoms. Our participants reported seeing positive racial socialization messages an average of 2.73 times per day. These included seeing positive comments about their race or ethnic group on social media or in an educational website, or learning about their ethnic group's contributions to society. And as expected, none of these experiences were not associated with either anxiety or depressive symptoms. We also assessed online racial discrimination, which includes demeaning or dehumanizing someone because of their race or ethnicity using text, symbols, and images or videos. We added new items to the original items in the online victimization scale. And we asked, for example, if people had their intelligence questioned, or if someone created a deep fake video or a doctored video to demean them. Participants reported seeing these images an average of 1.36 times per day. And just to give you an example, one of the items is people have said mean or rude things about me because of my race or ethnic group. Or people have harassed me online because of my race and gender. Or people have created deep fake or doctored videos or photoshopped images of me. So I have an example of a deep fake video, but I'm going to skip through it and just explain to you what's happening, because there's some language that I bleeped out, but basically it's President Obama, and he starts out talking, but it's actually Jordan Peele. And he explains how people can create a video and say all kinds of things, have you doing all kinds of things that you would never do, right? And they create the video, send it out, imagine, to your friends, send it out to everybody in your school, and people start believing that it's actually you in the video. And so what we found is these online racial discrimination experiences, including having a deep fake created to demean you, were associated with next-day anxiety symptoms and depressive symptoms, increases in both. Okay, I'm going to fast forward here. There we go. We also created a measure, as I mentioned, of algorithmic bias. And it's, as far as we know, the first measure of perceived algorithmic bias. And we're using Sophia Nobel's, or drawing on Sophia Nobel's definition of algorithmic bias as structured racism that's built into the code of computers and that drive automated decision-making. And so we asked participants about whether they may have experienced a bias Google search. We asked them also about their experiences with beauty filters and whether the beauty filters make them look more European. Now, we might adjust this measure as we move forward, but for right now, we're including beauty filters, and we're showing that these experiences, like online racial discrimination, are associated with increased anxiety symptoms as well as depressive symptoms. So we also assess traumatic events online, and these are images or videos of police racial violence. And that includes killings of unarmed Black people, also detainments, so seeing immigrants in cages, also beatings. For this daily diary, we had a limited amount of questions. We just included whether they saw someone being killed and detained. And people said that they would see these types of videos 1.49 times per day. And when they have these experiences, they are associated with increased anxiety symptoms and depressive symptoms the following day. So, what our team learned from these findings and what we've suspected from our other work is if we want to make strides in mental health equity, we have to give more serious attention to Black youth's experiences with technology. Our participants' daily experiences point to a need for everyone who serves Black youth, from teachers, clinicians, researchers, to app designers, needs to have extensive training in their cultures, histories, development, and everyday life. Black adolescents also need digital tools and interventions that center race and help them to critique, counter, and cope with negative race-related messages. Our center has been working on a school-based digital literacy platform. We expect to finish by spring of this year. It's going to be a platform, and we're hoping that it reduces depressive and anxiety symptoms associated with negative race-related experiences. We also plan to use the additional data we have on their positive experiences, including daily positive digital literacy experiences, to inform more of our activities that we design for the platform. I look forward to having more conversations with you about the platform once we finalize the early versions that will be tested in schools. Thank you to my amazing team. We're going to move forward. Sorry about that. Let's see. We can have conversations about the increased amount of mental health apps that have been created. Okay. Please get in touch with me. I'd love to keep this conversation going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just a reminder that you can submit questions on pieces of paper if you're here in the hall, or to Nobel Conference, all one word, no caps, at gustavus.edu, and we will be gathering those. So as you can see from our program, this first day is particularly focused on the impacts of technology on youth mental health. And obviously our first presenter, Dr. Brandisha Tynes, has launched us in that discussion. And our next speaker will continue in that train. So to introduce her, I'm pleased to welcome Heidi Meyer of our Department of Nursing to the stage to introduce our next speaker.
It is my sincerest pleasure to welcome Dr. Priscilla Loy to the 58th Nobel Conference here at Gustavus Adolphus College. Dr. Loy, an associate professor of psychology at Southern Methodist University, aims to inspire students to shed light on or solve real-world problems. And as we know, one of the largest real-world problems right now is mental health, specifically the mental health of children, adolescents, and young adults. Dr. Loy earned her PhD in clinical psychology from Purdue University, where she started disentangling specific risks to mental health among minority populations. Understanding how the experiences of people from diverse sociocultural backgrounds affects their psychological well-being and externalization of symptoms is central to Dr. Loy's research. Dr. Loy serves as the principal investigator of the Acculturation, Diversity, and Psychopathology team, also known as ADAPT, at Southern Methodist University, leading research that aims to inform and influence clinical interventions for culturally diverse populations. Dr. Loy continues to propel her research trajectory that investigates racial inequality by focusing on the association between microaggression and adjustment outcomes, such as self-esteem, perceived stress, affect, and symptoms of depression and anxiety. Dr. Loy has identified that adjustment outcomes related to microaggressions are like those with overt discrimination, with significant impact on one's mental health. However, she emphasizes a salient need to differentiate microaggression from overt discrimination as it captures unique variances of social groups, illuminating the need for continued investigation of these concepts to guide clinical interventions. Leveraging knowledge about cultural values in mental health is integral in the pursuit of providing effective interventions and care. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Loy as she sheds light on the lived experiences associated with culture, ethnicity, and race in order to inform future action.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right, I'm gonna stand here just to make our camera crew's lives difficult, because I'm gonna pace around a little bit. Is everybody hearing me okay? Awesome, all right. So I know our first speaker is very brave. Thank you for getting us started. Hopefully, just bear with us in terms of some technical issues. So thank you for that very generous introduction. I'm so excited to be here. A little bit of a perk for me to be here in Minnesota is for me to be able to escape Texas heat. But really, I think this conference is so unique in the sense that it's public-facing. It's not, just researchers talking to other researchers and talking about our data in our own ivory tower, but really kind of talking about how can we use science and think about the ethics of using science as a way to understand, serve, and really advocate for people of all backgrounds, and particularly those of the highest needs. So I'm very pleased with this year's theme, because not only it's very important and timely, but it's also some of the things I'm really passionate about. So let's see if my slide will work. If not, I'm gonna signal my people behind the scene and advance slides. So can we show some slides here? Let's see if that works. All right, I don't think are people in the back seeing the slide? No? Okay, there we go. All right, so we have something going. All right, so my research generally concerns health disparities and minority mental health. And what that means is I am particularly interested in mental health problems and addictive behaviors, focusing on the experiences of ethnic minority youth. So when I talk about, there we go. When I talk about health disparities or mental health disparities particularly, I'm really talking about differences in mental health conditions across groups. And uniquely, when we talk about disparities or inequities, we're speaking to the idea that there are differences in mental health outcomes and conditions and the disease burden facing socially disadvantaged populations. So in our conversation, we're namely talking about ethnic minority youth and young adults, because society-wise, they are underserved, understudied, and they don't have as many resources as their more privileged peers, including white and Euro-Americans. So what's particularly striking about mental health disparities is not only do we see some differences in mental health problems, the prevalence rates, or maybe severity levels, what's particularly important to understand is the disease burden of mental health conditions. So if we're talking about the same mental health problems, even at the same level, ethnic minority individuals actually see more severe, more chronic, more debilitating symptoms, and they actually also suffer from worse personal and social costs associated with having these sufferings. So in a lot of ways, health disparities really speak to a critical public health problem, as well as an equity issue. So that's kind of why we're here the next 2 days talking about. So my research, particularly focused on some unique sort of facets of lived experiences that might help us understand why do we continue seeing mental health disparities, and what are some social, cultural drivers that sustain and also kind of perpetuate problems associated with ethnic minorities' mental health problems. So some of these, I think Dr. Tynes, mentioned briefly in her talk, is that, I think minority populations are less likely to receive high-quality care, and they're also not necessarily able to get care that is culturally responsive to their unique social conditions and their cultural beliefs and their needs. So this could be based on a variety of social conditions, but one key set of sociocultural drivers of health disparities have to do with racism and discrimination. So when I talk about racism, it is this belief that certain groups, particularly groups of color, ethnic minority populations, are inferior to whites. And these beliefs stem from social prejudice and biased stereotypes about ethnic minority populations. And these can manifest in several ways, both cultural beliefs-wise, social media images that we see, as well as can be manifested in interpersonal exchanges. And those are the things that we refer to as discrimination. So discrimination, when we typically think about discrimination, we might think about these discrete events that are very blatant. So violent attacks, exclusions, and harassment. So things that we might think about, those civil rights violations don't happen as much anymore in people's day-to-day lives. On the other hand, discrimination also can manifest in people's day-to-day lives. And these everyday discrimination are maybe more minor racism-related stressors that we generally just walk off, just shrug off our shoulders and don't really think about. But then they still can take a toll on young people's lives because they might dwell on it. It might actually, add up to their psychological burden over time. So everyday discrimination might be more insidious and happens more frequently. And sometimes we kind of discount their total effect on young people's mental health. So one of the reasons that I, as a clinical psychologist, I'm interested in minority mental health is I particularly focus on psychological distress as well as alcohol use. So the reason I study alcohol use is for a number of reasons, not just to say this is me search, is it's one of the most commonly used substances in the United States, right? So 85% of people in the US drink alcohol at some point in their life, and about 50% of the population consume alcohol at least once a week. I might have partook in some of that last night, right? So alcohol use also is commonly used as a way to cope with psychological distress, particularly if we believe it has a stress dampening effect. So for young people who are experiencing a lot of pressures, whether it's be loneliness or which we'll talk about tomorrow, or racism and discrimination related stressors or academic stress, alcohol use can be a maladaptive coping mechanism. So for alcohol use, particularly for young people, it's highly important and relevant issue to talk about because it actually is relatively prevalent among young people. So about 37% of the US population of young adults actually meet diagnostic criteria for alcohol use disorder, which is a very high rate. And we also know that for adolescents going into young adulthood, we see an increase in alcohol consumption. Particularly, alcohol use, the rates of general alcohol consumption as well as risky use actually peak during 18 to 25-year-olds. So sort of the population that we're speaking to a lot in this conference. So in the sense that alcohol use can be used as a coping mechanism against distress, I am interested in kind of understanding the link between alcohol use symptoms, psychological distress as an effect of racism and discrimination. Now, we might think, well, we're in 2022, we don't really see these discrete events of major blatant racism and discrimination as frequently anymore. So is racism still a thing? I love this image, this gif of this adolescent here. I want to engage our audience members in person here. Think about how often do you think ethnic minority youth actually experience racial discrimination? So I want us to show by clapping, out of these 4 options. So by volume, we can kind of see where the consensus might be, okay? So is it once a month that ethnic minority youth experience racial discrimination? Anybody? Nobody. Thank you, 1 person, all right? Once a week? Okay. What about 2 to 3 times a week? Right? Maybe people are just now awake. 3 to 5 times a day. Wow. Okay, well, thank you. So really, based on psychological data, oftentimes, as Dr. Tynes mentioned, some come from daily diary studies, which I'll get into talking about a little bit here, is it averages about once a week to 5 times a day, depending on kind of the data sets that we're talking about and also the ethnic minority populations that people come from. And on the high end, it tends to be African American youth, and data sets coming from Asian Americans suggest at least once a week, okay? So some of the daily experiences with discrimination might be relatively benign, and they might look like something like this. Okay, so we might say, well, some of these comments are really not that bad. Are they really discriminatory? Are they really taking a toll on people? Are people overreacting? And some of these might even sound like compliments to ethnic minority youth. So in a lot of ways, data suggests that maybe experiences with discrimination has really turned much more subtle and much more ambiguous and much more insidious. And briefly we mentioned the word microaggression, which I get into in a little bit here. So far, in terms of psychological science, in giving us data about the associations between racial discrimination-related stress and mental health outcomes among young people have come from observational research. So what that means is researchers either have interviews or focus groups asking people to recall and share their stories and narratives about their lived experiences with discrimination, as well as their mental health conditions. Other types of observational research typically rely on survey designs, like the images here, is that people might, in one sitting, kind of think about maybe their lifetime experiences with everyday discrimination, or maybe in a specific time, say in the past year or past 30 days, experiences with everyday discrimination, and they fill out survey questionnaires, and at the same time also talk about their general mental health statuses. Now, some more intensive survey research, more and more, as Dr. Tynes mentioned, can be used as daily diary studies or what we call ecological momentary assessments. So these are survey data that repeatedly happen. So we get people to answer these questionnaires, in short spurts, daily or multiple times a day, in their natural lived-in environments, maybe at home, at school, anything that happens in a day. They talk about their experiences with everyday discrimination. So there is a problem with observational research, as we so far have done, though, is people have a lot of variability in terms of what they think about as discrimination, how they interpret those situations. And then also when we think about mental health problems, there's a host of factors that relate to mental health conditions as well. And these could be personality vulnerabilities, history with other stressors, and what else is happening. Maybe, hey, there's a COVID pandemic that can affect people's mental health problems that may not have anything to do with racism and discrimination. So with observational research, we really can't make the causal claim that people's mental health problems is because of racism and discrimination experiences. Here comes along in-lab experimental studies. So on the other hand, we can actually, as researchers, bring participants into our psychology lab and impose them to, standardized, tightly controlled situations where we know this is a discrimination experience. And we standardize it across research participants so that these individual differences in what they consider as discrimination is washed out. And we can assess in real time their responses, maybe thoughts, emotions in response to these discrimination stimuli in the lab setting. Well, there's also a problem with experimental research, is that they typically happens in a lab setting like the picture here, and researchers are observing, but how many times do people go into a psychology research lab behind a one-way mirror? Discrimination and mental health, our lived experiences happen in the real world, right? People have interpersonal exchanges in the grocery store, when you're waiting in line, maybe at a football game, or when you go to the bar, some people start a conversation, you're like, that was kind of awkward, or maybe racist, right? So experiments aren't really bringing us to understand in people's naturalistic lived experiences, environments. So we also have a problem here that is not really ecologically valid. So advances in virtual reality technologies can actually bridge the problems and address some of the limitations in both observational and in-lab experimental studies. So researchers have used virtual reality for quite a bit, for maybe at least 10 years, in psychological science in particular. So we can actually use virtual reality to help people get exposure therapy for phobia objects such as spiders or heights. So it actually has been used in psychological science, but not so much in terms of basic research understanding of mental health problems or basic understanding of the effects of these harmful experiences such as discrimination and racism. So in our lab, we actually have been using virtual reality as a tool to address the limitations in observational research and in lab assignments, combined with experimental designs where we have tight control of what the experiences of discrimination might be, but immerse participants into naturalistic environments, such as a bar or house parties, where they have natural interpersonal exchanges as they would in real life, and we can assess in real time their genuine responses, and then also, kind of get them to kind of report how they experience, what they would do, and then kind of assess a range of mental health outcomes associated with racism and discrimination. And let's be real, we're talking about young people, right? I know you love your technology. You're on your phones with your TikToks and your Instagram all the time and running out to get the latest video games. So young people love this when we talk about virtual reality, and they run to our study and want to participate and contribute to science. So this is what they come into our lab, and that might look like. They come into our lab and they wear virtual reality goggles, and we expose them, kind of get them acclimated, and expose them to the virtual reality environment. And we have sort of different conditions that we might assign randomly research participants to experience different levels of discrimination or no discrimination at all. And then we ask them to report how they feel and then what they would do immediately after the virtual reality simulation. So in the next video here, it's a short clip from actual research participants. I've taken out any possible personally identifying information. So because it's Hispanic Heritage Month, I've chosen 2 Latina participants here. So the virtual reality environment that participants see represent a house party that maybe people partake on the weekends. And in the virtual reality, it's 3D, and they can kind of look around the back porch of this house, and then they can hear ambient voice, ambient noises from a party like music and glasses clinking. And sit across from them is an avatar, in this case, a white avatar, who is the deliverer of some kind of racist or discriminatory comments, or maybe just having a normal conversation. So in the first video, the first clip here is a relatively low level of discrimination experiences. So I'll let you have a listen.
Nice to meet you as well. What would you like to drink? We have soda, water, beers, red and white wines, and we even have liquor.
Actually, I'm okay. I'm just waiting for my friend. We're about to head out.
Oh, okay. So, how are you enjoying the party so far?
It's good. It's been fun.
Yeah, totally. Oh, yeah, it sounds like they're getting the party started.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so did you run into that guy named Jose inside?
No, I didn't. Who's Jose?
Oh, well, I don't know. He's always talking about race and culture and colonialism and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I hope you're not like that, because America's a melting pot. Like, when I look at you, I don't really see color.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
I mean, you and me, we're not that different. Like, we all go through life the same way. This is America, am I right?
Yeah. I see what you're trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, I just feel like, especially in 2021, America's just so post-racial now. Like, wouldn't you say?
I mean, not necessarily, given all the events that have happened. I don't think it's safe to say like it's totally post-racial.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm racist or anything. Like, some of my close friends are Hispanic.
Yeah, well, I mean, you don't have to go around thinking you're racist.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. All right, all right, my mic is back. All right, so the closed captions might be covering the image a little bit. What you see toward the bottom of the screen is a stress meter. So as the conversation goes on, the participant is rating how stressed they feel in that particular moment. And we certainly capture right before and right after the interaction to capture their self-rated stress. So that was an incident of kind of relatively low severity level of discrimination in everyday life. And the next video I'm going to show, you're going to see some similarities, a lot of consistency in what we present to the participant. This is another participant of Latina background, and we have the experimental control that everything else, being offered a drink, and the environment is identical. But the quote-unquote active ingredient that is different is this is a more severe level and more blatant level of racial discrimination.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
What are you drinking?
Oh, I'm drinking beer.
Sounds right for a boy.
Yeah. Anyways, how are you enjoying the party so far?
It's cool. I don't know what just happened inside, but that's cool.
Oh yeah, they sound like they're having a good time in there.
Yeah. Is this your house? Don't you want to check?
No, I'm just visiting.
Oh, okay. Me too.
Yeah. Do you come to a lot of parties like this?
I do, yeah. Or, well, I haven't in a long time, but I used to.
Oh, why haven't you in a long time?
I think it's more of a undergrad college thing. My friends don't have big parties like this anymore, so but I would if I could.
Oh, so you're not an undergrad then?
I'm not, no.
Okay. Cool. Anyways, did you run into that guy Jose inside?
No. Why?
Ugh, I don't even know who invited him.
Oh.
Yeah, I told
Did something happen?
I told my roommate not to invite people like him.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry?
People like him are always causing trouble.
Wait, what kind of people?
Oh, people where he's from.
Where is he from?
Well, he's probably DACA or something illegal or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, come on, you know what I mean.
No, I really don't know what you mean.
Well, people like him don't really behave themselves.
I think it's people like you who don't really behave themselves.
Oh, no, come on.
And by people like you, I just mean you.
Okay. Well, I'm not racist or anything. You're probably one of the good ones.
Gotcha.
All right. So, so some of the kind of conversations that they're referencing, the house, noise is these party noises that's not being captured in the recording, but the participant and our avatar can hear. So let me share a little bit of the results from our study, and I just showed you 2 scenarios and 2 clips from our research participants. So in this study, we brought in 185 ethnic minority young adults with an average age of 24 of diverse ethnic and racial backgrounds, and half of them are full-time college students and the other half are in the community. And we assigned randomly these 185 research participants to 4 conditions. So the first one is actually a control condition where they experience just normal conversations, but elicit some type of stress that's related to daily hassles. So if they talk about finances, academic, school-related stresses, work-related issues, and things that are not tied directly to race and racism. And the other 3 conditions are discrimination-related experiences. So the first one is sort of what we call more blatant, more overt discrimination. So the last video that we just watched is an example of that quote-unquote major discrimination. And then 2 other conditions are what researchers have called microaggressions. And micro-insult, generally refers to ethnic minorities being put down and kind of slighted, and could be a backhanded compliment. So, for example, African Americans are assumed as highly athletic and not being admitted to a prestigious school because of their intelligence. And microinvalidation would be an example of the one that we first saw, the first video, where ethnic minority individuals are basically invalidated that race and racism are part of their day-to-day experience. So kind of colorblind approach to thinking about their lived experiences. So our research, a little bit background about our research participants. So in general, we asked them about their lifetime experiences with discrimination, and they report relatively very low levels of major discrimination. So being fired from a job or being not able to get an apartment because of their racial background. And they also rarely report experiences with everyday discrimination. So for example, being followed around in a store or assumed they're up to no good. So they're relatively well-protected group of young adults. And in terms of their alcohol use consumption, they're kind of what we consider as occasional drinkers. So they don't really drink very frequently, even though to be part of our study, they have to have engaged in alcohol consumption in the past 30 days and also identify as a person of color and not being an international student or a temporary visitor to the United States. So we asked our participants kind of how much they typically drink. So we show them this image of what a standardized drink is, typical table wine or not high alcohol content beers. So obviously, as you can imagine, young adults drink more on the weekends than compared to a typical weekday. So compared to the participants in the control condition where they talk about daily stressors but not related to racism and discrimination, participants assigned to any of the 3 discrimination-related conditions rated, as you saw from the stress meter on the screen there, they rated higher levels of stress. And at the end of the virtual reality simulations, we also asked them the intensity of their negative emotions. And participants in the discrimination conditions related higher levels of negative emotions compared to folks in the control condition. So these could be anger and anxiety and frustration. And what's interesting was we asked them immediately following the virtual reality simulations among these drinkers, how much urge do you have to consume alcohol right now as a way of coping, perhaps? And opposite to our expectation, because we expected folks in the discrimination condition actually would report higher levels of alcohol craving, it's quite the opposite. This effect is statistically significant, albeit a small effect, is that participants in the control condition actually reported slightly higher levels of alcohol craving than folks in the discrimination condition. So we wanted to unpack this a little bit and see are there sort of different effects across these different levels, or some researchers consider them as different types, distinctive types of discrimination? And what we saw was that all three conditions of discrimination are statistically significantly different in rating higher levels of stress than folks in the control condition. But among the three severity levels of discrimination, there were no meaningful differences in terms of their stress experiences. And we saw the same effect with regard to negative emotions. What's interesting about alcohol craving was that the only statistically significant effect was between the micro-invalidation condition, where people are told we're in a colorblind society, compared to the control condition, as shown by the red asterisk. And the other two more severe levels of racial discrimination were not statistically significantly different than the control condition. And again, there were really no significant differences among the three racial discrimination conditions. So some takeaways here, I'm looking forward to more discussions with other speakers and with the audience members, is that yes, racism and discrimination still occur in young people's day-to-day lives, and they do hurt. And in some ways, virtual reality can be a very helpful tool to help us understand the effect of discrimination in the real world, and potentially can be a viable tool to help us deliver some prevention and intervention, and kind of help people practice maybe being a bystander or being able to resist the urges to consume alcohol when they are stressed. So I'll leave you with that, and follow me on social media and kind of our lab, Adapt 206, and moving to the University of Washington. So with the QR code, you can find my new faculty website. Thank you.
Dobo.
Thanks so much to both of our morning presenters. I invite you to not go very far away. You can stand up, you can talk to your neighbor.
Hi, welcome back. My name is Tane Danger. This is the 58th Annual Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This is the live stream coverage of the Nobel Conference. We are pulling away from London for just a moment to check in with a couple of folks who've been watching and actually were part of helping make all of today and tomorrow happen. So, hello, welcome. Can I ask you each to just quickly introduce yourselves and your connection to the Nobel Conference?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Amy Visner, and I'm the Education Department Chair here at Gustavus, and I am the faculty host for Dr. Brendisha Tynes.
Hi, I'm Kara Gardner. I'm a senior at Gustavus, a social studies education major, and I am the student host for Dr. Brendisha Tynes.
Well, can we just say a quick note for folks who maybe haven't heard these terms before? What does that mean that you all are the hosts for our speakers?
Really, the faculty and student hosts start planning about a year in advance for the Nobel Conference, and so last year it was our job to familiarize ourselves with Dr. Brendisha Tynes' work and follow her and watch for new discoveries in her research and new publications and stay on top of that, as well as put together an introduction for her, write her bio, and we did a podcast with Lisa Helke about what we learned about Brendisha Tynes as well, and we had the opportunity to check in with Brendisha herself through some Zooms along the way so that it wasn't just her meeting us when she flew in yesterday.
Right, that's good. So we got to see her presentation this morning. Things that jumped out at you, were there particular aspects or elements of what she said that really kind of grabbed you and you're still thinking about?
Right. I think for me, because I am a future educator, the things of how students and young people today witness online discrimination like once every day or 1.5 times every day was something that was it just jumped out at me, is that you see that every day and it's just becoming so normalized. And I didn't know the statistics of that. So that was just really powerful to me.
I was struck by that algorithm, the beauty filters, and how it made the people look more European. I was not familiar with that algorithm, and that was startling to me, but I was also, even as we researched Brendisha, just the fact that she had over 1,100 adolescents participate in this study where she got her kind of initial baseline data and then was able to follow through with those people and do a daily diary study, I think is amazing that she got that level of participation and really could develop her ideas based on what she learned. And one thing that struck me about when we were studying her initial research is that the relationship between online discrimination and depressive factors. And so there was a reciprocal relationship. So if a student experienced depressive factors at the first testing, they were more likely to have experienced online discrimination at the second testing, and vice versa. So really it was a cycle of depressive factors and the online bullying or cyberbullying.
Yeah.
We're short on time because we're going to be going to the Q&A with the panelists. But just quickly, I'll ask you, as someone going into this field, again, kind of watching all this, I can imagine it being very daunting and thinking about trying to grapple with some of these huge issues with students. How do you think about that, and going into this particular field in the next years?
Yeah, I think that this conference has really, prepared me because we're starting to talk about it now. It's not something that I'm going to be blindsided with in my future. I think that it's so important that we are talking about these mental health inequities right now so that we can help our students that may be experiencing this. And with Dr. Tynes' new app and stuff that I can have resources to explain to my students what's happening and how to better help them.
And quickly, how has this changed, I guess, in the years that you've been doing this? I think it's very interesting. We're focusing a lot today on the technology piece, which feels very new, but there's elements of these issues that have been around forever, and then maybe some of the modalities of how they show up sometimes feel different. But when you sort of think about how you're preparing teachers to go out into the world, what's similar and what feels different?
Well, I'm going to date myself here, but I started teaching in 1992. And so in 1992, my students didn't have cell phones. No, we didn't consistently use the internet. It was being developed, but it wasn't something that was in people's homes. And I think there were benefits to that for kids because they were at school and they'd interact with their peers, but then they'd go home and they would be part of community groups or maybe religious groups or their neighborhood groups, and they wouldn't have that 24/7 input from their peer group. And that's a dramatic change now where a large number of students do have cell phones and do have social media, and they do have that opportunity to get a lot of consistent input from the peer group. And I think that has made some things more challenging. On the other hand, it's probably also allowed them to connect with other kids who are more like them in some situations where those kids don't live in their community, but they could find like-minded kids in online communities. But I think that there is definitely that factor of how do you manage what happens online. And my spouse is a high school principal, and one thing that he finds is a lot of the discipline problems that come up in schools or issues and conflicts started online outside school, but then those kids come to school and bring the conflicts with them. So it's definitely, I think, teaching students how to be responsible, how to mitigate some of the things that they encounter online.
Right. We talked a little bit about this morning in the lead up to the presentations today, that I do think it's probably hard for someone who grew up. I also grew up sort of in a everything is connected world. I was right on sort of the bubble. It was all kind of coming into being as I was growing up. But kids today are growing up in a world where they are just plugged into everything all of the time. Right. Mm-hmm. And that is just almost incomprehensible, I think, for a lot of us, place to be, particularly when you're young and you're developing and you're figuring out who you are. So I know that our presenters talked a little bit about this, but again, are there things that you're thinking about or were resonating with each of you on that, how do we help kids and help, young people in general sort of set themselves up for this world that is just real now?
Yeah. I think for me, it's something that I'm a little bit more familiar with seeing the YouTube videos or the TikToks all about different filters and stuff like that. And so I think that I can be somebody that's an advocate for, we're not gonna hide this, we know that it's so real, and you can talk to me, we can have these little discussions that make mental health not such a stigma anymore. So I would say, for me, as a future educator, I'm going to kind of be in my classroom and tell people, like my students, that you can talk to me about these stuff. It's not something that's hidden. I think that helping with social media and knowing what they're going on and like seeing will be something that'll be a little bit more tricky as I go into teaching and I don't know what's going to be coming out in my future, but maybe trying to limit that and just having open discussions about what's going on.
We're going into the period where we're going to have questions and answers for some of our presenters. Folks who are watching at home, you're able to submit your own questions. You can do that online. You can tweet them, put them on Facebook. It's hashtag Nobel58. I guess I would ask each of you, and maybe you've already submitted questions or have things, but are there things that you would want to ask either of our morning presenters to say more about?
I actually asked our presenter because I picked her up from the airport yesterday, and so I told her that a question I had is, what can teachers do to mitigate some of these experiences that kids have? And her response surprised me a little bit, but the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. And she said, one thing that she said is figure out a book list of what you need to read and how you need to educate yourself about the experiences of people from different cultures and values and how those intertwine with technology and really the culture of not only kids of color, but also just kids today, adolescents today, and what culture is like through their lived experience. And so she really advocated for teachers educating themselves first, and that resonated with me. On one hand, I thought, yes, this totally makes sense. I understand that. I've started that journey. And on the other hand, I wanted there to be an easier answer. But I don't think there are easy answers. And it is a challenge, and it's a challenge that's worth attempting.
Yeah.
And do you have a thought you would?
Yeah, it was something similar that we already talked about in this interview, but Dr. Tynes talked about how she's been teaching since 2001, and that's when I was born. So I don't know how much technology has changed since then. And
Thank you so much for making us feel very old.
Yes.
Yes, but go on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to know how her studies of technology and students' lives have changed, and now I just feel technology is so much more relevant. In my recent years as well too. I think since the pandemic, that's a question I have, is how has technology and stuff changed with mental health over the pandemic?
Mm-hmm. All right. And then just last piece before we go to our Q&A. We've got another half day today and all day tomorrow. Are there other things in particular you all are excited about or looking forward to?
Yeah. I would say the little well, first of all, the Q&As that are led for students. I don't know if there will be things at home for people to see that, but I'm leading, and I know other students are leading student-exclusive Q&As that I'm really excited for.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
I think we have seen an increase in identification of people who are on the autism spectrum. Mm-hmm. And one of our speakers, Dr. Alper, that's her specialty area, and so I look forward to learning more about that. But really, last night at the opening dinner, I got to meet most of the speakers, and I was just overwhelmed by how credible they are and how really expert they are in their field. So I'm looking forward to the entire conference.
Me too. And we really appreciate both of you coming and spending this time with us to tee up, frame a little bit of what we've already heard, some of the things that we are going to hear. As we've been saying since this morning, this is a really timely conference this year.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And while all the Gustavus Nobel conferences are amazing and wonderful, I think that this one in particular, for a lot of folks, it feels very tangible and real. This is something that people are living right now and is going to have an impact for decades and decades to come. So,
absolutely.
So thank you both so much for coming and spending this time with us. Thank you all so much on the live stream. We are getting ready right now, I believe, to go to the Q&A session, which, again, you have the opportunity to ask questions. You can submit them online via Twitter. So please join us for that, and we will be back in just a minute. Are we
Can you hear me? Yes. Let's reconvene so we can maximize our time in discussion. Before I turn it over to Marie Walker, I just wanted to introduce everyone else who's on the dais with us in the order you see them. Professor Joseph P. Gaughan is immediately to the left of Professor Tynes, then Professor Manuela Barreto, then Professor G. Nick Ryder, Professor Daniel Eisenberg, and Professor Meryl Alper. Obviously, you'll be hearing a lot more from all of them, but at least to welcome them officially to the conference. So at this point, I will turn it over to my colleague, Marie Walker.
Okay, so those were both very fascinating, I'd say cutting-edge talks on technology and mental health and discrimination as they would impact youth. I'm thinking that your colleagues might have some thoughts or questions or comments that you might have about the talks that you heard. Does anybody want to open up with some sort of question or comment?
I can, if this sound is working.
Yes, yeah. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Dr. Alper, did you?
good.
Sure. Yeah, no, I found both talks incredibly interesting, thinking about, we can talk about technology as a cause or as a variable in mental health, but also for mental health assessments is really interesting. And I was really struck by Brindisha's talk, the TikToks that you had shown of the young women talking about the filters and the effects of sort of seeing other beauty standards imposed upon them by the technology. And I've recently been looking at TikTok as a space of understanding how young people are coping with the world. And so one thing that struck me was thinking about how there might be a positive, mental health effect of being able to look at somebody or see or interact with somebody through the comments potentially who's having a shared experience with you. And so there being potentially a short-term, maybe positive effect. But then also, you could watch a video and that could also make you feel bad about yourself. Even if you feel good, but because you're identifying with something, you might then be negatively affected by knowing, oh, there's filters in the world that reify a beauty standard I don't fit into, and that could make you feel bad too. So wondering to what extent you might think the utility of studying these things in the short term and the long term, and in what way social media in that way might be a mixed bag of being able to identify with somebody, but at the same time being reminded of that, discriminatory experience can also just make you feel bad, especially if you consume a lot of content and the algorithm keeps feeding you more of that content too.
So okay. Can everybody hear me? Okay, so we're finding that being able to ask people about these experiences and particularly the positive experiences that people have, the fact that we did not find that they were associated with negative mental health outcomes has us questioning whether maybe the positive experiences will be a buffer. And we think that the benefits will sort of outweigh any sort of negatives that might be associated with being reminded of your experiences. And so, yeah, we can have more of a conversation about it, and we're definitely going to be analyzing in the future, like whether the positive experiences are a buffer. And I'll keep you posted.
Great, yeah.
And Dr. Barreto, you?
Yeah, I was thinking also about Brindisha's presentation, although I really liked Priscilla's too. Thank you very much, both of you. About the fact that, some, devil's advocate might say being exposed to that kind of contact would be harmful to anyone. So irrespective of your racial background, seeing such horrendous contact is shocking. It makes you think that the world is a really hostile place. I think I know what the answer is to my question, but I wanted to know whether you have looked at that in more detail, or in other studies perhaps, or with other methods, at how the differential harm that it makes when you are part of that group or you're not part of that group.
That's a really good question.
Microphone closer to your mic. Well, it's on. It's really close.
Oh, sorry. It's a really good question. We haven't looked at the differences. And I am actually interested in finding out if white people actually feel bad when they see, like a police killing of an unarmed black person. And so maybe future work will look at those differences.
So there is some work that would suggest that indeed they do, but of course the extent to which you feel bad really depends on your own personal involvement with that group, because clearly it is a possible future for you. It's not a possible future for someone else, right? So there is some work that would suggest that, but not really looking at the exact kinds of stimulus you're looking at, which is really sort of the impact of it is that it's daily and it's relentless and continuous, and I think it would be really important to make that point.
And I also think sort of identifying with the police and sort of, revering these people who are committing this terror may also play a role as well.
I'm wondering whether...
Daniel has a comment.
Oh, Daniel, okay.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
an awesome moderator, aren't I? Noticing.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I wanted to ask Priscilla if I could. I thought the virtual reality technique was a fascinating way of understanding something, and just wanted to hear a little bit more about what is that like for the participants? How real does it really feel to them? And then is that something you can also kind of manipulate? Can you make it feel more real by having them think, or maybe actually having other subjects being the ones speaking for the avatar? Or do they think that it's just kind of a role play that's coming from, the research team? It's interesting that you got stress levels even when probably some of them understood that it was just role play, right? It wasn't like a real interaction in a sense, or not, I don't know.
Yeah, so several things. I think there's some individual differences in terms of how real they think or how immersed they are in it. So several factors that affect what we call presence in virtual reality research is kind of how realistic the avatars might be, the artifacts in the environment. But also what's important is we tell participants what to anticipate in the situation. We tell them this could be stressful, and then you are at a party. And so that increases their sense of immersion and their presence. And we do actually have data about their ratings of immersion and realism of the virtual reality environments. And then also they kind of tell us, did you participate in the scenario as you would in real life? So on average, our participants say it's on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the highest level of immersion and realism. They say it's about 3 to 4. So they also understand from their qualitative response, they know this is not real life. They are going through some kind of role play and simulation. They do know they're talking to a person. Sometimes they think it's AI, or sometimes they think is this an actual person I'm talking to? But then regardless, they are showing genuine responses. So it kind of depends. Also maybe people who have more experience previously with virtual reality, they're gonna rate it a little bit less realistic, just because they're ooh, this guy is kind of creepy. Does not really look like a real human being. But nevertheless, the experience can be quite similar to what they experience in real life.
So Priscilla and I have been having a conversation about this, and I've been telling her that my blood pressure
experiences. And we have safeguards in place that people get resources if they do experience or maybe are triggered or traumatized or in some ways experience mental health problems. We have resources available to them. And they can call us if anything happens. And from at the debriefing, and also we have follow-up ethics study that we contacted these participants in the virtual reality study several weeks and up to 7 months after, and kind of asked them, hey, remember the study that you participated in? How much distress, how much harmful maybe alcohol use have you engaged the day of or after the study? And do you think the study actually was ethical? Do you think the researchers treated you with respect, allowed you to make informed decision to participate? And did you experience harm? And what degree of harm did you experience as part of the study? And our research participants rated that the study was highly ethical, that the researchers treated them with care. They did not feel like they experienced harm on a scale of 1 to 7. The average is 1 point something. And also, they also felt like they had the agency to decide to participate or not. So nobody had terminated the study prematurely. Nobody had asked for, actually wanted to take the mental health resources. And this is at debriefing after the studies, even when we recontacted them. So I do think there are issues, sort of any research studies have ethical issues and potential, sort of ethical concerns, and we do take it very seriously. So, as some of the technologies and more research tools and methods are made available to scientists, I think it's important that we ask the folks that we conduct research with and want to serve, kind of ask them about their perspectives. So, yeah.
And I'm thinking, Dr. Tynes, I know
people are engaging with online, because it is one thing to know who you're encountering, but you don't necessarily know if whose avatar or profile picture it is online is that person or not. And so I think that, and especially when you consider how cheap and easy and fast and quick it can be to mobilize this kind of hate online, that part of like, who's doing this to me becomes this bigger question mark.
Yeah, and I think that relates to thinking about Russian interference and Facebook and, who do I trust, right? Can I trust the person I'm talking to online, or can I not? And I imagine for young people especially, it's very isolating. And I'm sure this will come up again. So I do want to engage our audience too and ask them some questions here, or ask some of the questions that they have put forth. And so one of them is, I'll just read this. Obviously, anxiety and mental illness issues are more prevalent than ever, and the solutions are complicated. Have society's values and motivations changed over time to the point of causing this mental health crisis? For example, the economy is growth-driven, which does not seem sustainable. Has this consumption-based growth mindset contributed to widespread mental illness? And what about other societal pressures? So, over time, how has the mental health crisis been impacted by things that are going on in society right now? Big question, but any thoughts on that? And our economist, Daniel Eisenberg.
My answer has nothing to do with economics, but I just would point people to one piece of research by Jean Twenge and colleagues. They published this in 2010 or around there. It's an interesting study looking at the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Disorder, MMPI, that goes back to the 1930s, and they kind of collected every piece of data they could on young people taking the MMPI, which has some questions about depressive symptoms and other aspects of mental health. And they found that there's actually a steady rise in apparent depression and anxiety as well, I think, since the 1930s in the US, going through like 2005. And their best explanation was kind of sociological. It had to do with a shift in society to more of an extrinsic motivations, like popularity, success, money, fame, and less kind of more what would be considered intrinsic, kind of self-fulfillment, more kind of intrinsic values. I think it's, it's all very circumstantial evidence, but I found that compelling.
Okay, looking to wealth or fame as ways to gauge your success in the world might be something that's related to that increase in mental illness that we're seeing. Yeah, Dr. God.
And sorry, you see us flapping around up here. There's a lot of flying. Yes, what's going on up here? I just want to say that I think there's a generational shift too in terms of how we think about racism, of course, and the threat that it poses for people. When I grew up on primetime television was a sitcom called All in the Family. Some of you remember Archie Bunker, for example. And of course, his bigotry he was a buffoon, essentially, but his bigotry was part of that buffoonery. But he said things on primetime TV that, of course, you would never say today, by today's standards. I felt like the lesson of Archie Bunker for me was, yeah, there are bigots in the world, but someone like Archie Bunker has no power. He was a forklift operator down at the plant, whatever plant that was, a union guy, whatever. So he was this buffoon, probably because of his class background, being working class, who would say all this stuff. But Archie Bunker is not going to deny you a mortgage. He's not going to stop you from your promotion at work and those sorts of things. So the kind of structural elements of racism versus the kind of interpersonal bigotry you might encounter, to me, are really different kinds of things. And in my own life, at least, I have felt like if a bigot says something ignorant to me, I used to hear growing up, sticks and stones, can break my bones, but names can never hurt me. That was our saying, right? And so there's a sense about how do you come to insulate yourself a little bit from people's ignorance. even as the structural stuff is what can stop you from having a life that you've been aiming for and some maybe foothold in the American dream that supposedly we've been promised in this society. So I think that that's a generational difference that might matter a little bit here too.
But what about if Archie Bunker calls the police on you, on a black person?
Yeah. Right, and I think there were probably episodes about that actually, so that's a great point.
Dr. Alper.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about mental health and we're talking about like this present moment, it is helpful to look at the past. I think we have to, because we also have to reckon with how mental health has been measured and framed in our society in kind of the first place. So thinking about how the very diagnostic tools themselves have been developed in ways that were like not just subtly, but like expressly homophobic, like expressly transphobic, expressly racist. And they were kind of designed to be. Like they were designed to pathologize people and designed to institutionalize people. So there's like a whole broad history of that in the US around that's very eugenic. It's very rooted in who gets to procreate, who's deemed to be mentally fit or unfit. And so when we talk about mental health, and we talk about this very present moment, there's the historian in me that says we also have to recognize how the way we even define it, how we measure it, things that we maybe think of as sort of neutral, objective, they're numbers, the ways that those histories shape the legacies of, whose care is deemed important and whose care would have been sort of offloaded a century ago to being excluded from society altogether.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to go back to our audience and ask for another question from them that they put forth, and I believe, and I'm sorry we can't get to all the questions. I apologize to those in the audience who've put them out there, but I'm going to ask this one. As technology advances, the tactics for cyberbullying and online discrimination will diversify. How can combatants for this bullying and discrimination match this progression in technology?
Sorry, match the what?
The progression in technology.
So how can...
So as the technology progresses and maybe cyberbullying and discrimination get, I don't know, more insidious or become, I just think about what you talked about is that, taking someone's images and creating something so it makes them look like they're doing or saying something that they haven't. So that sort of idea, how can we counteract this progression? What do we need to do?
So I think the average person can advocate for people online. They can model for folks how you critique racism, how you stand up to somebody who is trolling or stand up to misogynoir. And you can educate yourself about America's history, read all the banned books, every single one, and just be ready, like an army, to fight for justice in these online spaces.
We've got time for another.
Okay, we have time for one more question, and it's nice to also, I think, be able to think about, as you were saying, ways to help, ways to change. And so this question is saying people of color experience countless external factors from institutions, everyday interactions online, et cetera, that impact their mental health and well-being. The speakers have talked a lot about how these areas can be systematically improved via educators, programs, et cetera. But how can we as peers, which is kind of what you've said, minorities or not, support others via in-person or online interactions? And Dr. Tynes or Dr. Loy or any of you on the panel, if you have something you want to say to that.
I think knowledge
helps. It's maybe one of the first steps, and certainly ability to advocate and disarm these vulnerabilities and risks for other people. So some of the work that we have done, particularly during the COVID pandemic, was not only anti-Black racism but also anti-Asian hate. Was we wanted to understand who are the people who are more likely to step in to help, like classic social psychology, bystander effects. So I think several things like what are people needing to be able to become allies? So some of the things in terms of bystander actions have to do with just understanding, right? Reading educating about yourself, the histories and the lived experiences of people who are like you and who don't look like you, and the kind of the circumstances that surround, like we talked about mental health disparities and inequities, and as well as sort of actual tools that are available. So resources that people can draw from, which scientific information is one way to do so. And also kind of like some of the protective factors that we have for ourselves, collective self-esteem, right? Racial private regard and kind of being able to connect with our ethnic heritage, and that's very important. And then also sort of people who have privilege, who have the abilities, step in to also help. So I think it's a multi-pronged approach. Can be empowering. So I think we have a lot of similarities in terms of our next step is after we understand some of the mechanisms. What are the protective factors, and how do we actually use the tools that we have to train folks to actually use the tools, use the abilities to be able to disarm and support one another?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. I think in the interest of keeping us on schedule, we'll call this first panel to a close and thank our presenters and all of the discussants. Just a reminder, there's a whole list of things you can do during this noon 2-hour period. The workshops are listed, the chapel. There is a forum, in the forum, that is the basketball part. There are interactive displays, mental health fair. You can tour Nobel Hall. You can now go inside of it. And there are art exhibitions, and you get out into the Arboretum and just do some walking therapy for yourself. At 12:20, there is the dedication, as we noted. Food choice information and other such things found on page 27 of the program. Please know this is a tobacco-free campus, and please also know that we're trying to be zero waste. So to the extent that you can help us in those efforts, that would be great. And for those of you online, there's a whole slew of really wonderful videos about things Gustavus and interviews as well. So thank you. We'll see you back here at 12. We'll see you back here when the program says. I didn't write that down.
FYI, Priscilla and I are still friends. We're still friends.
Hello, and welcome back to the live stream coverage of the 58th Annual Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. My name is Tane Danger. I apologize even for right there. I was stumbling a bit. We had a couple of audio-visual things going on. We apologize for that. I hope that everybody got to see the vast majority of what we were seeing this morning at this year's Nobel Conference. I think we're on top of everything now, and we are going to be able to bring you everything else flawlessly. That is the biggest jinx thing that I will say today. Everything else will be flawless. So we're very excited. If you happen to just be joining us, like you're on the lunch hour or something, and you happen to tune in, this year's Nobel Conference at Gustavus is focused on mental health inequities in young people. We have had 2 lectures already this morning, followed by a really dynamic panel conversation with all of our presenters. And throughout the whole conference today and tomorrow, we're taking time away from the Lund Center, where you're not missing anything. Everyone's just eating lunch right now, to check in with students and faculty who have helped put together this year's conference and who are actually working on these issues here at Gustavus and in the community. So to do that, I've got 3, this is my largest panel yet, 3 fabulous guests. And I would actually ask if you each are willing to just sort of introduce yourself and maybe in addition to saying your role here at Gustavus, your connection to the Nobel Conference this year.
Hi, my name is CJ Reese. I am a junior here at Gustavus. I am a student host for Dr. Priscilla Loy. I am a psychology major with a double minor in Spanish and Latin American cultural studies. And Spanish and LALIX kind of work together. Psych and LALIX, my bad, kind of work together to host this conference. So naturally, it's a very natural intersection for some of my personal interests. So I very much found a lot of interest here.
All right, so glad to have you.
Hi, I'm Lily Torres Fernandez. I am a senior at Gustavus. I'm also a student host for Priscilla Loy, and I'm a nursing major. And my connection to this is as a first-generation student, the inequities in mental health is seen, and I think it's amazing that we're talking about it.
And hi, I'm Heidi Meyer. I am faculty in the nursing department, and I am the faculty host for Dr. Priscilla Loy.
I am really grateful for all of you for taking time in the middle of the day to reflect with us. So we heard, as we mentioned, two presentations this morning. And then we just had a fabulous panel reaction conversation. Things that are jumping out at you, things that you heard this morning that really are still resonating and you're still thinking about. And yeah, I'd love to hear from each of you. So anyone?
Sure. So from Dr. Tynes' lecture specifically, the statistic of just how many times you saw these traumatic events on social media timelines, and that combined with Dr. Loy's discussion about just how often these discriminatory remarks are made, really the frequency was what hit me from these, and that it's just really not escapable for a lot of marginalized populations.
Yeah, those are some very powerful moments. Two things popped out and resonate with me from Dr. Loy's presentation. One was from a professional standpoint as a nurse healthcare provider. She made the comment of we need to provide culturally responsive care. And for me, as an educator and a practicing nurse, are we doing that? Are we doing that as a profession? Are we doing that? Are we instilling that in our future generation of healthcare providers? And so how to take that back into our curriculum and make sure that we're really paying attention to that. And then two, I felt both of their presentations maybe do an internal fact, like gut check, like what am I saying in my daily communications? You know, some of those images in Dr. Tynes' lecture were so impactful. And I think about, some of those subtle questions, where are you from? No, where are you from? I mean, I think, okay, well, I ask that question a lot I think I'm being my my Minnesota, okay, where are you from? Like, that's a general conversation starter, but it actually made me pause and think, okay, now how can I start some of these conversations? Well, I think that might not be interpreted as a safe way to start a conversation. So it really made me do an internal gut check kind of how am I having these conversations myself? So
yeah, and to bounce off of that, I think during Dr. Loy's, the virtual reality, when there were the two Latina participants, it really shook me. I felt the stress, when the stress levels were going up. I felt the same way because those conversations are real. I've had those conversations with people before. And Dr. Tynes, when she said, if it's ethical to, in the name of science, for someone to go through that, even though it's their everyday life, it really struck me as well. Mm-hmm.
And this is a piece that I think gets really, frankly, sometimes challenging for folks in both sort of conversations that we're having here. Mental health and racial and a variety of other inequities that. A lot of times we see folks get into this space, start thinking about it, and they're oh my gosh, I'm so nervous about the things that I'm potentially doing wrong or have done wrong that we just pull back and I don't want to hurt anybody or do anything. Yeah. And that's obviously not what the answer here. Yeah. And so I'm curious, as you're digesting this and thinking about this, how are you all thinking about that tension and sort of, because I mentioned there's a lot of folks at home who have a similar reaction, what am I doing? I probably said this wrong, but you don't want them to have the reaction of well, I'm just going to pull out then and not participate. It's how do you have that and lean forward? Do you have thoughts?
I mean, I think just being intentional and thoughtful and self-reflective of, that recognizing and then, and not letting that impact your mental health as an individual even more, right? And so now we're impacting maybe the mental health of who we're having that conversation with, but then you go back and you feel bad about yourself and having these conversations. And so I think transparency is going to be super important moving forward, and being thoughtful and reflective, and then open and honest communication back with that person, right? About maybe this is how it went, and having that conversation piece would be important. It's a hard stepping point, right? To be really transparent and honest, but also use it as an opportunity to grow and make change, right? We're not set in one way, and so where is this opportunity now that we can move forward as that stepping point? It's hard though. It's very hard.
Personally, I think it's kind of good that people are feeling uncomfortable. I think that's kind of a necessary conversation, because these racial minorities that we were talking about, they experience that uncomfortable feeling on a daily basis, and sometimes people kind of have to go through that awkward tension to have that empathy, unfortunately. And so I think it's really important that we're doing that right now.
And I think it's also really important to mention that people, it's okay to be told that something you said was wrong, or that something you said it in an insensitive way. Being more okay with hearing, hey, maybe you should work on that, maybe you should change that, is also just a really important step.
Right. How do we increase the space between you potentially made a mistake or did something wrong and you are a bad person and fundamentally flawed? That there is space between those two things.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, again, from each of your you're hearing this from your own disciplines to some degree, the things that you're studying. How do you see some of the intersections with, again, in your case, your coursework and the things you're studying, and or the things that you teach here at Gustavus?
Yeah, for me, as I mentioned, my major and minor, some of them are directly at the intersection of what this conference is about, but also as someone who wants to go into mental health care and become a mental health provider, this is hugely important for me, because everyone is going to be coming from a different cultural place. So there are going to be people who are going to need that culturally informed care, and you can't assume that certain bits of culture are going to impact this person in a certain way. And you really do need to listen and make it patient-centered and inform it around the world, and not just around the things that you have been taught from a textbook.
Right.
When Priscilla Lloyd, Dr. Lloyd, she talked about the disease burden that racial minorities feel when they have specific diseases, I thought that was really interesting to show how mental health also have the physiologic effects, and how you need to be aware of that when you're with a patient, and being culturally aware of how their lives are affecting their health.
Yeah. I wrote down disease burden and circled it too in my notes. That was a really powerful impact. I think we think about the physiologic changes that happen with the disease process. What is this burden that is happening in human beings of society because of the mental health and the psychological impact, and not, and really having a better understanding of that, so we can provide better care, hopefully hopefully preventative, right? But understanding these adverse outcomes, which gets into those ethical issues that we were talking about, of how do we study this? How do we learn from it without providing more harm? And so I took away with it, continuing to expose our students to these situations, trying to utilize simulation. So we utilize simulation in nursing education for some of these scenarios that hopefully help prepare them to, one, care for our patients, but also to be advocates too for this moving forward. So.
And can you maybe say a little bit about, you're talking about some of the ways that we've done things need to change.
Mm-hmm.
How are they changing already, I guess, as part of it? How does this field look different even now, and hopefully going forward, than maybe it did 5, 10, 15 years ago?
I think it is more, I don't know what the word is, I'm looking for it. Vocal? It's more, it's made known. It's the awareness is not fully there, but it's there. There's a lot of progress, I think, from advocating, saying it out loud and putting a name to what's happening, and then hopefully using that as the intervention, right? Then that's how we can guide our interventions. It's being talked about. It's being brought forth. And so whether that's the mental health of our patients, of our colleagues, right? And it doesn't have to be just nursing, right? It's in every area, every discipline, every personal communication. I think empowering everyone to speak up and attest to it.
Are there, we're running low on time, but are there things that you're still kind of waiting to hear, or things you're looking forward to for the rest of the conference from some of the other presenters, or just areas of this that you are like, this is like a piece of this that I'm still like, I want to hear more about this?
For me, I have a big passion for trauma-informed care, specifically in psychology, but also extending into nursing and just general health. And there are going to be some talks and things on trauma in general, but also the way that specifically trauma that is inherent in living as a marginalized individual in society, and also talking about intersectional perspectives that's going to start specifically tomorrow is going to be a really fascinating thing. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to hear more about mental health and the healthcare system and what progress there has been done and what there is to do more, just so I can apply it in the future for my career.
And that is a great tee up to the last thing that I was going to ask each of you, which is, again, the Nobel Conference, something like this is an incredible opportunity to hear from like these really world-class thinkers and doers in this space. And yet, what we don't want, as we said at the very top, is for people to sort of tune in and watch and be like, well, that was good. And like now, what's on tonight? And so are there things that you would just, you have the camera now, that you would encourage folks who are watching at home, like watch the things today, participate, and then do what? Like, how would you kind of encourage folks to bring some of this home and keep it going after we've heard some of these talks?
I would say ask tough questions, whether it be by some of marginalized groups that you are interacting with. Be honest, have honest and open conversations, or even look in the mirror and ask, actually acknowledge the mental health impacts that you went through because of the pandemic or because of whatever it is that you might be going through. Just actually being honest and asking that, that question, am I really okay?
Yeah, I think also on top of that, to just speak up. It's really hard. It seems so simple, but it's really hard to do it, especially, for example, if you're at a college party and you hear someone saying something. It's scary, but it does make a huge difference. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think being comfortably uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know if that's not even a way to feel, but but really to feel uncomfortable. You have to start getting into those uncomfortable moments. And I totally appreciate, we hear, now what can we do? And I'm looking forward to how do we perform? What do we do with this information from this conference or wherever we're getting this information from? It's important to learn about it, but it's also important to act. And so how do we move forward? And I don't have a right answer. I don't know, but
I will say for me, and I obviously don't have all the answers. I'm not an expert. I'm nowhere near the level that our presenters are. I often resonate with what I feel like I heard elements of you all saying, that this is not sort of okay, we did it, check. It's a practice. It's something that, we all have to sort of think about and work on and be okay with that. We're not going to do it right all the time, but that each time is like an opportunity for, if you're willing to ask the hard questions and be reflective, to do more and get better. So hopefully that's what we're getting from this. So I want to thank all three of you. Thank you so much for joining us. There's a lot more conference to get to, and we have a couple other folks who are going to join us. So I'm gonna cover while we do sort of a transition here. So thank you all three for joining us. I'm going to turn and talk so that we can bring our next three guests in here. If you are just tuning in, this is the Nobel Conference, the 58th annual Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This year's conference focuses on mental health inequities in young people. We are really glad that you have joined us here on the live stream. We are bringing you all of the presentations. We had 2 of those this morning, followed by a panel presentation. All of that will be archived online, and so if you missed this morning's talks, you'll be able to go back later and see more of them, or see them again. And we have a lot more coming up later today and tomorrow. In the meantime, we are having conversations with folks from Gustavus who either helped pull this conference together, brought some of our speakers to us, or, and I think just if not more importantly, are actually working on these issues here at Gustavus with our student and larger community. And that is very much the theme of my next 2 guests who are joining us, folks who are really dedicated to how does this conversation and this practice actually live here at Gustavus. So I will just ask you each to briefly introduce yourselves and your role here at Gustavus.
Okay, I'm Hannah Godbout. I'm a licensed psychologist, and I'm currently the director of our counseling center.
Good morning, I'm Jenna Sven-Hecke. I'm the Vice President for Student Affairs and Dean of Students.
So I'll ask you what I've been sort of asking everybody in terms of we've seen these presentations this morning. This morning in particular really focused on impacts of technology to some degree at this intersection of inequalities and mental health. Are there things in particular that really like resonated or you heard and you're like, yup, that is really something that I see or I hear and like that's important?
You know, one of the things that jumped out to me immediately was in Dr. Lynn's presentation where she was talking about the regularity of occurrences of micro insults or microaggressions, and we certainly see that within our community. I was not surprised at all when that answer to the question was multiple times a day, that some of our students from underrepresented populations experience those kinds of things. What would you add to that?
Oh, yeah, I would echo that. I think that interactions with social media and technology and how it can relate to experiences with microaggressions is coming up in counseling regularly.
Can we talk about just what this, to just really make this real here at Gustavus and this community? Again, we're talking about these with very smart people, and it can feel like, okay, we're talking about a big data set, we're talking about the whole world. Like, what do you actually see in terms of the counseling center, mental health, how students are doing here on campus with some of the things that we're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I can just talk about the students seeking our services as a way to describe that. You know, I've been here for 12, 13 years now, and our numbers of students just accessing mental health services has, it's gone up about 4 times since I've been here.
So mental health.
But and we see about 20-25% of the student body every year. So, and not that Gusties are particularly struggling, but we know that actually that represents the public struggling in general, the numbers of people struggling in general, and that they're coming in and seeking our services. And we see that actually as a great sign that stigma around seeking services here is low, and that students are using the resources here. But we also see that they're struggling, you know, and especially in the last 4 or 5 years, given the things our presenters are talking about, given COVID-19, given our nation's reckoning with racism. We see those things in students entering our center every day.
Yeah.
And I think the thing that I would add to that is, and those are the students who are savvy enough, connected enough, smart enough to figure out that they need the help.
Yeah.
And they're finding our counseling center. I worry a lot about our students and beyond our Gustavus community, our young people in general who aren't feeling secure enough to reach for resources, who don't have those support systems in place, who don't have easy access. We know that when we have students that are trying to work with an off-campus provider for mental health issues, it's often 6 weeks or more before they'll be able to get an intake appointment. And so I just think
that is certainly a trend that is very different than anything that we've seen certainly in the last 10 years, and I would say just exacerbated in the last 5, as Hannah has said as well.
I don't know if we can know the answer to this, but do we have any sense of, I imagine there's an answer, it's partially both, but that there's one argument, people need these services more, that we're actually seeing more crisis, more trauma, more reasons that people are seeking out the service. And that there's also maybe a thing that people are more aware and more sort of connected and do recognize that this is available to them. Is that both happening, or is one, can we say one is more than the other, or do we have any grappling with that?
It is both. It's so both, right? It's increased awareness of services available and willingness to use them. It's people accessing services earlier or getting diagnoses earlier in their education and then getting to college who might not have ever come here before, right, because of early access or accommodations. That increases our numbers, and it's legitimate, measurable increase in stress levels because of the ways we interact with this world through technology, because of the information that we get that previous generations never had to deal with, right? And because of, we could get all sorts of philosophical, right? Because of environmental issues, because of what we're eating, how we're raised, There's also measurable difference in levels of stress and symptoms of depression and anxiety.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the gray hairs at my temples. I've been in this field for a long time. And I do think that there is a marked difference in what we're seeing evolving in student mental health than when I was a young professional. But both and, as we've been talking about, because comfort with seeking services, availability of services, it's coming at us from both of those directions, Tane.
I'm going to ask you a question that I honestly don't know the answer to, but it's been rattling around my head all day, and I feel like I've had it at different times before. Is part of what we should be advocating for is people to unplug more from this? I mean, we had all these presentations this morning about a lot of these effects that the technology and being connected and online so much really have. And I can imagine a lot of people saying, well, that's unrealistic. But just put that aside for a second. We tell people don't drink so much, don't take drugs. Is there an argument that all of this connectivity being online potentially we should almost think of it like a alcohol or drug related
right,
thing?
Yeah. Shows up like that in some of what we know about our brains. I mean, we know that extremes in any form aren't good for us, right? I mean, that's just a good basic philosophical concept. And actually, this question sets up really well for some of our speakers to come. Both Elper and Barreto will both talk about some of this ethical pieces of technology, right? But I think yes, I think there are lots of therapeutic models that are looking at getting us off of screens and back into our present moments, into our environment, and things like earthing and grounding and mindfulness that would argue that could help a lot of mental health concerns. And we also know that technology continues to benefit us in many ways, and so we don't want to turn it into an ultimate evil, right? There's a balance.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, Hannah. That I think it's really easy to look at some of the data and say, we need to unplug. But I also think we need to remember that sometimes it's our social media that keeps us connected in really critical and important ways. So I want my students to be critical about the ways that they use social media. Is it a benefit to their personal well-being and their mental health, or is it a detriment? And to modify their use of it in ways that are healthy for them.
We are just about out of time, but just very quickly before we go, can I just ask you both, again, people, I mentioned there's alumni, there's parents, there's students watching. If people are concerned particularly about helping and being potentially connected more with what's going on at Gustavus, are there ways that they can plug in, they can potentially help, they can just stay connected beyond today and this conference?
With the Counseling Center, with Gustavus as a whole?
With Gustavus in general, if they want to just help make sure that, they're like, I'm concerned about students and I want to be part of their well-being.
I mean, I think that there's always opportunities, and depending on areas of expertise, some of those folks might be easier to plug in than others. When somebody has an expert content area, we may be able to bring them in as a speaker, to engage them in doing a workshop with our students. Other people who are just concerned about what's going on, I think that there are some great resources on our college website that they could look into. And then I think, just in terms of people who have Gustavus connections specifically, if you have a Gustie here, if you have a student here, check in with them. We say in our parent session, one of the things that I always like to say at the end, and it certainly goes beyond that, it goes to anyone who's connected to a Gustavus student. Our students love to get real, actual mail in the post office. And so how can you be connected to not just Gustavus students, actually, the young people in general that you know? How can you send them that feel good? Maybe it's a postcard, maybe it's a care package, that would be really great. But just ways that you can be intentional about your positive relationships with young people, especially those that maybe are struggling with some mental health issues.
I love that. Again, we're talking about really big, complicated things, and the technology piece adds a whole fifth dimension to it that's makes it very heavy. And every time I've been a part of one of these conversations and heard about this, I feel like we always come back to there's a piece of it that's about how we just interact with each other, and there's no replacement for being kind and reaching out to people and trying to make those connections as best we can. So thank you so much for that. Thank you both so much for the work that you do here at Gustavus for the students and for the larger community. It's really important, and I appreciate you spending the time to share a bit with us today.
Yeah, we're really fortunate to have the incredible counseling center staff that we do. Not just Hannah and her leadership, but our counselors across the board are amazing.
Oh, thank you. And we couldn't do it without the support of our Dean of Students and their office. So
everybody loves everybody.
We all love each other.
All right, thank you both so much. I'm transitioning because I have two other amazing guests who are coming in and joining us. We're doing a quick switch. So if you're just joining us, my name is Tane Danger. You are watching the live stream of the 58th Annual Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This year's conference is focused on mental health inequities and young people. We've been hearing great lectures this morning, all of which are archived online. And right now what we're doing is we're actually checking in and talking with folks here at Gustavus who are working on some of these issues in real time with the campus community. And so I've got three. Oh, wow, three. I only thought I was going to have two. This is very exciting. So I've got three fabulous guests with me. And as I'm doing, not just because I'm lazy, but because it's helpful, is if you all can just introduce yourselves and say a little bit about who you are and your connection here at Gustavus.
Yeah, wonderful. Thanks for having us. So my name is Laura Herbst Johnson. I am the director of the Gustie Well office on campus. So we leverage a public health framework to promote well-being and lifelong success among our students. Our work really focuses on proactive, preventative education so that we can reach students and inform them about issues proven to impact students both while they're at college but also beyond Gustavus. And so the peer assistants are integral in the work that we do. And so I've invited two of the peer assistants today to join us. So go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Ellie Wiggum. I'm a senior psychology major here at Gustavus, and I'm one of the PA coordinators this year.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zach Gabor. I'm a senior, also individualized major in public health, and I'm one of the DEI co-chairs for the peer assistants.
Very cool. So we should just do, we said a little bit about this, but can you give me the overview of peer assistance, what you all do? We just heard from the counseling center. So just for folks who maybe just heard that, what is it the peer assistants do? How is it different from other sort of services that are offered here on campus?
Yeah, so the peer assistants are a group of certified peer educators here on campus. Our main goal is really to help educate our peers about healthy lifestyle choices and well-being. So we like to focus on lots of different areas of health and well-being, including mental health, healthy relationships, physical and nutrition, and chemical health also. So we develop lots of different programming to help, integrate that into the Gustavus student community and help the students really be able to get the information needed and then go out to the world and at least have that to make sure that they at least know that they have the information to act forward.
Yeah. So you all have been listening this morning and hearing some of these presentations. As we've been saying, we talked a lot this morning about mental health, its intersection with identity, race, culture, LGBTQ status, and this whole other huge piece of like how technology like is a huge piece of that. So I'm curious, like if you all can just share a little bit about, we heard that sort of in the academic sense and the work that our presenters are doing. How do you all see that living and showing up here at Gustavus with the work that you do?
Do you want to go for that, or would you like me to answer?
Well, one of the main things that we promote in the PA office is Learn to Live. So it's an online program that specializes in cognitive behavioral therapy. So students can log on there at any time that they want. It's free for all Gustavus students. And they can just choose a program. It's at their own pace. They can do it at the comfort of their own dorm, 24/7 access. And it's just a great resource that if maybe students don't want to go to maybe an in-person resource, that's really a great place for them to go to if they maybe want some additional help or things like that as well.
Yeah, the digital tools really allow us to meet students where they're at. We've heard this, from other presenters today, that not all students are comfortable going into a public setting to seek help. Not all students are even comfortable verbalizing that they're struggling in their identity, struggling with their mental health, struggling with substance abuse. And so Learn to Live, we're really fortunate to be able to offer that to our students free of charge for them to jump on at any point in time. There's a quick 5-minute mental health assessment that they go through virtually. And then that assessment will say, hey, what you are feeling is moderate levels of anxiety or moderate levels of substance abuse. And so we have some programs here that you can take advantage of whenever you're comfortable, whenever you're ready, and at your own pace. And so we're fortunate to have those types of tools that are able to get in front of those students who we might not see in the hallways or we might not see at our educational events to hear that information. We also really lean into our social media platforms to educate our students on all things related to well-being. And so we really try to be broad in the sense of addressing the intersectionalities between issues that students face both here at Gustavus but also outside of Gustavus, and help them feel prepared and have the tools to navigate challenges whenever or wherever they may face them.
You're helping a lot with the DEI aspect of the peer assistance, and that's been a big piece of a lot of our presentations this morning and will be for the rest of it. I think that we all have a tendency to be like, yes, those are real issues, but not me here, not for me or whatnot. I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about how doing this work here at Gustavus and how and why it's important to do here on this community for this population that is at Gustavus.
Yeah, so I think it's really important to make sure that we are reaching all types of groups here at Gustavus, because as much as you might think that it might not be here, you'd be very surprised when you look at our surveys, when you look at all the data we get back, to see how different groups are affected by different things. And sometimes when those topics aren't discussed, it can feel really alone. So that's been one of our biggest targets as DEI co-chairs, is to make sure that we are tackling those issues that aren't really talked about very much, or tackling those issues that aren't always on the forefront because they don't necessarily pertain to the majority, because still those are issues that are facing Gustavus students in their everyday lives, and they need to be recognized also.
Right. Are there things, I asked our last guest this too, that you would encourage people who are watching at home could be more proactive in reaching out, connecting with people in their lives, taking care of themselves, being better parts of their communities, whether that's here at Gustavus or broader than that?
One thing that we really try to encourage students to do on a regular basis is get in the habit of checking in with your mental health. Get in the habit of reflecting for a moment every day, every week, whatever feels comfortable for you, to say, how am I doing today? What are some areas that I might need a little bit of support with? And, be an advocate for yourself. Reach out and find resources that feel comfortable to you, because any step is a step in the right direction. And so instead of trying to kind of push things down and move forward, sometimes we just need a little bit of extra support to navigate complexities.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, and just not being afraid to reach out to people too. I think it can feel really isolating if you're feeling, maybe struggling with mental health, but a lot of people are also going through that as well. So not being afraid to reach out to people and share your struggles, because you may find that you really connect with someone and that you're really not alone, and that's very validating in that as well.
Any last things you would say to folks at home?
Yeah, just always remember that you're not alone, and it's always really easy to think that you're the only person going through that, but just believe that there are plenty others going through that, and that there are the resources there for you to feel comfortable enough to come and talk about what you need to talk about, because we're all in this together, especially at Gustavus.
I love that. That is a beautiful note to end on. Thank you so much. You should have my job. So thank you all so much for joining us, spending this time with us, sharing a little bit about your work here on campus. I'm going to transition to our next guest. So thank you all so much. Just if you are just happening to tune in, we're doing a quick shift here. This is the Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College, the 58th annual Nobel Conference. This year, focused on mental health inequities and young people. We are in a break from the main parts of the conference right now. Everyone downstairs is eating lunch. Hopefully, if you're watching this as a live stream, you're eating something too, maybe. But we are having this wonderful opportunity to talk with folks here on campus about how they are working in this space, what they're hearing at this year's conference, and how it applies to the work that they do. So I've got my next guest, and can I ask you to just introduce yourself quick and your role here at Gustavus?
Yeah, so my name is Maggie Falenchuk, and I serve as one of the chaplains here on campus. So that means I am concerned with all things spiritual and religious well-being.
Yes, it was all things, like that's a very good description, yeah.
I do a lot.
You do a lot, I can imagine. So you've been connected with the conference and watching. I've been asking everyone just when they come and sit down, are there things that we've already talked about with this topic that you've heard this morning, or just sort of in the lead up to this that you're like, yeah, this is really important, this resonates, or this was surprising to me?
Yeah, well, I think just the topic is so critically important at this time in our lives and in our world. And our spiritual selves are a really important component to our mental well-being. And so, of course, I love thinking about how to incorporate those two things together so that we can be both mentally well and spiritually well.
So that is a wonderful lead-in to talking about the sacred space here at Gustavus. So can you talk a little bit about what that is and how it actually plays into a lot of the things we're talking about at this year's Nobel Conference?
Yeah, so right now, as we speak during the lunch hour between 12 and 2, the chapel space at the center of our campus is open for folks to come in and just take a pause from the busyness and hustle and bustle of the conference. And we worked with a couple of amazing peer assistants, which you just talked to today, to create stations for people to engage in while they're there. So anything from Zen gardens to cultivating a gratitude practice to writing thank you notes to people in their lives. And we also have a meditation and prayer corner where folks can engage in different sacred conversation starters or participate in a loving kindness meditation. And of course, the chapel is just beautiful and big, too, so there's space for people to come in and just sit and be present in that space, too.
Can you, I'll just ask you to wax poetic, if you will, for a moment, because you sort of teed this up at the top about that our spiritual lives are a big piece of this conversation, and that's obviously a focus of yours and what you think about. Can you just say more about that and how you think about that, both in your role and then how that plays out in the Gustavus community?
Yeah, well, we know from data and research that being a part of a faith community or a faith tradition is really good for our mental health. And even if that's just being around people that have a shared value system as you do, because that helps us feel like we belong, and belonging is a huge component of our mental health. I think, too, spiritual practices that we engage in help us create space to think about big questions in our worlds and create a sense of meaning and purpose. And when we feel grounded in that, that actually helps a lot with our own resiliency and kind of getting through things when they're really tough, too.
So these offerings that are happening during Nobel, you were very explicit. You reached out to folks from a variety of different faith traditions and backgrounds to create them. Can you say a little bit more about why that was so important? And then just how I think that there's a piece of that too for folks who are watching at home. How do you do that authentically?
Right. Well, Gustavus is a college that's rooted in the practice of Lutheran Christianity. And because we have that rootedness, that means we really are committed to helping people engage their spiritual lives. And Gustavus is religiously diverse. And we knew that folks coming to the Nobel conference would be bringing all sorts of traditions and practices with them. So it was really important that we created stations and practices where people could come and bring their full selves to the practices. So the stations themselves are kind of broadly spiritual, but make space for people to bring in their own perspective or their own tradition to that practice.
And that's actually a question I wanted to ask you about, because again, we've been talking about there's aspects of this work that people might hear about and they're like, oh, I want to get into that, but I don't want to do it wrong. And I don't want to, be culturally inappropriate, or I don't want to appropriate, or I don't want to, just be bad somehow, to use a very general term.
Yeah.
And so do you have thoughts or advice on that, of how you do sort of open yourself up, potentially be vulnerable and connected, potentially and hopefully in a way that, again, is authentic without getting into that place I think a lot of people worry about?
Yeah, well, cultural appropriation is a real thing, and that's not something that we want to be about. But I find when we're having interfaith engagement with people of different traditions or different backgrounds, there are some key guidelines that we should keep in mind when we're having those conversations. And one is just knowing that not one religion speaks for an entirety of religion, that there's great diversity within each of our traditions. And one that we can allow and make space for something called holy envy, while remaining in our own religious tradition and feeling proud of that. We can also admire different pieces of another person's tradition without taking them on as our own, right?
Holy envy.
Yeah.
I've never heard that term before.
Yeah.
That's a powerful combination of words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's very good advice.
So it's more about appreciating and finding pieces in another person's tradition that they might share with you, and not just taking them on as yourself, but being able to appreciate that in another person.
As we were kind of wrapping up on the time we have together here, can you just, again, say maybe a little bit more about work throughout the year that you're doing? Again, one of the things we're really trying to stress is this conference is super important. It is fabulous that we are taking these 2 days to really focus on this, and this work is ongoing and connected. So if folks come and visit Gustavus at a different time, want to connect throughout the year, what else might they see or connect with your office and with the spiritual chaplain's office here at Gustavus?
Yeah, so no day is the same in my work. I spend a lot of my time providing programming for students to engage their religious or spiritual selves in many different ways. So that could be through Christian worship services, to providing a meditation space in our Bonnier Multi-Faith Center, a space for Muslim prayer, or different conversations around what it means to belong someplace or find purpose and meaning in your life. Those are very deeply spiritual conversations. And I meet with students one-on-one. I'm here as a resource for them to talk about those big questions in life and help guide them through those. And I think, just in summary, I think one of the great things that Nobel does is the conference doesn't just expect us to come and learn about these heady topics and then do nothing about them, but we're meant to take them home and digest them and use them to make change in our world. And I think that's especially important with this topic of mental health. And I think spirituality and religion and spiritual practices help us do this work of integrating so that we can be our best selves and really create some positive change in the world.
I love that. Thank you so much for
Thank you.
spending this time and sharing a little bit about this. You've got a whole bunch of stuff that's happening throughout the building.
Yeah.
So you probably want to go see
I'm going to
how it's
go.
going.
I'm going to go be a part of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for spending this time with us. We're going to do another quick transition here. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This year, we are entirely focused on mental health inequity and young people. We are about halfway through day one. We are spending some time away while everyone who is here physically on campus is getting lunch and or visiting the spiritual practice spaces. We're spending some time on the live stream talking with folks here on campus who are doing work in this space. And I am very excited to have Professor Stockman here. Can you introduce yourself and say a little bit about what you're doing at Gustavus when not part of a big National Science and Ethics Conference?
Sure, yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Colleen Stockman. I am teaching in the art history and art department, so I also teach art administration, so I'm one of the key art historians here, and that includes a lot more than just slides.
Yeah.
So I'm teaching classes like critical issues in art, and that's sort of what we're here to talk about today, right?
That is, because there is a really cool connection between some work that you have been doing with students here at Gustavus and this year's Nobel Conference. Again, there's folks who may or may not know, one of the amazing things about the Nobel Conference, in my mind, is that, yes, it's a science conference, and considering Gustavus's background, it is also an ethics conference, and it is bringing in the humanities and the arts, and you have a big role in that this year. So can you talk a little bit about what people here on campus are getting to see as part of this year?
Sure, yeah, and just to add into that context, since we're giving context on the history of Nobel, I was involved last year, so I've just been here since 2020, so I'm getting to know what this conference is and how all of the different disciplines are integrated. So it's been really exciting to be a part of that and deepen that this year. So in the spring, I taught Critical Issues in Art, which is a class, it's an entry-level class designed to sort of acquaint people with the art world and what it's about and how it reflects and heals, perhaps, aspects of these enduring challenges we talk about a lot at Gustavus, or these critical issues, as I call them, worldwide, right? So it's not just about critical issues in art specifically, but things like how climate change affects collections when museums flood, for example, in Florida, as we're thinking about the hurricane down there, right? So what happens to cultural heritage when it's affected by a warming world? How we handle Native American artifacts and objects as we discover those in our collections. So this is what this class is kind of designed to engage, is current event topics that then students can understand how the art world is involved in things like mental health, and other sort of issues. So students come into the class maybe not quite knowing what to expect, and they develop a project that they work on throughout the course of the semester that's a grant proposal. So it's something that addresses a critical issue. And if they're coming in and they're really interested in sports, or they're very devoted to their faith or something, we find a way to connect what their deep interests are and what they are really concerned about in the world. We find a way to connect that with a sort of an artistic, aesthetic, or sort of social artistic project intervention to navigate those problems. So that's where this exhibition came from.
And so, yes, tell us about the exhibition.
Okay, yeah. So there were so many students in that spring class who wanted to engage around topics of mental health. So when I got all their proposals in, I'm looking through these, and we're refining them, and I was like, wow, a significant amount of these students are doing some various angle on mental health issues. So that is where I was like, we should really see if we can get involved with Nobel. And at the same time, they were looking to explore how we might create an immersive experience that helps people deal with anxiety, with worry, with stress in an artistic setting. So it was sort of a nice meshing of the student interests that emerged and the sort of Nobel interest in keeping the sort of steam, the steamery, the A and the steam alive in this conference.
I love that. There's a beautiful aspect, and again, one of the really special things about Nobel, it is the campus community is really helping make this thing happen.
Yeah.
And in this case, it's students
yeah.
very much. And so tell us just about, like, what do people, if they're walking through the exhibition, what are they seeing?
Yeah.
What is the focus?
Right, so they worked in groups to sort of develop their ideas about different ways to have an immersive or tactile experience. So you walk in and there's sort of dangling butterflies to sort of help you enter the space and find a new mindset as you're entering this visual space. There is 2 different elements of sort of meditative mark making, as they're calling it, or communal drawing projects. So there's a giant coloring book on the wall with 2 different scenes, one of the universe and one of a beautiful mountainous forested nature scene. So a way for folks to get involved with making and mark making without needing any experience, without the stress of feeling like they don't know how to do it. They can simply color. And so there's this communal aspect too. So there's the individual mode of relaxing while you dive into the coloring, and there's that communal aspect of all these other folks on campus are also adding to this collective artwork. So that's sort of the main space. And then there's the glass that looks out onto the chapel. So across the green onto the chapel is now being populated with everybody's drawings and doodles. So that's another place to just do some free expression, to doodle, right? Those are things that calm us down physiologically. So
can I just ask you, like, one of my things with doing these, I'm asking people to wax poetic. Feels appropriate here in this art space. But I consider myself an artist, like I'm a performer by training, and I really believe that there is a connection between our artistic lives and our well-being and our mental health. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about that, both, I'm sure, academically, but then just how you see it in students as they are exploring their sort of artistic life here at Gustavus.
Yeah. Well, I think there's something interesting to that because a lot of folks have stress when they think about the art world.
Yes.
Right? So we start there when we're doing an intro class like critical issues. It's like, what's your relationship with gallery spaces, with museum spaces? And there's a lot of exclusivity and there's a lot of nervousness and there's not the sort of overwhelming, excited calm that some of us who grew up in museums and feel comfortable in that context experience. So I think that's a really important point of connection of figuring out how to try to bridge some of those. So a big piece of this is getting students who haven't been over to the Schaefer Gallery over there and feeling comfortable because this is also their space. So having that sort of point of connection so that they can see like, oh, doodling does help, or building with these Legos. There's one station that's all about mapping sort of Lego colors that relate to the wheel of feelings to building a little sculpture, right? So reconnecting with those sort of childlike impulses to express, to draw, to experiment, without rules, without as much structure, right? So I think those are definitely elements that connect directly to our ability to quiet for a moment while our brains are processing everything we're going through. That's a big piece of this, in 2022, the inability to slow down in some cases. So it's a space designed to sort of slow down. There's a space on the second floor, too, where you can call in. So we have prose, poetry, music, and nature sounds that students all recorded, and that you can just pick up like an old school analog phone. It's wired. It's fully wired into the wall.
Are students fascinated by the wired phones?
A little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, that's part of
real.
it, right? So that's an art object in and of itself to reconnect with these kind of older ways. So there's some really interesting medium things happening there.
Quickly, as we're running out of time, if folks are watching on the live stream, which if they're watching this, they are, and they are interested in seeing this, how long will this be around, and or when can they, what else can they potentially see this fall at the gallery?
Right, so I'm so glad I brought this piece of paper. It is up through October 4th. So there's a public reception this evening, of course, if folks are coming up tonight. And there's also an exhibition in the Hillstrom Gallery, that maybe the Hillstrom Museum that you've already talked about. So yes, lots to see here.
Okay, thank you so much for taking this time. Thank you for telling us a bit about the exhibition that is connected this year with the Nobel Conference, which, again, people can come and see through October 4th, we said. So, yeah, if you're watching this and you're like, ooh, that sounds very cool, which it is, yeah, it's beautiful. It's fall here in St. Peter. You can drive on down and take a walk through the gallery, and it's a great weekend project. So thank you so much for spending this time, Professor. What we are going to do now, we are going to take a moment to watch a piece that some students and faculty put together. I'm not going to say a whole lot about it. I think that you should just watch and enjoy this. But don't go too far, because we will be back in just a little bit with a very special guest, one of the people who helped put this whole thing together. She will be very familiar, I think, to you all, and we'll be back right about 1 o'clock for that. So watch this, but then definitely make sure that you are back for the rest of our coverage and a very special interview we're going to do kind of at the top of the hour. So without adding a whole lot more time, I'll say I'm Tane Danger. You're watching the Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College, and take a look.
Do not touch the bison. Do not look the bison in the eyes. Do not try to feed the bison. I mean...
My name is John Grinnell. I'm an associate professor and the Francis Euler Chair in Biology at Gustavus Adolphus College. We are out in South Dakota now at the Samuel H. Ordway Prairie Reserve, which is run by the Nature Conservancy. And our work happens here because this is where the bison are. So what I do with Sam is I train him and others to work on the bison behavior and conservation project that has been going here for a number of years. And the last few days we've been bouncing around the truck in the prairie looking for and identifying the bulls and the cows to try to understand who is who so that we can keep track of what's happening within the herd to answer some of the questions that we have about it. It's always beneficial for the students and for me to get students away from class, away from campus. I love taking students out into the field because it's a way for them to see science and the research come to life and have reinforced some of the things that they might encounter in the classrooms. A lot of what I teach in animal behavior, my class, is reflected here as well in the behavior of the bison and the other animals that we see out here. So it's a great way to get some hands-on experience doing the work that can lead to discovery, doing the work that can inform students as to what they might like to do with their lives. A large part of vocational discernment is really figuring out what you do like and what you don't like. And if wildlife research appeals to students, this is a great stepping stone for that. So I love giving students that opportunity for that discernment and to get some experience to help them with the next step if this is something that they love. There are so many great challenges of our time. The one that this one ties into is really the challenge of conservation. We have 8 billion, almost 8 billion people on Earth now. Back when there were probably tens of millions of bison roaming this whole area, there was probably less than 1 billion humans on the planet. In the time since the numbers have flip-flopped, you're probably aware that, in the late 1800s, bison were driven almost extinct, probably down to just a few hundred individuals left. And all of the landscape that they took has basically been converted into agricultural and other uses here, which is not necessarily a bad thing because we kind of need that to support us as well. But it means that most bison now are animals without a home. So we need to know how bison can be bison in a limited space. So that's really what this project is about, is trying to figure out how to keep bison wild when we don't let them roam wherever they want to.
My name is Sam Hoynish. I am a junior at Gustavus Adolphus College, and I am a environmental studies and the life sciences major. And I'm someone that really likes to, go outside and see the world that's kind of untouched and uninfluenced by people. And I mean, I'd really like to, in the future work towards, keeping the world like a more beautiful place to admire. But I know that, just admiring it isn't quite enough. You actually have to, work towards making, the world a better place. There's a whole lot that you can actually, learn from, especially in a setting like this. Like, yeah, the main focal point of the research is to, go out to the bison and take notes on them, but it's just a little bit more than that. You get to actually, develop a little bit of a sense of compassion for some of these animals and, actually get a good idea of how, they behave around one another. And like I said, I'm going into life sciences, which is pretty broad, and something like this I'd say is a really good first step, make the world a little bit more of a better and more beautiful place.
In the heart of Ecuador lies a unique geographical region where ice-capped mountains straddle the equator, rising far above the freezing line of 5,000 meters. Below these mountains are cities, towns, communities, home to millions of people who rely on these glaciers for their water supply. As the world's climate changes, what happens to the glaciers in Ecuador? What happens to the water supply? What happens to the people? These are the questions Gustavus Adolphus College professor and geographer Jeff Lafreniere, undergraduate student researchers from Gustavus, and colleagues from North and South America seek to answer. Recently, Lafreniere and a team of researchers went to collect data at about 5,000 meters, or 16,000 feet, on the volcanic mountain of Cayambe. With support from the National Science Foundation, the team included collaborators from the University of Minnesota, Escuela Politécnica Nacional of Ecuador, Universidad Nacional de San Juan in Argentina, and Universidad Nacional de Cordoba, also in Argentina. As he often does, Lafreniere brought along an undergraduate researcher from Gustavus, this time Bree Joel. He also brought along two more Gustavus colleagues, art professor Betsy Byers and undergraduate student artist Emily Jewazinski. Because Lafreniere has been leading teams to Cayambe every 6 months since 2014, there are 7 years worth of data from the mountain. What that data shows is quite astonishing.
We've had as much as 7 to 10 meters of ice lost just in the last 6 years on one of the glaciers that we're working on. The amount of warming that we can expect to occur over the next 100 years if we do not change our global emissions pattern would raise the freezing line in Ecuador to about 5,800 meters. If that were to happen, it would be very difficult for glaciers to exist on any mountain in this country except for maybe Volcan Chimborazo, which is 6,300 meters, and only then at the very top. They have seen both a decrease in the amount of water available for irrigation and changing precipitation patterns, and certainly agriculture there has become less and less viable for many people. And a significant proportion of the population there who used to be small land-holding farmers has had to move out and move to the cities of the country, Quito, Guayaquil, or even immigrate out of the country, including to the United States, because they just can't make their livelihoods there with farming anymore.
¿Qué pasará? ¿Qué es lo que viviremos? Aunque no nosotros, pero nuestros hijos, nuestros futuros generaciones que vienen detrás de nosotros, que a lo mejor vamos a mente total, pero nosotros desde el campo le damos de comer a la ciudad. Entonces eso es tan importante que si no viera el campo, no viera los productores, pequeños productores en el campo, ¿qué comería en las ciudades, no?
To understand what is happening on Cayambe, Jeff and his team are using an integrated data model approach to research changes in water and the ecology. They are using drones to make 3D renderings that accurately depict changes in the glacial surface over time. With their Argentinian colleagues, they're using ground-penetrating radar to learn even more about the ice. They're analyzing the natural chemistry of the water to evaluate changes in its flow and composition. They're also installing new weather stations, repairing and collecting data from existing ones, and mapping and sampling plants. The scientists' data tells the story. To help make that story more accessible, the scientists have invited the artists. Art professor Betsy Byers and her undergraduate art collaborator Emily Jewazinski are along to gather their own source material for an interactive project that will illustrate the changing glacier in a new way and for new audiences.
The ultimate goal of the projects is to try to take their data and the complexity of their data and make it understandable to more people. We found that the closer experience that you can get somebody to trigger a memory or a bodily experience, the more impact that artwork will have on them. So that's really driving our work, is trying to get at that physical experience, that human experience of the natural world, and how we translate it through our senses. We were trying to gather information about sound, particularly sounds such as when the scientists were drilling in the ice, when we were walking in the snow, the experience of the rain on the snow versus the rocks. We were also looking for the way that your eyes saw light and how light was moving through ice. How do things smell?
I think coming into this, Betsy and I didn't exactly know what would come out of a pair of artists coming on a trip with a team of scientists, but being here and having conversations with them and seeing their field work, I feel like we have a much deeper understanding, and that's going to help us communicate what's going on
It's this mix of, physical geography, human geography, art, and science, and it's really neat to kind of have that collaboration and combination, because I think it really speaks to the interdisciplinary nature, that is an approach to every single issue. And so right now we're looking at this issue of a melting glacier, but how do we bring that to a larger society? How do we help people connect with that?
We're trying to tell a story about what we're finding here. And artists are fantastic storytellers. Usually when we're thinking about collecting data, we have this particular mindset of objective data collection and how do we make sure that we account for uncertainties and things like that. So seeing how they understand the environment that we're experiencing, how they understand or perceive the questions that we're trying to ask, really is a nice way for us to turn back around and know that we are trying to communicate something to a broader audience.
I think most of us do science not just to get particular results, but because we get excited about it, and there's an emotional, aesthetic aspect of just being, that stuff's cool, and that's what we want to be able to figure out ways to share why we get so excited and are willing to go spend a week up running around on the ice under miserable conditions. It's not just because this data is important, we get something more out of it. And trying to find ways to communicate that is where I think, and even reflecting on that, is where having the artists along has been really helpful.
For the undergraduate students who are along, this trip is a transformative learning experience. They have been working side by side with the others, taking hands-on roles with an interdisciplinary team of experts at the top of their fields, while at the top of the world.
I love being out on the glacier. I think that's extremely exciting. It's something that I've never had a chance to do before. This is my first kind of extended period of field work, and it's in an area that I've recently come to really appreciate and love. And so the geospatial aspect was something that I started exploring this past few semesters at Gustavus, and to be able to put that into practice and have a chance to do that in the field with all of these other components as well has been extremely exciting. Every day is an adventure, and that's definitely exciting for me.
When I think about the people of Cayambe, I'm thinking about how much they made me aware of the element, particularly of water, but just of sustenance, and thinking about how much work do we have to do in our daily lives to take care of our families and to take care of ourselves. As a mother, I drove by and observed many other mothers with their children on their back, hand digging in fields, working hard to sustain their community and their family and their children. And I'm thinking about that as I come back here and turn on my faucet in St. Peter, Minnesota, and hand my child a glass of water.
Climate change is something that's occurring maybe not in the blink of an eye, but when you've been coming back to the same spot, for 5 years, for 10 years, and are able to see that change that's occurring, it kind of hits home the point of like, this is a big deal, and it's, this may seem like a small piece of a larger puzzle, but it's definitely important work that's being done.
Ecuador is a really good example of a place where there are immediate and direct climate change impacts happening that people are feeling right now. And these people aren't the ones who have been responsible for emitting the greenhouse gases that have led us to the global climate change we're experiencing. They are on the front end of climate change impacts, yet they didn't get necessarily the quality of life benefits that other people in the Western world, including the United States, received while we were emitting carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. This is just one small example of many, many people who are starting to face the challenges of climate change and are not going to be able to solve these problems on their own.
Hoy en día, como que nos hace difícil sin la luz, pero mentira. Podemos pasar sin la luz, no importa, pero el agua es lo más importante. Sin luz, sin gas, se puede sobrevivir, pero sin el agua no se puede sobrevivir. Nosotros dando gracias a Dios.
So many of the different fields in science, most people aren't exposed to in their day-to-day life. The more you can get out there and communicate to the young people coming up that are the future of science, the better. You never know what's going to grab one individual, and so that's vital to inspire the next generation.
The Nobel Conference brings together students, faculty, and members of the general public to explore revolutionary, transformative, and pressing scientific questions and the ethical issues that arise alongside of them. We bring leading researchers to Gustavus, including nearly 100 Nobel laureates. We're trying to explore the ideas of science using all of the liberal arts, so the arts, the humanities, the social sciences, all of them working together.
There are a lot of people who are not scientists who like to share in the adventure of discovery and to be able to share that joy with people who also get it, that there's something really exciting and cool going on. It just makes it just an enormous amount of fun.
There's sort of a festive atmosphere, which makes it part of a broader experience.
There aren't that many forums for us to have the discourse at that level with that sort of range of expertise, yet still focused on one sort of overarching topic.
One of the wonderful things about the Nobel Conference is it does give people the opportunity to ask people questions in an informal way, and you never know what statement somebody makes or what interaction that happens will make a change in somebody's life.
It's always very, very encouraging to see other colleagues of yours who are at the top of their game, and it makes you want to lift your game.
As you can feel the audience, and you can really feel when you've helped people to know something that they never knew before. It's really a feeling of discovery that you share.
Hello and welcome back. My name is Tane Danger. This is the 58th annual Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This is the live stream of this year's conference. We are so glad that you are joining us. This year's Nobel is focused on young people and mental health inequality. We are very excited. We are about halfway through day one, and we have the best guests we could possibly have to.
When are they coming?
To join us at this point, which is the director of the Nobel Conference herself, Professor Lisa Helke. Thank you so much for being here.
You are welcome. I'm tickled to be here, and thank you, Tane, for being here.
I mean, you're very busy, I imagine. It's a very busy couple of days, but it's very good that you're here. Can we just very quickly talk a little bit about, I think every single person that we've had speak to us has been like, this is a really important topic, mental health, young people, and particularly the inequities that show up in that. And it is so timely and sort of the moment, and we're so excited. But it's not something that you all decided last week that you're going to do. This has been in the works for months. So can you how did this come together? How does actually a Nobel Conference theme generally happen?
So we try to make it a very open and inclusive and transparent process. So we invite anyone in the Gustavus community to submit a topic. And really, I think it's 5 or 6 years ago, somebody proposed doing a conference on autism spectrum disorders. And as that topic evolved, as it kind of came closer to the point where it was going to be offered, that person was joined with a co-chair of the conference who said, I want to open this up a little bit. And then as things happen, the original person stepped away from the work, and we had 2 new chairs who said, we really want to focus on mental health and young people's experiences more generally. So we started 2 years ago, and really by the time the pandemic hit, we had sort of put our speakers in place. We knew who was going to come. Now, what we didn't know was the degree to which the topics of identity, trauma, and social media and technology were going to be so front and center because the events of the murder of George Floyd and the pandemic really did sort of focus, crystallize, catalyze the particular attention. But as Daniel Eisenberg, one of our presenters, points out, there has been a steady increase in mental health disorders, and in particular for young people, since 2009, there's been a really steady increase. And people, peg that, it's correlation, not causation, but with the rise in smartphone technology.
Yeah. And just as long as we're doing sort of a behind the scenes, how does Nobel work?
Yeah.
So you come up with a topic, obviously it evolves, it grows, it focuses.
Yep.
And then how do you pull these other pieces together? How do you decide, like, these are the folks we want and these are some of the areas we want to cover?
Right. I always say to people, it's like you get committee credit for being in a graduate seminar where you don't have to either take or write the exam. Because we meet usually once every week or once every other week, a committee of the willing. It is open to anyone on campus who's interested in exploring a topic. So it's not, you have to have a PhD in psychology to be on this committee. So people meet and we start making a spreadsheet of possible lecturers, and then we do things like those of us who know nothing about a topic will watch their TED Talk and say, they were a really good explainer, or, I think we want to go in another direction. We sort of work from both ends in that the topic evolves as the speaker list evolves, and we really try to make them meet in the middle. So people will say, we really need someone who focuses on this aspect. We really need somebody who represents this kind of specialty. Obviously, one of the things that we look for is people who are really leading lights in their field. This year, you'll notice people are younger than maybe when you, and certainly when I was a student at Nobel, or a student at Gustavus and went to the conference. And this was intentional and not at all accidental. The folks that are doing the research on young people and mental health are younger scholars.
Right. This is a thing we've talked a lot about, is just, obviously anyone can study anything, and yet there is just like a lived experience difference, like in, even for me, I grew up really kind of like, I remember when we got the internet at home, right? And thinking now about a lot of the young people that we're talking about in this conference, that it's not just that they have the internet at their home, they have the internet connected to them at all times. And that is just a different world to live in than, literally 15 years ago.
Yep. I heard something the other day, like we're online, something like 8 or 10 hours a day. That's just stunning. And then I think, well, and what did you do yesterday? Right. Yeah. No, it's really true.
So that's actually a good note on we're seeing some younger presenters potentially this year.
Yes.
Obviously, we're in person again this year, which is very nice. Although, obviously, we're very happy all the people who are joining us on the live stream.
Yes, and we hope you're having a great experience.
But how else has the conference changed, evolved, either in the way it's put together, the types of things you're covering, and or the modalities that we're delivering it in?
Well, certainly the live stream took a leap forward thanks to the pandemic. I think we are more aware of the fact that we really value online viewers, and we know that will be probably an increasing share of our audience. We love knowing that you can watch these talks again at your convenience whenever. So that's we thought about things like camera angles and all those sorts of things, which might seem a little superfluous, but it turns out that when you're a viewer watching endless hours on screen, it's lovely to have different camera angles. We have this year there is a pretty large component over the noon hour of in-person, smaller format, interactive workshops and displays, and some healthcare providers offering information about their services. Because we found, it's one thing to sit in a hall and listen to somebody talk, but maybe you want an opportunity to sort of try out some ideas. Maybe there's a topic that's maybe not something that we want to devote time on the main stage to, but it's something that's interesting. So, we have a variety of those kinds of workshops this time.
So as a pitch sort of to, if people do come in person next year, there are things that are here that are good reasons to be here. Yes, very happy you're watching online.
Including being in the room and with other people experiencing big ideas.
Yeah.
It's just...
Can I feel like I'm going to get in trouble with this hypothesis, but it does feel to me like this topic of the Nobels that I remember from being a student and following since then, it's very like tangible, very like, this is like a lived experience thing right now, where, sometimes we're talking about how big is the universe, or like, how do the roots of plants like interact with each other? This is something that's like, how do we interact with each other? Was that somewhat different this year? Did that require thinking differently?
Yes, I think that it really does. And to be honest, there's been a little bit of pushback, like, where's the science here, right? And of course, the social sciences struggle with that a lot of times, right? Because studying human beings, it turns out, is complicated in very different ways from studying the soil, which is, of course, complex, we know, but different from human beings. And so there's been a little bit of trepidation on, from some members of the audience, for instance, saying, gosh, is this really a scientific topic? And of course, the psychological sciences are sciences. And as you point out, it really, I've said it endlessly, actually, there's never been a topic that is more about our student population, right? There are students who love astronomy, there are students who love oceanography, there are students who love plant science, but all of our students have the experience of being 18 or 19 or 20, all of them, whether or not they are struggling with mental health. Someone they know is. And so I've said over and over, this is for our students like nothing we've ever done. And this is also for us as faculty, as staff members, as people who mentor young people. We are here to learn, how is it that we can be productive? How can we help young people have positive mental health lives?
And this is like a piece, again, I've always really appreciated about the Nobel Conference, is that, yes, it is a science conference, and it is very explicitly and overtly a science and ethics conference.
Right.
And again, you are somebody in particular, I feel like, can speak to that intersection that, frankly, I worry sometimes people kind of forget that it's both of these things at the same time.
Right. Indeed. Oddly, one of the reasons that I wanted to be involved as the director, one of the reasons I applied, was precisely because I wanted to make that science and ethics link deeper. When I was a student, I bet it was true when you were a student, there would be 6 lectures by scientists and then an ethicist at the end, and usually that was the poorest attended talk. It was a theologian or a philosopher. I thought it was like written into the bylaws of the Nobel Conference. It's not. And my approach, my philosophical approach actually, is that science and ethics are always in conversation with each other. All scientific questions are also ethical questions. All ethical questions are probably empirical or scientific questions themselves. So every one of our speakers is told, it's your job to think about that interaction. We saw it happen already in the first discussion today in the exchange between Dr. Tynes and Dr. Loy, where they really asked, where they really engaged on the question of the ethical implications of different research methods. So, I mean, that was just like, for me, I feel like I can already go home because that was just so important. So thanks for asking that question, actually. Now, I will tell you, ironically, that this is my 6th conference, or is it my 7th? My 7th conference. And I blush to confess that we have yet to have a philosopher among the presenters at Nobel Conference. And I am very proud to say next year we have a philosopher. I mean, it's sort of like the philosopher finally gets this job and then she decides we'll never have another philosopher. What's that about?
Yeah.
So
I feel like there's probably
year.
A whole thing to unpack there. There's a lot of psychologists in the room
Self-doubt,
today.
guilt, don't want to push my own agenda.
I will say, to boost you back up, I feel like this should be the Nobel Conference bumper sticker, is all scientific questions are ethical questions. Yeah, you need lawn signs that say that.
That is actually, we've been working on what do we call that, a tagline. Maybe that's it.
Yeah. So we're talking about, so we've got a lot more conference to go, and I am going to ask you about next year's too to kind of tee that out. But one other piece I want to talk to you about, because again, Nobel happens every year. It's amazing and wonderful. There are ways for people to stay connected with this kind of conversation, these big scientific and ethical questions throughout the year, which is a podcast that you host. Yes. Can you tell us about, what is it called and what is it about?
It's called Science Wise, and that's the word science and the word wise, W-H-Y-S, all smushed together because it was so hard to pronounce that I thought that would be a good name. And you can find it in the usual places, Spotify and so on. And it is sort of long-form interviews with primarily presenters who have been at Nobel Conference or who will be at Nobel Conference. And I have sort of 3 things that I try to touch on with them. One of them is to ask them in a little bit more leisurely form about their research, to really say, how has it evolved? Where do they imagine it going? The second thing that we really hit is the matter of what do they see as the big ethical looming questions or challenges in their work, or sometimes I pose one to them and say, it seems to me that this is an ethical implication of your work. What do you think about that? And then the third thing, and this is really in the interest of our students, high school students and college students, is to say, how did you become you anyway? Because it turns out it can look seamless, but it never is. And so you hear these amazing stories, I failed my first chemistry class, or, I actually had a career doing something completely different, or I went through 3 different institutions before I finally finished my undergraduate degree, or I had a terrible advisor and they told me I could never do this work. So, it's just great for students to realize, oh,
yeah,
I can do this even though it might not be smooth, and there are people out there who have done it, so I surely can.
Yeah. This is whenever I'm talking to young people, to students, I very much have really try and emphasize, it's like, I feel like you may have this notion that everyone who gets to a certain age has it all figured out, and it's like easy peasy, and it's like, it's absolutely not true.
Exactly.
Hardly anybody, if anybody has, I haven't met very many people who've got it all figured out.
No,
so we are all very much in that same boat. So we've got the rest of today and tomorrow. Do you have things in particular? I'm sure you're looking forward to everything,
yes,
but that
yes,
you are
yes,
really excited
yes,
about, you want to really
yes.
tee people up to pay attention to.
Well, I will observe that in addition to this always being a science and ethics conference, we really focus on exploring it through all of the liberal arts, and that includes, of course, the fine arts. Of course, we have prelude music that starts each session, but also tonight, and it will be live streamed, a wonderful concert, which will be a mixture of spoken word, dance, and choral works, all done by Gustavus students and all exploring different aspects of mental health, many of them created by our students. So I'm really excited by that. I mean, I'm an old music major, and I fully believe in exploring these ideas in all the media.
And this is like what is so special about Nobel, is that it is this,
right.
All these things come together in a way that just really doesn't happen hardly anywhere else.
No, it really, it's an odd thing to explain to anyone, and once they come, they say, oh, I get it.
We are almost out of time, but just very quickly, can you say, again, what next year's topic is so that we get a big annual teaser?
Insects, little body, big impact.
Love it.
Yeah, we're really excited about it.
Yeah, no, this is going to be very cool.
It's going to be really cool.
Big shift, but totally different kind of world to jump into.
And then just to really cue it up, sleep the next year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, this is great. You have a lot to do. You've got an entire conference to run the rest of today and tomorrow. I'm hoping that we will get to see you tomorrow at the end and get kind of your reflections after 2 days, assuming you're still standing.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tane.
Lisa Helke, the director of the Nobel Conference. So grateful that you spent this time with us.
Happy to do it.
Thank you.
Thanks for great questions.
We are going to change gears. We have a couple of students who are going to be joining us, so we're going to swap places. I will say into the camera as they're changing places, you are watching the Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This year's conference is focused on mental health and equity and young people. We are taking a little time between sessions to talk with students and faculty. We just heard from Lisa Helke, the director of this year's Nobel Conference, about what it takes to put this whole thing together. And I think most importantly, and perhaps most interestingly, how this work shows up here at Gustavus, how students are connecting to it in both their classwork and then their just everyday lives. And to help me do that, I have got 2 more fabulous guests, and I'm gonna just ask you, if you don't mind, to introduce yourselves.
Sure, yeah. My name is Emma Anderson. I'm a senior. I'm a super host. I'm one of the super hosts.
Super host?
For the conference.
Not just regular host.
No.
No. And I'm going to dig into what that means in a second, but...
I'm Delaney. I'm also a senior, and I'm another super host.
So now we've got to get into it. What is a super host?
Our main responsibility so far has been running the Q&A. So the audience can submit questions in physical copy of the questions, write it on a card for us. We collect those. Otherwise, some questions come in through email as well, nobelconference@gustavus.edu. That's where you can email questions to us, and we go through them, and then yeah, they end up in the Q&A and the panel sessions, I mean.
And can we just, so yes, people are submitting questions for our speakers. You all are helping bring those forward for folks. Can you just say a little bit about what's it like being involved in this big conversation? You've got these folks coming here from all over the world talking about this, sometimes very heavy, very important stuff. What's the experience been like for each of you?
It's been a little chaotic, as like
That's
any
fair.
like giant conference would be, especially because we're not host to a specific speaker, and so we're just kind of here. So we don't have like a set like, oh, we need to pick so and so up from the airport, and then we have to get them here at this time in the morning. And so we're kind of fluid, and so it almost feels like more chaotic. But it's been really impactful to be able to see how conferences like this come together, and just kind of see how like everyone works together and get to meet all of the speakers has been really interesting. I was a normal student host last year, and that was virtual, and so that was different but still fun. And so just having it in person already is like a completely different experience, and it's just like that like creativity and chaos type thing.
Yeah, and to add to that, because we are these like kind of fluid entities wandering around, we've gotten to just kind of have the general knowledge about what's going on, which is a cool and kind of a growth opportunity, I think, for both of us, to just kind of take charge. But also, I've gotten to meet a lot of cool people in the setup. Like I've had some personal conversations with the kitchen staff who are feeding us 3 times a day.
Very valuable friends to make.
Yeah, the sound crew, the setup crew. So that's been really impactful to see kind of who makes the conference go around, besides the lovely speakers. So.
And yes, and that is I really appreciate you bringing that up, because it's like a very valuable note for everybody who's watching at home right now, and everybody at the conference this is a big endeavor. We're getting to talk to a few folks who are helping, but there's so many people behind the scenes that unfortunately you'll never see, and who do so much work to make this happen, from dining services to facilities people to the amazing crew that is bringing this live stream to you from beginning to end. So a quick note to say thank you to all of those folks for making this whole thing happen. So we've been talking about these, again, kind of heady but really meaningful, big impact issues. How have you been thinking about these topics of mental health, and particularly the inequities in mental health, in your sort of lives as students in the campus community here?
Sure. You can start.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we both are seniors now, so we came to Gustavus when everything was normal, no COVID to be found, and then we went home in February of 2020. So we experienced that first Nobel conference, and we also experienced what the campus is like when everything is vibrant. So we got an interesting experience living sophomore and junior year during kind of a, I don't want to say, well, yeah, just like a dampened Gustavus culture.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, so I think I have personally watched a lot of my friends and myself kind of have to work through that, and that's a mental endeavor for sure. So this conference is timely, I think, coming back to a more vibrant school culture and just global culture, not post-pandemic, but when the pandemic has lessened, has been really wild. It's been really fun.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Emma has said. She put it very well together. I think especially personally, I've always struggled with mental health issues, and also inequities in access to mental health resources and everything like that. So being able to know that there's a community of scholars that are working to address that is really important. And also just it's the Nobel conference, as it does every year, professors try to find a way to tie it into their classes. So in my political science classes, we're trying to tie it in for politics of developing nations. We're trying to tie it in with how mental health can be seen in developing nations and how that can hinder development, or what's the word? Fast forward it. Yeah. Progress it. That's the word.
I like fast forward it. Yeah. Progress, fast forward it.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate both of you coming and spending this time with us, and for being super hosts of the Nobel Conference. Folks who are watching at home, please submit questions. Keep them busy so that we've got things to bring to our presenters. And people can do that online on the website.
Yep, you can just use your normal email to email nobelconference@gustavus.edu, and those emails will go directly to us.
Yeah, so
That's
if you're
what you do.
watching at home, which you obviously are, you will see things throughout the day. It might spark a question. Please send those in. We want those questions for our presenters because that's a part of this whole experience. So thank you both so much for being here. Good luck with the rest of the next 2 days or the day and a half of chaos and fun, hopefully. And we are going to transition and bring a couple other guests up on stage. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Tane.
I will say hello one more time to the folks who are maybe just tuning in. This is the live stream of the 2022 Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This year's conference is focused entirely on mental health inequities in young people. We are actually getting very close to going back to the presentations happening at Lund Arena with our presenters from around the world. But before we do that, we are checking in with folks working here at Gustavus on some of these actual issues, mental health, young people, inequities. And I've got a whole panel of people. Very exciting.
Here
Hello.
we are. We're very excited also.
Oh, I'm so excited to have you. Again, not because I'm lazy, just because it's nice. Would you all introduce yourselves and say a little bit about your connection to the Nobel Conference this year?
Sure. Do you want to start?
Sure. My name is Michaela Woodward, and I am a student host for Dr. Merrill Alper.
Yeah, my name is Abby Ludwig. I'm a student host for Merrill as well. And my connection to the conference is that I've been in a committee for mental health for peer assistance on campus, and I've always been passionate about the subject and wanted to be more involved.
I'm Sarah Walter. I teach in communication studies at Gustavus, and I'm the faculty host for Dr. Alper. And she is also in communication studies, so I would imagine that's our connection. But I've done some research on, thinking about especially adolescent girls and media, and I'm a critical media scholar by trade, and so I'm really interested in especially the role of media that plays in all of this mental health. Yeah.
So this is actually really, you're one of the only panels I get where we're going to kind of preview the next talk that's just about to come up. Usually I have folks reacting. And so with that in mind, you've had a chance to meet Dr. Alper and talk a little bit with them. What are you excited to hear or sort of interested in what you think that we're going to hear from the presentation in the next hour?
We were talking about this a little bit, but I think we were talking about how excited we are to learn about the idea of intersectionality and how Dr. Alper is going to talk about the various aspects of identity and bring those together in her research. And I don't know if you want to go into that more.
Yeah, with the idea of intersectionality in mind, Dr. Alper also studies a lot with accessibility to technology for these various groups and how that may be affected by the other identities they identify with.
Yeah. I'm going to ask, hopefully this isn't a terribly unfair question, because it's like, I'm going to say, can we just unpack intersectionality a bit, which I realize there's literally entire courses that try and do that. But just for folks who are tuning in who are like, what am I about to hear? Can we just say a little bit about how we're using that term?
Sure. Yeah, and I can step in unless you did a great job previewing, but kind of thinking about this idea that identities don't exist in isolation, and so something that Kimberly Crenshaw first came up with, and she looked at legal cases where women had to or African American women had to choose if they were going to advance a sex-based discrimination case or a race-based discrimination case, and they said you can't separate those two in really important ways. And so since then, we really started thinking about this, and Dr. Alper's work specifically kind of talks about we can't group young people all into one particular way of thinking, I guess. And so those different aspects of identity affect the way that we all interact with technology, and especially young people, and how access to technology and things like disability. She's going to talk about young people on the autism spectrum and how that might be different just based on different aspects of identity coalescing in important ways. So when we think about that, we can't just say, I am a woman, and so I'm going to experience this in this way. All the other aspects of my identity and any of our identity affect the way that we experience the world in really important ways.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of today is about, as you were kind of teeing up, and we're going to hear this next talk is on those questions of identity, intersectionality, and the intersection of that and technology. That's a lot of the theme today is around technology. I might ask each of you, thinking about that, again, we've reflected on there's a bit of a generation gap here. You all have lived in a world where this is just the norm, this sort of being connected and plugged in all the time. So talk to me about things that you've heard today, or particularly on the technology piece. Is it this absolutely resonates, or there's a piece of this that really is sticking with you as you're hearing the folks talk today?
I think what really resonates with me is the impacts of technology, both positive and negative, and how that can affect young people specifically, because the young people, their brains aren't fully developed, and things may affect them more than other generations, especially growing up in the technology age, and that's all we know. So it's a really important topic for us to cover, especially relating to mental health, because we're seeing a lot of the consequences, mostly negative, considering the numbers even before COVID, the suicide rates rising and the mental health issues rising, anxiety, depression, et cetera. And that's a serious issue. And so it makes me really happy that we're having this conference to talk about it more.
Yeah, the current scape of the world is digital, so kids are being engaged into the world, being engaged into many of these topics through technology to start with. And lots of older educators don't necessarily know how to bridge that gap. So it's up to young people to navigate that for themselves, which I do think contributes to a lot of the mental health struggles.
Yeah. Yes, and I mean, not to just stand up for older educators, which I consider myself, but it's really hard to keep up. It changes constantly.
Yes.
And I would ask you that, I got to imagine that this field that you live in has changed dramatically in
so much,
the time that you're doing it. And so how do you kind of grapple with that?
Sure, it's a great question. I mean, we kind of come back to the basics, right? So regardless of what the technology is, kind of looking at the intersections between what content are we seeing, how does that intersect with a particular platform, right? So how my algorithms are kind of a advertising-driven business model affect the way that we're seeing particular content, and then how that intersects, with our larger media system in general, and mostly, private companies owning a lot of what we see, and they're, again, not necessarily interested in our information gathering. They're interested more, oftentimes, in the economic side of things, but then also in this large political system where we are a democracy and we need to rely on these places to get information to make really important decisions. So I think regardless if it's TikTok or if it's whatever, I was thinking back and I'm like, I was also a student here and graduated in 2002, and I'm like, I'll tell my students, and in 1998, we never even used email. It would be weird for your professor to send you an email about something, right? And so I'm like, it really hasn't, I mean, I'm a little bit old, right? But it hasn't changed, it's changed so much, I guess, in 20 years, right? And so, but I think keeping those core concepts in mind, so it's if we're looking at Hotmail or if we're looking at TikTok, we're still thinking about those same types of things, and all those kind of intersections, and then what's the effect on us. And we're really this generation is the first kind of grand experiment in seeing how all these things play out, and so we're kind of seeing a lot of that come through now.
I will date myself alongside you, which is when I was a Gustavus student, I remember Facebook coming to campus.
Oh, for sure.
It being Gustavus is getting a thing called Facebook.
Your school had to be you had to be chosen.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
one last thing, since we're kind of in this communication studies realm a little bit, which is my major here at Gustavus. One piece, I have wondered about, and we only unfortunately have about 90 seconds, but there does seem to be some tension around some of this with trying to create safe, healthy spaces, and some of the open expression, First Amendment kind of things that people also put a strong value on, and like needing that to be part of the conversation as well. I'm wondering if that's kind of come up for you, or you're thinking about it too.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's very important to, I'm also a communication studies major, so I've been in Sarah Walters' class as well, but I think we talk a lot about the benefits of communicating online and how easy it can be to communicate with people from long distances, and the quickness of the conversations, but also it's important to be intentional about those conversations, and because they can be taken the wrong way, and that can go south very quickly.
Yes.
No, go ahead. And I think you're right. Like, a lot of these things exist in tension, and kind of thinking about how do we talk about, especially young people, or kind of try to give young people the skills to sift through all these things, right? So if we can't necessarily control the content, or if it's within the realm of the, thinking about legally, I guess they can express it, how can we teach young people, I think, to kind of break those things down based on their values and based on choices they have. And again, knowing what they're going to get. If you watch something extreme on YouTube, you're probably going to get more extreme content, just based on their model. And so thinking about how can they be critical about that, and how can they really think about that in important ways, I think is one thing that we kind of think about in terms of mitigating some of those tensions. That's a great question. Good job. Nice job.
Communication studies.
Liberal arts for life.
Liberal
I feel
arts.
like there it is, right there.
Okay,
Fantastic.
with that, I will say thank you all very much for joining us. I'm going to pivot quickly because the conference is starting back up, and we are very excited. We are actually going to go back to the Lund Arena, where we have the Gustavus Wind Symphony with a brand new piece that is being debuted right now. So I'm going to throw back to Conference Director Lisa Helke, already in
and this
progress.
is one of the first performances of the piece. So thank you, Dr. Miller.
I am not alone.
Hello and welcome back to the afternoon session. And thanks again to, I neglected to say that this morning, but thanks to both of our wind ensembles for their wonderful music. Again, so great to have it live in person, isn't it? And while I'm saying thank you, thanks to students at Gustavus who are working in every corner of this conference, from providing directions, staffing the learning lab, parking cars, serving food, making social media, doing all of those things. And then a special thanks to our student hosts who have spent really the last year learning about our presenters and preparing the campus for their particular arrival. So thanks to all of you. Those are really great opportunities and also a lot of work, so thanks for all of that. A reminder, you can email your questions at any time to nobelconference@gustavus.edu. And by the way, for those of you online, I noticed there's an old email floating around, Nobel questions at Gustavus. If you can email to nobelconference@Gustavus, we'd appreciate that. I wanted to mention, and I hope they are in the house, there's a special person who's perhaps they're coming to Nobel Conference as a teacher for the last time. Vic Aikman has been coming to the Nobel Conference from Stevens Point, Wisconsin, high school there, for many years. We're not going to say how many, but he is retiring after this year, and he has been a loyal attendee of this conference, bringing over a group of students for many, many years, and we're going to miss him bringing that group of students. So congratulations, Vic, on your upcoming retirement, and thank you for all that work. Vic, are you in here? I'm not seeing him, but we'll say it again perhaps. So at this point, it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Professor Sarah Walter in the Department of Communication Studies. Professor Walter will introduce our next speaker.
I am honored to introduce Dr. Meryl Elper, an Associate Professor of Communication Studies at Northeastern University, where she is a faculty scholar with the Institute for Health Equity and Social Justice Research. Dr. Elper has quickly established herself as a distinguished scholar in the fields of communication studies, sociology, and disability studies by publishing 27 journal articles and 3 books since earning her doctorate from the University of Southern California in 2015. Dr. Elper earned a Prose Award honorable mention from the Association of American Publishers and the Outstanding Publication in the Sociology of Disability Award from the American Sociological Association for her 2017 book, Giving Voice, Mobile Communication, Disability, and Inequality. Dr. Elper's work focuses on intersectionality as it affects technology use among young people with disabilities, disability in digital media, children and families' technology use, and mobile communication. She is an expert on research methods such as critical media access studies and inclusive sensory ethnography, and regularly consults with medical and industry professionals about creating inclusive media for neurodiverse children. Dr. Elper is currently working on another book titled Kids Across the Spectrums: Growing Up Autistic in the Digital Age, where she analyzes media and technology use among young people on the autism spectrum and what it means to be social in a world that is increasingly mediated. She translates her work to public forums like the New York Times and EdTech magazine, and has served as a researcher, strategist, and consultant with industry groups like Sesame Workshop, PBS Kids, Nickelodeon, Disney, and Microsoft Research. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Meryl Elper.
Thank you, Sarah, for that very warm welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Faculty, staff, community members, thank you for the opportunity to be in conversation with you today. Thank you also to the Nobel Conference organizers, especially Lisa Helke, for the tremendous energy that you've brought to this endeavor. My name is Dr. Meryl Alper, and I'm delighted to further contribute to our thoughtful and thought-provoking discussions by talking with you about supporting mental health among autistic youth in the digital age. I'd also like to include a note at the start that this talk includes discussion of gun violence, abuse, and attempted suicide. With more possibilities than ever for media and technology use anytime and anywhere, young people's online and offline worlds are shaping one another in complex ways. That's both for the better, like family members being able to readily stay in touch from a distance, and for worse, as with teenagers' easy access to hateful rhetoric and extreme imagery on the internet. In my academic research and professional work in the children's media industry, I focused on understanding how one group of young people, those with disabilities, can derive the most benefits from media and technology, though I should state early on that I myself do not currently identify as disabled. One population who acutely experiences this duality of risks and opportunities are children, adolescents, and teenagers on the autism spectrum. Note that I am using the terms autistic and on the spectrum because survey research indicates that this language is largely preferred by autism community members, while the medical community primarily uses language like person with autism spectrum disorder or ASD. For those of you unfamiliar with autism or who are not autistic yourselves, autism is, in the broadest possible terms, a cognitive, biological, and behavioral phenomenon that influences how people move, think, and perceive the world around them. Some people on the spectrum are very talkative, while others may be unable to reliably communicate through oral speech. Some are intellectually gifted, while others have significant cognitive challenges. Some autistic individuals are highly sociable, while others prefer greater solitude. People are born autistic and remain so throughout their lives, but there is far more research on children than adults. Among young people, the Centers for Disease Control estimates that 1 in 44 8-year-olds in the US had an autism diagnosis in 2018, up from an estimated 1 in 166 in 2005, an uptick that researchers largely attribute to increased pediatric screenings over the past 20 years. Through new media, today's autistic youth can discover unique opportunities for socializing, communicating, regulating their often dysregulated senses, and expressing themselves. For example, autistic adolescent boys report that video gaming with others helps them to feel part of a group. Teens on the spectrum, though, also encounter specific threats that are born of the internet and ubiquitous mobile devices. For instance, they often experience bullying due to their peers' lack of acceptance of their differences. These personal violations are complicated by the fact that privacy and safety features on social media can be difficult for them to understand and modify. These challenges may be additionally compounded by heightened risks of co-occurring mental health conditions among autistic people, including social anxiety, depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD, and eating disorders. Problematic symptoms can increase over the course of adolescence and have only been intensified for many young people by the disruption to routine and stress wrought by the COVID-19 pandemic. My talk today focuses on the prospects of digital and mass media for both positively and negatively impacting the mental well-being of autistic youth, with a particular emphasis on their identity, emotional, and social development. I'll draw on research from my aforementioned forthcoming book titled Kids Across the Spectrums, Growing Up Autistic in the Digital Age, which comes out next fall with MIT Press. The book is the first ever in-depth ethnographic study of what autistic children and adolescents are doing with media and technology in their daily lives. The main point of my talk today is this. Supporting mental health among young people on the autism spectrum in the digital age requires looking beyond just the medical model of disability, which contends that the challenges of impairment primarily concern the mind and body of the individual disabled person, and instead towards a greater understanding of how additional structural forces and social factors shaped by class, gender, sexuality, racial and ethnic background, and more intersect with the different forms of emotional security and insecurity that diverse autistic youth feel. I'm going to share stories of 3 young people from my fieldwork who together illustrate how autistic youth mental health is incredibly multifaceted. And I'll conclude by offering some takeaways and reflections that I hope offer some general learnings as well. But first, I'd like to provide some more background on different philosophical approaches to disability, as well as to address and debunk several harmful myths and stereotypes concerning autistic youth, media technologies, and mental health. Scholars in the academic field of disability studies talk about how discourses around disability are shaped by different philosophical frameworks or models. One of these models, as I mentioned earlier, is the medical model, which locates disability within the disabled individual's mind and body. An alternative is the social model, which contends that the world is more disabling than a given person's actual impairments. When it comes to autism and reconciling these models, neurodiversity is a philosophy that in part reflects both. That is, autism is more of a difference than inherently a deficit, and yet it is important to acknowledge and treat the very real physical and mental health issues that autistic people face on a daily basis. Looking through the lens of neurodiversity also allows us to see various myths and stereotypes about autism, technology, and mental health in a more nuanced way. The first of these is the myth that screen media causes autism in young children. These claims are not backed up with causal evidence, especially since autism is a condition that, again, people are born with. But they do tap into cultural anxieties about new media, like smartphones, quote unquote, rewiring our brains, and make parents, especially mothers, feel guilty about giving their children screen time. Another harmful stereotype is that autistic people are robotic and emotionless. This stereotype is partly rooted in the work of influential, though later disgraced, child psychologist Bruno Bettelheim, and his 1959 publication of the article Joey, a Mechanical Boy, in the magazine Scientific American, in which he compares his autistic patient Joey, whose self-portrait appears here, to a, quote, machine, because he did not dare be human, unquote. This dehumanization and characterization of the autistic child as a machine leads to robots and other technologies being positioned as the ultimate therapeutic solution for teaching neurotypical or non-autistic emotionality to children on the spectrum. Meanwhile, highly effective but non-technological therapeutic aids like service dogs do not receive widespread insurance or research funding. Gun control efforts in the US are consistently derailed by those who ignore calls to ban assault weapons and instead promote spurious linkages between loners who commit mass atrocities, undiagnosed autism, and violent video game play, or the myth of the autistic shooter, as noted in this New York Times headline. The reality is that autistic people are actually far more likely to be the recipient of intentional physical aggression than the aggressors. These various one-dimensional tropes do little to materially address the mental health needs of young people on the autism spectrum. Moreover, they also serve to reify a very narrow conception of the prototypical autistic child as a white boy, such as the one pictured here in the poster for the Netflix show Atypical. This is problematic on several levels. For one, autistic girls and children of color have historically been undercounted when it comes to autism diagnoses. Second, low-income Black and Latino autistic children encounter significant health disparities that impact their overall well-being. And thirdly, a great deal of published autism research fails to even report the race or ethnicity of research participants, rendering non-white autistic kids doubly invisible. For my book, I wanted to understand how these myths collectively got autism, youth, and technology so wrong, and what was gained by taking a more inclusive look. I interviewed and observed over 60 autistic young people and their families, children who were ages 3 to 13 living in Boston and Los Angeles from 2013 through the start of the pandemic in 2020. They were speaking and non-speaking. Some were autistic siblings, as in the left-hand photo, and many were the children of immigrants. I focused on their media consumption, creation, and circulation, such as the girl using Spotify in the right-hand photo. I also talked with their caregivers about how technology fit into their family's overall habits, values, beliefs, and routines, as ethnographers have done with families of non-disabled children for years. I'd like to offer you 3 snapshots of what the mental health needs of autistic youth can look like beyond a purely medical lens, the role of technology in their well-being, and how these needs and media usage intersect with different social and structural issues. I'll note that all names are pseudonyms for privacy's sake, and all faces and personally identifying information have been blurred or covered up in photos, as on the right. First, talking with 6-year-old Casey, pictured here, and her single mom, Jennifer, who were white and low income, reinforced the role that identity, and having one's whole self validated by others and through media, plays in autistic youth mental health. Identity development can be particularly challenging for autistic young people for several reasons. Adolescents on the spectrum report being unsure, for example, if autism is a disability. Parents may disclose a diagnosis early on to their child, and others hold off on telling them until later. Some autistic children's comprehension of autism may be basic, while others are very self-aware. Social identity theory, proposed by psychologist Henri Tafel, posits that humans have a propensity to define themselves based on group membership, and that the positive feelings that one derives from such affiliation results in a greater sense of well-being and self-esteem. Research shows that the more positive attributes an autistic adult associates with autism, such as having unique problem-solving skills, the more likely they are to identify with other autistic people. And having positive collective identity can buffer some, though not all, of the negative psychological impacts of ableism, or the systemic discrimination of disabled people. Though developing a positive sense of identity is important for the mental health of youth on the spectrum, autism is only one component of autistic young people's identity. In addition to being on the spectrum, Casey here is transgender. Jennifer thought that being male presenting at the time of Casey's diagnosis made it easier for her to access needed services, given the aforementioned gender biases in diagnosis rates. Jennifer herself identified outside normative characterizations of gender, sexuality, and disability. Specifically, she said as, quote, genderqueer around to femme and autistic but undiagnosed. The underlying reasons why are unclear, but a growing body of research suggests that autistic people may be more likely than the general population to identify as LGBTQ. I sat with Casey and Jennifer as they rewatched one of their favorite pieces of media, Free to Be You and Me, the 1974 televised special starring actress Marlo Thomas and promoting gender equality. Perhaps some of you remember it fondly. It had been not so legally downloaded by Jennifer onto an iPad, seen here. Both mother and daughter had a strong affinity for Free to Be. Jennifer shared, quote, I had that on ever since Casey was little, and I never turned it off because I loved it so much. Considering the educational element, I asked Casey if she had learned anything from watching it. She replied, quote, that we're all free to be ourselves, you and me, free to be, echoing the title song's lyrics. Media can play a role in developing positive collective identity, but youth on the spectrum have limited opportunities to see autistic people accurately represented in mainstream media, especially characters that aren't white cisgender boys. Despite these constraints, kids like Casey find ways to learn more about themselves through a media universe that includes online platforms, books, and movies, as well as media characters that are not explicitly autistic, and media themes about inclusion more broadly. This exploration is significantly shaped by having friends, teachers, and parents like Jennifer who facilitate and enable such play and curiosity. Next, despite the best efforts of caregivers like Jennifer, sometimes the structural inequalities at play in shaping autistic children's mental health are nearly impossible to overcome. The struggles of 8-year-old Amaya, who is Afro-Latina, pictured here, and how those struggles manifested in her media use underscore the many failures of educational and health institutions to support autistic young people's emotional thriving. Kimberly, also a single mom, described her daughter Amaya as, quote, an extremely sensitive child, one who fiercely protected other kids in class that she saw crying or thought might be hurt. Amaya's emotional intensity was bound up with her dual diagnoses of autism and OCD. She sometimes experienced intense anxiety, which was compounded by the environmental stress of living in a Boston neighborhood with a high incidence of gun violence. Her anxiety had been heightened the year prior by a teacher who assaulted her, leading Kimberly to transfer Amaya to another school. On top of all this, Kimberly had been fighting for the past 3 months with the state health insurance provider to cover additional OCD therapy for her daughter. Said Kimberly, quote, I will not accept it. She needs professionals that can help her. Since the incident at school, Kimberly had seen Amaya's ongoing mental health issues manifest in a drastic change in her daily habits, including her media use. Amaya had lost interest in recreational activities like playing in the park and going swimming. Kimberly explained that, quote, she doesn't want to play with toys, doesn't want to read books. Instead, Amaya was self-isolating and soothing herself within the security of her living room and through the predictability of screen media. She had also lately been repeatedly watching YouTube videos of people hurting each other. The success of these coping mechanisms was unclear. Kimberly tried to shape whatever lessons her daughter was possibly learning from the YouTube videos by talking to Amaya about the content. She said, quote, I have to sit there and explain to her, there's a lot of bad people in this world and a lot of good people. Amaya's deep sensitivity provides a radical counterpoint to the cultural stereotype that people on the autism spectrum lack empathy, act robotically, and are unable to understand and display emotion. Her story also highlights how mental health is influenced in both direct and indirect ways by technology. For Amaya, this included how easy it was for her to replay violent YouTube videos on her iPad and a recommendation algorithm that served her such content and monetized her views. Sociological factors also matter, like her health insurer's denial of therapy coverage and the systemic violence that Black girls and autistic people of color are all too often subjected to in the US. In addition to identity development and emotional development, the final story of Sailor, a 13-year-old white girl living in an upper-middle-class Boston suburb, illustrates how smartphones and social media apps add complicated new layers to autistic youth's friendships and social well-being. By their own account, what teens on the spectrum are doing interpersonally with media is not completely unlike neurotypical kids. When I asked Sailor if she thought being autistic made her experience with social media different from her peers, she replied, quote, I don't think the spectrum is affecting anything, to be honest. I don't know, all my friends are basically doing the same thing, and I'm just doing the same thing, end quote. Empirically, what Sailor shared bears somewhat true. How adolescents on the spectrum engage with technology for social purposes parallels and diverges from media use and peer engagement among non-autistic kids in multiple ways. Autistic boys report, for example, that video gaming is the media activity that they too engage in most frequently with friends, and that this play largely strengthens their friendships. Like non-autistic girls, girls on the autism spectrum similarly acknowledge that while online friends are easier to make, such friendships have risks and limitations, and in-person socializing can lead to more authentic connections. However, there are significant differences. For example, autistic adolescents reportedly use social media more for entertainment than friendship building. They are also at increased risk for cyberbullying and bullying compared to neurotypical youth. This victimization and its emotional burdens further compound their difficulties with mental health and in establishing friendships. Girls on the spectrum additionally report anxiety over social disapproval, which spills over into their offline lives and online lives. In Saylor's case, her mother Maggie relayed to me that back in 6th grade, Saylor had difficulty distinguishing between, quote, somebody who would accept her or somebody who would pretend to be her friend but was not really looking out for her, end quote. Saylor talked about how her relationship with one group of girls was confusing in terms of how they treated her in person and on social media. Said Saylor, quote, on my old Instagram, these girls who bullied me, they called me fat and stuff. But the day before, they said that we were like friends because they said I could try on some of their clothes at their house because they said my clothes were awful and because we're about the same size. These girls later told Saylor that she should post on Snapchat about wanting to take her own life, which Saylor then posted out of peer pressure. Another mother saw the message on her child's Snapchat and contacted Maggie, who, quote, went into crisis mode. The incident led to Saylor attending counseling steadily to talk about her issues and her relationships with her peers. By age 13, Saylor could reflect on her experiences with bullying and talk about them as part of her past. Like other young teens, she was aware of the overt dangers of having an online presence and had used social media to curate her self-presentation. The year I got bullied, she said, I always got picked on for having really bad Instagram photos. I was like 9 and I didn't know. I just wanted to be cool and stuff. She subsequently changed some of her privacy settings, creating more intimate audiences through private Snapchat stories. Saylor explained that she did not post awkward photos on her non-private Snapchat story anymore, quote, because if everybody just sees a weird picture of me, then everyone's gonna screenshot it, which actually did happen when I was little, but I think they forget about that now. With the help of her family, her local community, and licensed therapists, Saylor was able to create some psychological distance from her challenges with cyberbullying, but the process was ongoing, as was the evolution of the social media platforms with which she and her peers engaged. These snapshots from the lives of Casey, Amaya, and Saylor start to fill out a much-needed fuller picture of the mental health needs of autistic children, adolescents, and teenagers, and both the opportunities and limitations that new media technologies offer them for identity, emotional, and social development. I have 3 takeaways to share from their stories, more broadly from the young people that I spend time with for my book, and from some of my newer research on older autistic youth and their media engagement. First, addressing autistic youth mental health and the role of technology is far from one size fits all, or even most. You may have heard the phrase, if you've met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person, which is a play on the stereotypic colloquialism, if you've met one blank, you've met them all. In other words, it's important not to tokenize or extrapolate from a single autistic person's experience. This applies to mental health supports and how new media can help or hinder their emotional well-being. For example, young people like Casey, who are both autistic and gender minority, as in transgender, non-binary, or gender non-conforming, they report unique social difficulties, such as communicating their needs around gender and correcting the pronouns that other people use to identify them. On a more positive note, some also describe the psychosocial benefits of connecting with other gender minority autistic youth. For instance, in a content analysis that I'm currently conducting with some research collaborators, we're finding that the internet, and apps like TikTok specifically, potentially offer ample opportunities for LGBTQ autistic young people to talk about and share their journey with others like them. Likely far more so than with in-person peers, who may be hard to connect with in their local communities. Next, it's important not to forget the ways in which mental health isn't only about the mind, but the physical as well. Disability studies scholar Eli Clare reminds us that when we're talking about the body, and particularly the disabled body, a more apt term would be the body-mind, because one cannot be separated from the other. With respect to mental health, this awareness of physicality relates to the case of autistic youth who have had traumatic experiences like Amaya. The same diagnostic tools for assessing trauma and PTSD in non-autistic youth may not be appropriate for those on the spectrum, though there is very little research investigating this. One reason for potentially needing new tools is that autistic people's levels of distress may be more strongly related to their senses than for non-autistic people. Individuals on the autism spectrum often report difficulties with sensory regulation. Some can be easily overstimulated, while others seek out additional sensory input in their environments. Not much is known about how media, not just the content, but the senses it stimulates, plays into how autistic youth cope with trauma and other events that negatively impact their mental and physical health. Finally, while the internet is often thought of as affecting mental health, that is, causing positive or negative effects based on media use habits, it's important to think about the internet as an important site for information gathering about mental health, too, be it from peers or clinical professionals. For example, our content analysis of #AutisticTalk, or Autistic TikTok, is showing how the app can be a site for autistic youth to locate mental health resources, find others with similar experiences, and engage in sometimes uncomfortable discussions about the inclusivity within the disability community. However, such information seeking can also backfire, with medical misinformation being rife on the app. Autistic youth who struggle with body dysmorphia and disordered eating might also all too easily be finding communities online who promote extremely unhealthy behavior, which often flies under the radar of social media content moderators. In closing, gaining a richer understanding of the emotional complexity of youth on the autism spectrum, as well as how media and technology impact their emotional development, could result in educational, therapeutic, and social services that better address their diverse needs. The effects of media on autistic youth mental health are not straightforward. Stereotypes and myths about autism, youth mental health, and technology use are not only bad for kids on the spectrum who have been marginalized historically, but they flatten out the emotional depth of all autistic children as well. Thank you for listening, and if you're interested in getting updates on my forthcoming book, which again won't come out for a whole other year, you can sign up for updates at tiny.cc/kids across the spectrums. Thank you.
Hello, welcome back. We are live. This is the 58th annual Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. We are just pulling away for a second from the lecture hall at Lund Arena here at Gustavus to say hello. My name is Tane Danger. I am a Gustavus class of 2007 graduate, and I am hosting the live stream this year, which we are so glad that you all are joining us for. Right now, I promise you're not missing anything. They are rearranging chairs and doing everything they need to do to get into our next Q&A panel with the presenters from the entire Nobel Conference. So this is actually a very good opportunity right now. If you were watching and you have a question about any of the issues that have been raised or something that you feel like hasn't yet been raised and should, to chime in, add your question to the mix. All you have to do if you're watching online is email your question to nobelconference@gustavus.edu. Again, that's Nobel Conference, all one word, at no period in the middle, nobelconference@gustavus.edu. Submit your questions and whatnot. Now, it really is important. It helps generate a lot of what the conversation is going to be for the next section of this. And I will say, I am guessing, if you're like me, actually these Q&As are one of the best parts of the Nobel Conference. It is wonderful to hear each of these presenters talk about their research and their work and what they do. And yet it's also really fascinating to see them have to grapple with pushback and with further inquiry, and sometimes with other folks in their field maybe having a different point of view or a different perspective on something. So please submit your questions now. nobelconference@gustavus.edu. I will just take a moment to say we are right now about 2/3 of the way through our first day, or maybe even a little bit more, of the Nobel Conference. We are going to be back here all day tomorrow for the second part of the Nobel Conference. We'll hope you'll join us. If you've been watching a live stream, you've seen this. We are doing something we actually haven't really gotten to do very much in the past. It's new this year. We are bringing you all of the lectures and presentations. That is normal. Bringing you the Q&A. Again, we've done that before. What we haven't done, special this year, is we're taking time away to check in with students and faculty who helped bring this year's conference together. We're learning a little bit more about what led to this year's conference, and I think most interestingly, hearing from them about how this topic this year actually lives and is important to people on campus right now. So we've heard from folks in the counseling center. We've heard from students who are peer assistants. We've heard from students who are studying in nursing and psychology and communication studies and a variety of other disciplines that intersect with our conference theme this year of mental health inequities in young people. So it is a very rich, valuable, hopefully, conversation, and adds something, frankly, that you all on the live stream are getting to see that nobody else in the hall is. So please join us again for a whole next day tomorrow of the live stream. I am going to do a special shout out really quick. I know that there's a variety of folks watching. There's people who are probably watching on their computers at work, people who are watching on their iPads at home, and I know that there are students who are probably watching this live stream right now in their schools and whatnot. So hello, students watching in high schools, middle schools, probably even elementary schools in all kinds of different places across Minnesota and the country. So hello, students who are joining us. We are super glad that you all are here. Just a little bit about the Nobel Conference for folks who don't know or haven't ever participated before. This is the 58th annual Nobel Conference. Gustavus has been doing this now for almost 60 years. It is the only conference in the United States that has permission to use the Nobel name. And so it is something very special that happens each year here at Gustavus in St. Peter, Minnesota. And as we talked about a little earlier with this year's conference director, Professor Lisa Helke, it's a special conference in that it is a focus on the intersection of science and ethics. It is a science and ethics conference. And it being here at Gustavus, we are bringing both of those into our topic this year, mental health inequities in young people. We've been hearing from folks studying this as a scientific phenomenon, the technology and the environmental factors that are increasing rates of mental health challenges for young people in particular, but then also the sociological, demographic, and world impact changes that are influencing these things and causing us to see, frankly, alarming rates of mental health crisis and challenge in young people. And we're asking how to deal with that both as a scientific inquiry, but then also, just as importantly, and perhaps more importantly in this particular instance, how to deal with that as a matter of ethics and how we interact with one another as human beings. And so it is a really rich conversation this year. I will admit, it is a challenging and heavy conversation this year. It's a big issue. It's something that I feel like we've heard over and over again today from our presenters and from the students and faculty who've joined me here in studio, that this is very real and happening right now in our lives. I think that, as I talked with Dr. Helke about earlier today, there's some Nobel conferences that we get to be at, and they are a little bit more academic. But this year in particular is something that is real and manifest and happening in the world around us, and very important for all of us to pay attention to. So we are super glad that you all are here. We are going to go in just a minute or two back to the conference. Everybody is getting situated to sit down for the Q&A session. And as I said, if you haven't yet, submit a question. Send your questions right now to nobelconference@gustavus.edu. And with that, I will sign off for now. We'll be back to close out today and give a preview of tomorrow. But right now, we're going to go back to Lund Arena, where we will have a Q&A session with all of the presenters. So please stick around for that, and then join us back here to close out today.
All right, I think we're ready to begin. So I'd like to introduce the last member of our panel, of our dais group up here, and that is my colleague Angelique Dwyer of the Department of Modern Languages, Literatures, and Cultures and the Latin American, Latinx, and Caribbean Studies program, who was the other co-chair of this year's conference. And Angelique will be moderating this panel.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Dr. Alper for that very insightful presentation, jam-packed with a lot of information regarding both what aids and hinders autistic youth in terms of technology. So at this time, we'd like to open up with questions from the panel. I believe Dr. Barreto has a question.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you for that amazing talk. It was really interesting, and it chimed with some of the literature that I read when I look at loneliness in marginalized groups. So, of course, autistic kids and autistic adults are one of those. And one of the things that we read a lot about is this idea of fraught interactions, or at the very least, unsatisfying interactions when they involve neurotypical with autistic individuals. And a lot of the research on that, of course, takes the perspective of the non-autistic person talking about how unsatisfying they thought the interaction was. Often the autistic person actually doesn't really necessarily feel the same, although sometimes yes, of course. But of course it's interesting when you look at articles that look at two autistic people interacting together, that no longer is the case. People are perfectly happy. So there is a lot of what more broadly in psychology we call intergroup misunderstandings, right? So this idea that if you're interacting across any lines, things don't go necessarily very well, at least in the beginning. And so I do have a question, and the question has to do with whether you've observed in your research in a completely different media, right? So online media, online interactions, whether you've found that that is also the case, or whether that media somehow erases some of those difficulties that autistic people and non-autistic people might have when interacting. Because of course, even the very fact that many of those interactions are asynchronous might give people a little bit more pause, a little bit more time to reflect and think about what the other person might mean, and so on. Up to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a host, when it comes to, I guess, online interactions, while there is more research in general in the world of autism on kids than adults, the research on like online communities of autistic people is more about adults than about kids. But yeah, I mean, I think one of the major issues around why online communities might be kind of more welcoming is, I think it's important to think about how there's been some research on how autistic people might have been some of the first groups to form communities online in general. And so in part, like the ways that we use the internet or think about kind of socialization has in some way, I think, been shaped by listservs and sort of early communities that developed online. But I think one of the key elements of that is eye contact. So there is research, about how autistic people report physical anxiety, the negative physical impacts of being forced to make eye contact. And so a lot of these studies or a lot of these robots that are built are designed to make them make eye contact. When there's a whole host of research that says, hi, we're autistic people, we are physically uncomfortable doing that, and non-autistic people who say, but this is how I communicate, and you should be communicating like how I communicate. So, but some of those social cues might be reintroduced if we think about it is still mediated, but like Zoom and video chat. So that adds an additional layer of, well, what kind of scaffolding might you need to support more positive, like video chat interactions? And there was some research that came out of Microsoft during the pandemic that was like, well, what kinds of like add-ons might you need? Like, it's not just about closed captioning. It might be other kinds of mood or like interpretation elements, or just how to, if people, a lot of times in some industries, neurodiversity is kind of a buzzword, and then it's not acted upon in any tangible way. So some of the tech companies, I think, have tried, because there are, whether they kind of know it or not, a lot of neurodivergent people in their ranks, and so thinking about how these tools can be developed. So I'd say, but at the same time, you go online and there's, you can encounter so much terrible ableist, anti-autistic stuff that's about vaccines, or that's, like horrifying. So the internet giveth and the internet taketh.
Yeah. Wonderful. Any other question from the panel? Yes? Dr. Tynes?
I'm just wondering, how do Black people know that their stories are safe with you? Because the story that you told about Amaya just reproduced stereotypes of Black people as violent, because she's watching violent videos, right? And so I'm sure everybody is thinking, oh, violent, Black girl, right? And so just talk a little bit about the choice to use that example. And yeah, how do they know they're safe?
So I think, I think I kind of prefaced by saying autistic people are more often the victims of assault than anything else, and tried to frame it as, in the absence of being able to talk with somebody licensed. I talk more about it in the book, and I kind of abbreviated things here. There's a lot that we leave on the cutting room floor, but it's definitely about, in the absence of having the adequate access that she needs, YouTube has filled this void for people in a way that acts upon them and preys upon them and monetizes them. So how people know that they're safe with me, I think, is a continually open question. I think the main thing is that she's not the only, they're not the only Black family that I have talked to in the research. I think it would be criminally irresponsible to do. So I think the multiplicity, so in the book, the majority, it isn't just specifically thinking about Black individuals, but the majority of the population is non-white that I've been speaking to, which is a complete counter to what autism research is in general. It is so very white, or it doesn't report race at all. So I think that, the question of safety also involves like interpersonal, I suppose, relationships. The people are able to ask me questions at any time. I don't come in as the expert. I come in as somebody who truly just wants to listen. And I also revisit people. So I know that there's a time when the story might end for me, but it then doesn't end for them. And if I have continuing questions, I need to recontact and find out. So like there was one Black family where I needed to know, I wanted to know what happened when the pandemic started. Was this situation that they were in like still ongoing, and did things change? So I think the responsibility isn't that it isn't just to one individual, but it's about showing the multiplicity of those experiences. And also I think the other part is joy. So it isn't just focusing on, like, you have to talk about these very real issues, because they were not issues that a lot of the white families that I was, talking with were experiencing. But I also think that just only talking and focusing on sort of the negatives. There's a really wonderful Afro-Latina neurodivergent artist, Jen White Johnson, who has an autistic son, who's written a lot about autistic joy. And so those kinds of expressions online, through art, through music, through dance, through stimming, and so capturing some of that as well is part of the responsibility that I take on too.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. Yes, Dr. Loy.
So I'm curious about kind of like through your conversations with the kids as well as their families with kind of uprise in mobile mental health or online services. How are they responding to sort of maybe greater availability of these resources, or do they feel more constrained because a lot of these resources are not addressing their needs as people struggling with autism or have some distinctive needs and or other challenges? I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, well, I think there's broader issues around telehealth that we can talk about that apply to autistic populations, but other populations more broadly. So, just because you have the internet and maybe what kind of internet access do you have? Do you just have it through your phone? Do you just have it through like a Metro PCS data plan? Do you have, high speed, Wi-Fi in your home? So that changes the quality of the kinds of, virtual kind of support that you could even get, let alone then the quality of those services absolutely change. And so I think, and that also depends on the technological capacity of the person on the other end. So if there's like a support, parent or relative who's there with the autistic person or child, doing that research, that person has to be tech savvy to some extent themselves. So you have all these built-in other digital inequalities that then you add into the mix. So for some folks, the availability of what you can do virtually, there was no replicating that in the virtual space. So like occupational therapy is very physical. It involves sort of a sensory integration component, and parents can buy things off Amazon or try to put things together, but it's not the same as going someplace physical. So there are a lot of folks who experienced major gaps, and who were the people who were experiencing the most gaps before, which were very often sort of Black, Latino populations in the US, rural populations as well, where there's just not enough providers. Those were also folks who, were not getting as much out of these experiences as they could. But there's other forms that are kind of more adaptable, I think, if we're talking about speech therapy, like things that can be made more interactive and take advantage of the affordances of online spaces. But so much was put together that was, last minute, slapdash. Despite, I think, individuals' best efforts, the infrastructure just so often was not there.
Any other remarks or questions from the panel? Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, I think we've talked a little bit already about how social and digital media have replaced, for some people, in-person connections, which might be more meaningful. And for autistic children, I'm wondering, is there research, either yours or other research, that shows that sometimes that just the overconsumption of digital media might be harmful, and that it's sort of a replacing potentially more challenging in-person connections, which might ultimately be more supportive?
Yeah, I think that the kind of displacement effect, as that's been called, and that's been used, whether it's, talking about obesity rates, is media use replacing, going outside to play. I think you have to think about, the kinds of social opportunities that kids have in the first place, and how is media filling that void. So, there are a lot of, for example, social skills programs that are designed around sort of forcing autistic kids to be neurotypical, and about sort of, not necessarily based on their interests, and using that to then support social engagement. So I think you always have to think about, well, is it displacing something that is high quality or not? There is some research thinking about how transitions may be very hard, especially if you're overstimulated, to then move on to like another activity that media in general, that in terms of sensory processing, that might be something you have to sort of, manage. But there's other things so I think we haven't talked about this, and maybe we'll talk about it more tomorrow, but sleep and young people and mental health, and how much that really, does go together. And so for a lot of autistic people, say a lot, we wish there was more research on our sleep, because there's a tendency neurologically to not have really great high quality sleep, to have disrupted sleep, and how that can impact mental health as well. And so with media, media can be a thing that keeps things up and disrupts their sleep, but also it could be the kind of thing that instead of waking up somebody else in the home, they're going on the iPad because they're already awake, and the parent doesn't want them to disrupt their sleep either. So what things are causal, what things are circular, what things are correlational are really hard to thread apart.
Yes, one more question, Dr. Gunn.
Thanks, one more question, yes. I was really struck by a juxtaposition or a contrast in your presentation. At the beginning, you warned us about how you would use language and how the community itself rejects the kind of medical diagnosis, autism spectrum disorder, which is in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. Mental disorder is the Bible of psychiatry. And so we were careful, you were very careful to use correct language and to acknowledge the fact that there's kind of a rejection of the sort of disorder frame of reference around this set of experiences. And at the end, I was interested because you closed on mentioning, not really describing behaviors that you said would seem very unhealthy. And of course, that's a judgment about health coming from an expert. And it just led me to wonder, okay, wait a minute now. So sometimes we have judgments about health that are professionally mandated, that people accept, but then they're contested by people. And so how do we, as experts, as people in society, come to terms with and make sense of our judgments about what's healthy and unhealthy, and whether or not to apply disorders and labels and categories, and how to navigate and negotiate communities who might have different ideas about this?
Yeah, no, I mean, I certainly think a lot of it has to come from the community itself to say, what is making my life harder, and what do I feel like I can make personal behavioral changes, and it's beyond just me on my own trying to change something for me to feel better about myself and who I am and who I want to be for other people. So, I mean, yes, I guess I speak somewhat personally from the perspective of talking about eating disorders and disordered eating, but I think that we can think about what are things that put people's lives at risk actively. I mean, in the same way that we should be talking about police violence in terms of public health, the ways that we should be talking about things that we might not characterize under sort of the health undertaking, but is very much a health issue. So I think, it kind of crosses different ways, but it is absolutely rooted in who are the communities that are most impacted by something that they identify as a stressor in their life that it might be beyond their immediate ability to change.
Should we take a question from the audience at this time? So with so much of the algorithms of TikTok, et cetera, driving suggested content, how can parents, professionals, teachers be proactive or support children so they do not fall into the negative effects of this when the child cannot always understand what is quote unquote appropriate? They're teens after all, so not willing to share what they're watching.
Yeah. You can't say don't use the app or you can, but sometimes that makes kids want to use it more. I mean, there is, for example, a lot of families don't know that there is a TikTok for kids setting. There is a Instagram for kids setting that is sort of a parent-monitored version of that. But YouTube Kids, for example, is an app that exists, and I write about it in the book. None of the kids were using it. None of the kids wanted to. A lot of parents didn't even know about it, and YouTube keeps pushing, we have this YouTube Kids. We're super responsible. We're pushing all of this. And if that's not what actual kids are using, and then you say, well, this is YouTube, and so we don't, it's not for kids, and so we don't have to follow things like COPPA, like the Online Privacy Protection Act for kids, then it's like if we don't know it, we don't see it. So I think that the distinction of what's for kids and what's not, these companies make these versions available, but then they didn't start from that place. They didn't center what kids' rights are in the building of these technologies. So it's an afterthought, and it shows. So I know I talk in the book about it's like non-networked sandboxes to be able to play with performance online, to be able to practice having an audience choosing what you post. Whether I was talking about this with somebody earlier, but about like a private album on like Google Photos or something that like only your family sees but people can comment on, so you practice taking your own photo, but without, kind of the corporate data sort of, mass consumption of what kids are doing online, that there needs to be more of those kinds of spaces to practice without it having immediate real world implications. Because as for, the algorithms, it's really multiple algorithms all at once, and it's a black box, and so you don't know how it is shaping your kid, and yeah, it's scary. But I think we have to have those conversations with kids, even if they might be awkward, or you don't want to sound like you don't know what you're talking about in front of your kid, but it's okay, because they could teach you a lot too.
I wonder almost, I kind of maybe in some ways juxtaposition like parental, like racial socialization or ethnic socialization. In some ways, I wonder maybe what do we think about like parents' roles, like especially with kids and teenagers who are exposed to wide array of information, digital information and disinformation, like you talked about, kind of like have parents maybe not necessarily like filter through, like show me what you've seen, right? But kind of talk about, like prepare them in some ways, like what to anticipate, how to differentiate some things that may be harmful, some things that may be inappropriate, either developmentally or kind of promoting negative sense of identity. Like, is there research on that, or sort of how do we consider the role of parental socialization around the like appropriate use of digital media?
So there's a theory, in communication research, something called parental mediation. It's basically thinking about all the different ways that parents can be involved, or essentially grandparents too. Like we think about like what family looks like, who are caregivers in any given household. Thinking about, is that restrictions and rules? Is that using media together? Is that actively instructing kids about what's in media? Is that just playing kind of a basic supervisory role? So I think I was trying to also kind of get across in talking about Amaya and Kimberly, like Kimberly was actively engaged in instructive mediation. Like she was trying to talk about what her daughter was seeing, trying to understand it, and trying to, if it was having a negative effect on her, try to lessen that effect. So, parents were very active in trying to shape media messaging, shape what their kids encountered. But yeah, sometimes the algorithms are sometimes they take over. And so it's this constant active trying to stay ahead of things, and trying to be aware of also at the same time what makes kids happy. And sometimes you don't want to take away the thing that you think is making them happy too, especially if they're already struggling with mental health.
Well, and I think for me, it's a much larger question that we're asking. Like so much of what is taught, like you were saying, like restricting and like all of these things, but like we can't restrict people from the experiences they're gonna have. Like even on like the kids' version of TikTok, there's assumptions that are being made. There are stereotypes that are there. It is, rooted in all the things that humans are rooted in because it's made by humans. And so it's really about, for me, helping kids be critical consumers of the information that is around them and the social interactions that they're having, whether that is online, whether that is person to person, because people start to notice quote unquote difference from a very young age. And I think that means that we need to start talking about what do these things mean? What implications does that have on you? Because based on all of our intersecting identities, that means very different things. Like that impacts our emotional safety, our physical safety, and I think that is really what's, we should be talking about. Not because, we can restrict all we want, but when we walk out the door or when someone's looking at something that's not restricted, they're going to be surrounded by the messages, whether we want them to or not. And sometimes they're good, and sometimes they're not, and sometimes they're in the middle.
Mm-hmm. And they have to develop the tools, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. Okay, so we have another audience question. Do you think portrayal of mental health in TV shows and movies are helpful or harmful for youth with mental health issues to be exposed to? So going back a bit to myths, stereotypes, and Dr. Tyne's question earlier. For example, a fictional show like Atypical or reality shows like Love on the Spectrum have a lot of stereotypes, but is it beneficial to show some of the struggles autistic people go through?
according to the autism community, those shows are not the best. There's a lot of critiques, and that being rooted in that the creators themselves, the writers, the people behind the camera, are not autistic. And so it's really thinking about, and that's a broader question about Hollywood in general. It's like, who's telling the stories? Who's calling the shots? Who's making the decisions? And so, yeah, I mean, obviously also there's casting and there's, what stories are being portrayed, but that goes all the way back up, thinking about, for example, members of the deaf community, in one sense, the movie that won the Oscars this past year, Coda, in one sense brought a lot of exposure about the deaf community to the public, but also there was this pushback that it centered a daughter of deaf individuals who was hearing, and the ways in which her deaf relatives were a vehicle for her growth and her development. So there might be stories, but whose stories are they really? Is a question that, and also the other thing is when it comes to disability representation, a lot of people who win Academy Awards for playing a character who has a disability without being disabled themselves. I mean, you win awards. Rain Man, that's what you win awards for. So it's something that is deeply historically, rooted. But I think if we broaden our idea of what history is, and where you can find disabled, histories, and thinking about what narratives can be told, I think that there's a lot of, I think there was some discussion, for example, when the movie Harriet came out, thinking about Harriet Tubman and her relationship to disability was something that a lot of Black disability activists wanted to see more of, because they're this is part of our disability history. And we wish that this was more widespread, that more people thought of this as part of disability history too. So understanding, how multifaceted characters get to be, the stories that are told. And for me, I guess a lot of that comes from following communities on Twitter. For me, Twitter as a researcher, I guess, there's a lot of exposure that I definitely know in my everyday life would not have opportunities to explore, which I know then also can be extractive. A lot of researchers kind of don't do work that involves communities in that way, but there's a lot of exposure to questions and issues and pushback that I think is really important for researchers not to ignore. Once you see it, you have a responsibility not to ignore it.
For our audience members who might want to learn more about how to engage with the autistic community and how to learn more about this group, I mean, I know you shared with us, Dr. Tyne, some apps on Calm and different things that audience members can use, but do you have any recommendations there for audience members?
Gosh, I feel like there's leaders I can point to who you could follow on Twitter. So Lydia Brown she has done a lot of work on intersectionality and autism and autistic people of color sort of funds. So there's a book called All the Weight of Our Dreams. I think it's called On Living Racialized Autism, which is a great book to tap into. There's different networks, I think it's the Autistic Women and Non-Binary Network is another group. There's also in communities certain local groups as well that people can tap into as well. But I would say that there are some organizations that what I talked about, are they led by members of the community? Have they historically centered the voices of people in the community? I don't even want to mention some of those other groups because they don't deserve the publicity, but that have not historically done that. So wanting to kind of shine a light on some of these groups that are kind of doing some very necessary work.
Great. Well, do we have time for another, or should we move on?
Absolutely, we have quite a...
Excellent.
We can go till 3:30.
So does critical media literacy education look different for autistic adolescents? One of our audience member asks. How can this education be done without making the assumption that social media and social technology is primarily harmful to disadvantaged, underrepresented groups?
So I feel like that's a question I have a grant application in right now to study. So I'm I could be able to get back to you on what that education looks like once I have done the actual study. But I will say, there's a lot of research that hasn't been done, but some research that has been done shows that autistic youth may be more risk averse online than neurotypical youth. So in some ways to not assume their lack of savvy, but to start from a more strengths-based approach and think about what do they bring that might be uniquely an asset in this space. And there are other challenges as well. So research is just starting to, I think, emerge in that way, but I think it's important not to just think about like what they lack, or in general, marginalized groups, like here's all the terrible things that the internet may bring, but also thinking about what are the strengths that people bring, what's the joy that they find there. Mental health, I think you have to consider that full picture.
I mean, one of the things about the internet is that it's also like a platform with a particular design, with particular colors and so on. And there is a little bit of work, particularly during the pandemic, when we were teaching so much online, about, how must things look like to be the most appealing and the least upsetting and tiring for people who have any type of neurodiversity. So there's a little bit of that, which I guess is part and parcel of what the internet is about as well, right? So we need to think of it as a whole combination of things, not just this dangerous place where things can happen.
Definitely. Okay, what are some of the specific ways you've seen digital media be an opportunity and a tool for autistic young people? For example, virtual learning during the pandemic.
Oh, this is a great question. So there's a website called Scratch. Anybody here ever used it in the audience? Raise your hand. So like the young people.
We've got one over here.
It's basically a website for learning how to do computer coding, but it's done in a way that you basically, how you learn how to code is you make games and you make animation and you can remix other people's stuff, so you don't have to just start from scratch in a totally intimidating way. And so there are a number of autistic kids I saw who used it as a platform for self-expression, to turn their favorite D&D character into this interactive experience, and to develop a whole suite of projects that they were really proud of, and that was really, really fantastic. And for me, I guess it's always understanding the artifact that kid has made, but understanding the broader social context around that use. So like that kid in particular, had to switch schools a ton because of being physically bullied. And, that there's this one constant that you can always return to. And for him, that was either, I guess, Scratch or Minecraft. And so the consistency, the reliability, the availability of these platforms when there's so much other change and turbulence going on was really important. There's another specific server of the game Minecraft called Autcraft that there's been a bunch of research on, that is specifically curated by an autistic dad of an autistic son, kind of curating the space to limit cyberbullying, to make some mods to the game that make it more accessible in different ways. And so those are some tools that are very exciting for young people to be engaging for a lot of kids, not just neurodivergent kids, but there might be unique opportunities there relative, again, to what other kinds of stressors in their life might exist.
And thinking about all three of the presentations we've heard today, are media literacy programs enough to combat identity-based trauma and discrimination online, or should there be increased regulation by social media platforms or the government about what can be put online? What might this entail? And Dr. Ryder mentioned some of the dangers of over-restriction of media.
Oh, yes. Our social media platforms are failing us as a society in terms of what is allowed to be actively shared to propagate hate. And yes, there's the days of just companies self-regulate. It didn't used to be that way. Like post-Reagan, it did become that way. Is not a sustainable. There needs, and I think the UK has actually taken the lead in a number of ways of creating something called the age-appropriate design code, which is trying to force companies to again, like really kind of center what are children's needs emotionally, socially, in how these platforms are designed. But no, I think the time for self-regulating, if it ever existed, it's definitely not now. And I'd love to hear, I guess, what other folks think as well, but yes, more regulation.
I'm curious what others on the panel have to say about that question. Other thoughts about the role of the media themselves or the role of governmental agencies in regulating? Other thoughts? This has got to be one that a lot of you have thought about.
Yeah, I do have concerns about having the social media platforms do any of the regulation, because they tend to get things wrong a lot when it comes to Black people specifically somehow. And so I think that to answer their question, yes, critical media literacy is an important tool. It's not the only tool, but I think it's the best way to arm kids to be able to protect themselves, because social media platforms won't do it.
I saw a couple of nods. You're not going to get away with not answering that question if you nodded, Nick and Joe.
I mean, I'll just add that, my worry is the other common good that we tend to recognize, freedom from censorship. And so I just worry about any body who's tasked with trying to decide what we can and cannot see as a society, when that may or may not be reflective and representative of a pluralism of views across different kinds of communities and different kinds of locales. So I like the idea of the critical, although obviously that is about trying to engender in individuals the ability to manage that. But we try to do that through schooling already, so is it really that different? Anyway, I worry about censorship a little bit with respect to these questions.
Yeah, I echo what's been said, but I also think about there is some monitoring that's happening already, and we already see how flawed it is. We have the data that we need to know that it will not happen the way that we would think in an ideal world. And so it just kind of echoes what's already been said. So.
Sorry.
Just to add, as a public health person, I think and social media companies object to the comparison with tobacco or alcohol, but I think it's in some ways a fair comparison. I don't think we can deny that there's an addictive component to a lot of social media, and beyond that, we can't deny that it has major implications for mental health and well-being. That's what this conference is discussing. So in that respect, I think we can't. Some of the same types, not the same types of regulation, but the same strength of regulation, I think, is going to ultimately be needed to turn it into a more unambiguously healthy relationship with social media.
I think one of the things that has been said, maybe last Q&A discussion, and also Dr. Alper mentioned a little bit earlier, is who are behind the algorithms, right? For example, Twitter, if you have a picture with a white person and a person of color, what they highlight would be that white person. Usually there's been research kind of showing that. So, and that's because kind of people who are developing these apps or these tools are, just like the rest of the general society is underrepresenting people of color, gender, minority populations, and other people who have been historically subordinated. So in some ways, probably, I think, for young people, I would encourage you to, seek the representation in the fields that you're interested in and be that voice to champion some of those changes that we want to see, not just helping people to self-regulate, but kind of change the algorithms too.
I'd say also to add one thing, the discussion about whether the internet, because whether it is an addiction, we can say that it's like a substance, or is it like a behavioral addiction? Because it's, we can think about that, but at the same time, you don't need alcohol or tobacco to get a job. You don't need it to, maintain your social ties in ways that now you do, kind of societally require using the internet to do all those things. So I think that's the part that gets kind of tricky when we think about, telling young people, oh, you need to, succeed, you need to stay ahead, you need to get a job, you need to do all these things, and that will require you to actively be on the internet. In the same way that we can't, regulate e-cigarettes. There might be some overlaps, but there's also some of those big differences.
I'd just like to quickly add that I think this is obvious for the panel, but maybe not for everybody, that obviously when we're saying internet, there's just way too many things we're talking about, and they're very, very different from each other. And for some things, yes, the concerns that are being voiced are valid. For other things, I would say even the opposite. I mean, the internet is a lifesaver for a lot of people who are very isolated and have no other way of learning about what they're going through, of connecting with other people. It's really quite important to keep it out there and not restrict it. So, it really depends on what exactly we're talking about. So just, stating the obvious, but just making sure it's on the table.
I wanted to follow up just quickly. The word critical has taken a real drubbing in the last several years due to the responses to things like critical race theory, and a number of you are using it in really important ways. And I just wonder if maybe, so critical media studies, you talked about critical digital racial literacy, I believe. Sorry about that. And I just wonder if some of you could maybe just speak a little bit to the ways that word critical is functioning there, because I think that's really important, and I want to make sure that people hear from a variety of voices about how that word critical functions. It's really, really important.
For us, it's helping people to see power dynamics at play, to see structural racism, to counter, critique, analyze, synthesize the messages that they get around race, to also place those messages in historical context. And so it's sort of a broad range of skills that people develop, and sort of basically at the core is recognizing and critiquing, countering power and structural racism, basically.
I've thought about it in those ways, and in addition to what it's modifying, it's also relative to how has critical theory been a part of that field. So whether it's media literacy, how has it been absent? How people have talked about critical disability studies. The idea that disability studies has been very white historically, so critical is trying to also draw attention to that. In the work I've done on critical media access studies, is drawing on the work of another scholar who's written about critical access studies, scholar Amy Hamrai, and they talk about thinking about how access, people just generally think about it in this positive way, access, we want more of it, and not thinking about the messy entanglements and the political struggles that have been part of defining what access is, who gets to define it, who gets to wield it in a way that perhaps then leads to the removing of rights of others in the name of access. So thinking about it in these dynamic ways. And so for me, it's just been applying that, I guess, to the field of media access. And for me, kind of from a sociological perspective, thinking about, okay, you make something what you think is accessible, but have you also introduced other than layers of inaccessibility? So, for example, example is a movie that's a sensory-friendly movie screening, but it's $30 and you can't get to it by public transit. Have you really made that accessible? Mm-hmm. So it's thinking relative to other forms of access, comparatively, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, we have another question that came in for you, Dr. Alper. So many clinics have a 12-month wait list for an autism assessment. How do you feel about people using information from TikTok and other social media platforms to self-diagnose while they wait for an assessment or instead of a psychological assessment?
Yeah, these are very tricky questions. I think that, as we talked about, having obviously a diagnosis can then unlock a lot of things, but it unlocks a lot, especially if you're a child. Because once you age out of schooling, just accessing any kind of support services gets a lot harder. So I think as an adult, there's a lot of discussion about, it's expensive. Not only is there a long wait list, I can't find somebody in my area who would do it. And so you think about alternatives to that. I think there is like discussion. People have these concerns about, everybody's self-diagnosing themselves as this now, and so does it even mean anything anymore? Is that taking away from other, what other people would maybe get? And so it becomes like a discussion about scarcity and fighting over a lack of combined resources, instead of thinking about, well, why does this scarcity exist in the first place? So it sometimes becomes a distractor to that. So I think people should use whatever tools are available to themselves to get access to the supports that they need. And so I think when it comes to kids, there is more of an opportunity to, once you have an official diagnosis, to potentially unlock more services that go with that. In the public school setting in the U.S. So I think a lot depends on the availability of resources in one's community in general, the age of the person, what their own relationship to a diagnosis is. So there's some interesting work by a sociologist, Catherine Tan, who's wrote about something biological illumination. So the idea that and others have written about how for some folks, the idea of getting a diagnosis is a bad thing. Like, oh no, I've been diagnosed with X. But the idea in this case of diagnosis being an entry point for knowing more about oneself and illuminating parts of them that they hadn't experienced before. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's part of that broader conversation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. For everyone, a question. So multiple speakers have mentioned the importance of a positive group identity. Discovering one's identity is definitely a central component of adolescent development. How do societal pressures, the political climate, and technologies like social media guide, encourage, and/or threaten this crucial part of adolescence? How has this changed over time in the context of the speakers' respective fields?
This is 2 hours to answer that question, but just on the last bit, I think precisely what has changed since I started working on this topic, okay, I'm not going to tell you how long ago, is precisely agency. People have a lot more, because of things like social media, but not only, but because of things like that, there are a lot more agency in defining what they want to present as and what they want the group and their identity to be presented as. Now, okay, it has limited success perhaps, but it offers alternative narratives and alternative versions of what those identities are about, which of course was always available, but in a very different scale, and also with much fewer people had access to that. So I think that has been a fundamental change. But yes, in a nutshell, there is a lot of negative impact on identities, but also a lot of potential to present them positively and to try and change those narratives.
Mm-hmm. And for others from your respective fields?
It's either nothing or a lot.
So for me, when I started doing this work, a lot of the spaces that I would go into were text-based. And so the conversations were still really rich. People were modeling how to express your, racial identity. So you used to be able to say ASL, your age, sex, location, and then people would add R. People would add R because they wanted to know your race, right? And then they would use that to go into private rooms and connect with people who were the same race or a different race if they were interested in that person. And so people were constructing their identities, and you didn't have a lot of the visual components that you have today, right? And so now I've seen things get increasingly more heinous, mock lynchings, burnings of Black bodies, people seeing, police killings, right? And like increasing, like more like experiences like these, like on a daily basis, right? A lot of my talk showed how often people are having these experiences. And so you just have to contend with so many more negative messages than you did, I would say, when I first started and it was just text. And so that has implications for how people are managing and using the message to basically say something about who they are. And so I think our jobs are a lot harder right now to help people to construct a positive identity because the digital terrain has gotten more treacherous.
I think I like the work by Rob Sellers at Michigan. He's kind of talked about, in terms of racial identity, sort of the sense of racial private regard as well as racial public regard. So I think sort of with a lot of the things that we're seeing in the media and kind of vicarious discrimination and kind of negative traumatic experiences does contribute significantly to public regard, that people maybe young people absorb that yes, society see our group as inferior, and that is harmful to their psychological health. At the same time, we also see repeatedly that private regard, sort of how they feel about their connection, their belonging to their group, can be a buffer against a host array of challenges, and has a positive association with their mental health, just without kind of thinking about adversity. So I think from that perspective, there is kind of hope in some ways that, some kids can be resilient, and that's kind of why I think a lot of the preparation that parents and teachers and sitting in the audience and adults and peers support for one another can promote that sense of private regard and kind of have a collective sense of community, and that is so important, I think.
Hope is wonderful. Hope for the community. Other comments?
Am I allowed to go back to the previous question?
No. Just kidding. Of course.
Sorry, a bit slow here, but there's a couple of things that I would like to say about the self-diagnosis issue. So it is complicated. I think that we've concluded that already, but I think it's potentially very empowering for people to be able to self-diagnose when, for some reason, for example, the typical example of girls not being diagnosed as much as boys are, simply because they just don't fit that whatever prototype people got into their heads about what autism was about. And being able to self-diagnose can be very empowering because it gives a voice to people who say, well, I have some difficulties that I could potentially get help with, or I could potentially be initiating a dialogue with people about the fact that we're different, and they don't have that tool because they don't have that label. So I think that's the positive side. But there is a danger also, and I think it's not that this danger does not mean we shouldn't do it, it just means we need to be aware of it, which is that there are many communities where autism is heavily stigmatized. I think it's generally so, but there are communities where it is a lot more than in others. And so those communities will not be doing the self-diagnosis, which is, of course, a potential source of inequalities there again. So I think with the self-diagnosis issue, even though I would say it's really important to allow that to be a valid source of diagnosis, it's also important to keep in mind that not everybody's going to do it, and we might be missing people even more so if we don't do that. Sorry for the slow movement of the wheels, but jet lag is to blame.
No, great, thank you. And thanks to everyone for all of your comments.
Yes. So I think we should, in order to keep on our time schedule, we should thank our panelists one last time and wrap things up for this afternoon. Yes, a round of applause. And just a reminder that you have several opportunities, especially to explore this conference theme through issues, through the fine arts, and a reminder and an encouragement to our Gustavus students online and in person to encourage you to rush over to Beck Hall, the first floor, where you can interact with all of our panelists in ones and twos in a time that will be moderated by our Gustavus student host. So that's a time especially for our Gustavus students. And for the rest of you, please do enjoy the other features of the conference, including the art shows and things like the out of doors, which is beautiful right now. Oh, one last thing. Don't leave anything in the arena tonight because we will be doing a cleaning and so on, and I don't want you to lose anything. So please take all of your belongings with you when you leave, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Hello! Thank you all so much for joining us. My name is Tane Danger. You are watching the live stream of the Nobel Conference at Gustavus Adolphus College. This year's conference, as you have been watching and seeing, is about mental health inequities and young people. We are getting towards the end of the day here, but before we sign off for today, because we will be back tomorrow, I'm very excited. I am joined by one of the co-chairs of the conference. Can I just ask you to introduce yourself and in addition, what you do at Gustavus when you're not putting together an amazing two-day conference?
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm Marie Walker, and I didn't put it all together. But I'm in the psychological science department. I'm a social psychologist with some clinical background. So what they're talking about today at this conference is just right up my alley. And I've been co-chair with Angelique Dwyer, who I know was on earlier, and we just were able to put this on based on, our different backgrounds and being able to pull together the idea of identity and psychology.
And over again today, we've heard folks talk about what a rich sort of area of study and interest this is, both from an academic sense, but also that it's a very lived experience. It's something that is very much alive in the world right now. And we've gotten to hear different pieces of that today. I am curious, we're kind of reflecting on a lot of what we've heard today. Are there particular things from the 3 talks or the Q&As that we had today that really still resonating for you, or you're still sort of, I don't know, I always say like rattling around in your head as you're reflecting on it?
Yeah. There are things that might be, I don't know, that touched me more, like, the drum ceremony. Yeah. Honestly, it was just touched my heart in so many ways. So, but then as a researcher and thinking about how the research is done in this area, this idea about how do we understand microaggressions and how do we test to see whether or not people are affected by microaggressions, right, especially if we're looking at individuals who are already at risk for mental health, concerns. And I think that exchange between Dr. Loy and Dr. Tynes was really interesting, because it's like obviously both of them care equally about marginalized groups and how they experience the world, but they're going about doing their research differently. And I thought it was very interesting that Dr. Gon spoke about the differences that are experienced by, for instance, Indigenous people in our country and African Americans, and that one group is not allowed, at one point was not allowed to marry with whites, whereas Indigenous people or American Indians were. And so just those differences that are carried across generations about what you are have been stopped from doing. That effect of colonialization affects groups differently, and so then you're going to have different ways that you want to research a phenomenon because you know how it's going to impact your own particular group.
Right. I am going to just pause our conversation quickly to invite one other person back into the conversation, somehow magically, and teleported up the stairs of Lund. Dr. Lisa Halke, the chair of the conference, thank you so much for coming back on very quickly to help us wrap up.
Absolutely.
That was a very interesting Q&A just now.
It was indeed.
Yeah.
It was indeed.
I was just asking again, sort of helping folks at home sort of process a lot. We've heard a lot today. There was a lot coming at us. Are there things in general that you would really call our attention to and sort of as we're thinking and stewing on and getting ready for tomorrow? Like, what are you still ruminating on from earlier today?
I think, and it's not a surprise, but I think the complexity of social media, or of technology, I should say, is a note that was sounded repeatedly and that will, I'm sure, be resounded tomorrow. That is, the internet is a way to come to know that you're not alone. The internet is a way to find out how to understand your condition or your experiences. The internet is a way to interact with people that feels comfortable to you, and the internet is a source of terrible images that will never leave your head.
Yeah.
And as I keep saying, and knives have similar qualities, right?
Yeah.
They are amazing devices that we can use to do lots of things, including destroy people. So I think it's interesting to think about the internet as being not the least bit unusual in that regard, but they've given us a lot of ways to realize its incredible power. The tone or the theme that was starting to be sounded today is one that our conference organizers wisely put as the centerpiece of tomorrow, and that is, community and identity. And our speakers tomorrow will really be exploring the ways in which communities help form identities. And we heard a little bit from Professor Loy. She's done really important research about the ways in which having a community, a tight, for instance, maybe migrant community, gives you that kind of resilience, gives you that buffer, gives you that overcoat that enables you to walk out into the storm of racist imagery, knowing that you have this place that says, I know who you are, and who you are is loved.
Yeah.
So.
And we were talking about this, and I think that you brought it up as well. I think one of the really interesting things about a conference like this, and Nobel in particular, this year is no exception, is that you do get to see that people approach this differently. And it is, there are different ways of approaching these questions, how to get at answers to these questions, how to do the research, how you get at some of these things. And if part of our charge, as I think we heard people say, is to, step boldly forward and lean into some of that, I think we actually got to see some of that today.
And I know, Marie, you were saying that very thing with respect to the very first exchange between speakers, well, not the very first, but nearly, between Dr. Tynes and Dr. Loy about a really important question about how do we use this still relatively new technology to do research. And obviously, Marie, you're the person that can talk about the specifics of that research methodology, but it was sobering to me and exciting to me to see them engaging so helpfully, right? So that everybody left saying, oh, I understand why this is a problem and why it's an incredibly useful tool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd say when you're saying technology is multifaceted and complex, and identity is too. And so when you put the two things together and a person has multiple identities, and then you see, is technology working for them? It's going to depend partially on those identities. And that's what I think Dr. Alper was saying with neurodiversity, that there are in some ways that technology has been very helpful in allowing young people on the spectrum to communicate and to stay in community, and then for other groups it's maybe been less helpful. Although even Brendisha Tynes does talk about how you can find things in your online for your ethnic communities that are supportive.
Yeah.
And I think her data do show that there are more good things people are seeing with regards to their ethnic groups during the day or per day than there are negative things or racist things.
And this was another one that I found very interesting, particularly in this last Q&A, was you posed in part the question about should there just be more, controls on some of this? And which is I can imagine a lot of people at home thinking the same thing, having listened all day to all of these negative impacts that, we can chart and show. And interestingly, there wasn't sort of like a gung-ho, like, let's clamp this thing down. Everybody was like, there's a lot of pros and cons here that's very actually complicated, which I found fascinating that, we have to kind of hold these two things at the same time.
Right. And who is going to make those controls,
Right.
right? And then if we're talking TikTok's got to regulate itself, we just know that as skeptical as our panel was, that is not going to be enough. It's not working yet. And I don't think they're doing enough to actually research the negative impact of some of the things that young people are seeing online. So I think it's really interesting to say, okay, so do we engage in critical media literacy with our kids? Do we teach them what they should look for? Because we're not going to be with them all the time, right? So even, they have to learn and be autonomous in their own understanding of what they're getting from social media.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I know it's not my job, Tane, but I wanted to ask Marie what you thought about what Daniel Eisenberg said in response to that question. He was the one person who sort of said, look, it's kind of like alcohol and cigarettes, right? And so I heard him suggesting maybe that we do need government regulation. I wondered if you had any thoughts about that.
I was going out the door to come here, and but I stopped and turned around, and I thought, yeah, it's about craving, right? It's about, we're talking about, okay, on my phone, and I just took it off. I had a little game that I would play, and I took it off because it's like, oh my gosh, I just want to play that because I want to zone out, or and young people just don't have the self-regulation skills developed to try and monitor themselves, right? So it's tricky. I can't say there's an obvious answer. I think if you warn kids, do you know how much time you're spending? Do you look at how much time you're spending? Is it 5 hours a day? And that's probably on the low end, right? And what could you be doing with that time? And maybe conversations with kids if they're listening to you. I have teenagers, so maybe that would be helpful.
It was that part did strike me because I literally asked the head of the Gustavus Counseling Center that exact same question earlier today. I said, I'm listening to these things, and a lot of this to me sounds like probably conversations that were had, at some point in time about, all of a sudden there's alcohol that's widely available, and there's cigarettes that are widely available, or drugs that are available. Yes, there potentially is a regulation piece of this, but there's also just sort of like how we talk about this and how we sort of gauge it. Like, even if it's legal for any of us to go home and drink 2.5 bottles of wine, if our friends told us they did that, we would be like, I'm concerned if you were doing that every single day. If our friends say, well, I just sit on my phone all day, I feel like we treat that sort of differently. We're like, oh, well, yeah, me too to some degree. But a lot of what we're hearing to me feels like maybe we need to be thinking about this differently and the impacts that it has on us.
And that was a question I think that was asked. So I think one of the audience members asked, how do we judge in our society what is unhealthy or not? And so who makes those judgments? And it's going to differ as a function of the group. There might be some kids who are more susceptible to using the internet and getting stuck on it. And Dr. Alper answered that, as I remember, what is making my life harder? That might be a way to decide that. What is making my life more dangerous? And so if I can't get my homework done, if I can't be in my relationships with people because I'm using too much technology, then that might be a way to judge it.
Right. And Lisa, Dr. Halke heard me say this earlier today, which is one of my favorite things. One of the reasons I love the Nobel Conference is because it is this intersection of science and ethics. And I do feel like tomorrow we're teeing up, we've been talking about both of those, but this focus on community and identity, I think, is a really key piece of this. Again, my bias is that talking about the technology and ways to regulate that is really important, and it is empty without talking about how we are in communication, in relationship to each other, as individuals, as community, as a society. And so that is a big part of tomorrow. And I'm wondering if you can just give us a little bit more of a preview of sort of some of the themes, some of the things that we might be listening for, looking for tomorrow with some of our speakers.
Yeah, I think Dr. Barreto is going to talk about, she's going to talk about loneliness, but I think she's going to say it's not all in the individual, right? We do have this tendency in psychology to focus on the individual and how can we fix the individual. And I think others are going to talk about that tomorrow too, but just, what are we doing as a society or within community to help young people or people in general to be less lonely? So what are the ways we are approaching that? And how can we make relationships better? Not because someone is to blame for not, engaging as they should, but how do we make it easier for young people to engage in relationships in their world?
She has a really clear, she so clearly links the ethical and the scientific for me, because she says loneliness is a social justice issue. The first time I heard her say that, it really blew me away. I realized I'd never have thought of it that way. But she says, look at statistically who is lonelier. It's people who are marginalized because of their race, because of their gender, because of their sexual orientation, because of their ability status. And during the pandemic, those are exactly the communities that have found themselves more and more lonely. Well, that's the structure of society. So that's to me, a really powerful statement by a social psychologist. Social psychologist, right, Marie?
Yes, she's a social psychologist, yes.
Yeah, I have to admit, one of the questions that I have in today, and I'm thinking we may get at some of it tomorrow, is we're seeing these numbers all go, frankly, oftentimes in the wrong way. And we're hearing a lot of the reasons why, or at least theories why, the social media / technology pieces, the just fragmentation from the pandemic and from other sort of global forces. There's another part of me that, in talking with folks here on campus is, there's a lot more awareness of this too. And there's a lot more people who are going out and finding help who maybe didn't at a different time. I don't know, at what point do we say that should start catching up with that? Or that should start bending that curve? And if it's not, are we doing something wrong almost?
That's a great question, Marie.
It's funny because I did listen to some of what Joseph Gahn has said previous, when we were doing research. And he said, in Indigenous communities, to have mental health providers available is not as important as it is to decrease poverty. And so if you are having issues associated with poverty, which we know can, affect food and safety, and to have someone see a therapist, that's great, but that's not enough. And so I think that is, I lost my train of thought, but.
That it's treating the symptoms or something
Yes.
as opposed to what's actually driving some of this.
Right, and I think we do need more mental health therapists. And we need them to be not just white females. And that's great. I'm glad we are getting people to go into that profession, but people need to see themselves in their therapist. And so I think sometimes needs aren't met by the communities that most need, some help.
Yeah.
Marie, I wonder if also one of the strands of what Tane was asking, I'd be really curious what you think about is, were you suggesting that, are we experiencing people who in a previous era wouldn't have felt comfortable, who wouldn't have been noticed? So it isn't that necessarily statistically there are that many more people with a particular condition, but rather that now it's okay to say out loud, I suffer from depression, or I have depression, I should say. Is there much to that? We hear that claim in society. Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, is it that there's more of it, or are we just noticing more of it?
Yeah, or is there some of the we're just noticing it more at all, or do you think that's overblown? And
I think people, and there was talk of this, people are self-diagnosing more, and so they're seeing, and TikTok would be one of these places that you would see it. If you have these certain symptoms, I was just talking to a graduate from the psych science department at Gustavus, and she was saying that she gets people in, she works with people on the autism spectrum, and she says she gets people coming in self-diagnosing and saying, you know, I see this, I see that I need to have this number of symptoms, and I have this. And so there is some self-diagnosis, which really isn't, if we were talking about, you know, using diagnostic and statistical manual, that's not, I don't know.
Ideal.
It's not what every, you know, it's not perhaps at a level that requires a diagnosis, although people still need help. I do think depression and anxiety are going up. Like, I wouldn't say that that's not. I think some disorders we're noticing more, and people are self-diagnosing, or that their pediatricians are noticing more. But I don't know. I do think for young people, some of these pervasive things like depression and anxiety are just going up, increasing.
So we've already said a little bit about big themes and things for tomorrow. I do want to call out, Lisa, you mentioned this before, but we've got a musical performance tonight.
Yep,
Can you
yep.
say again just
Yes.
a little bit about that?
Music, dance, and spoken word, actually. So poetry, dance, and choral works by two of the a cappella ensembles at Gustavus. One of the dance pieces is exciting. It's a mother-daughter, a professor in the dance department here, and her daughter will be performing a piece that's somewhat autobiographical. Also, there's a wonderful piece which is danced to a poem. And if you, like me, feel like, I'm not sure I understand dance, this is just a wonderfully descriptive piece about what does it mean for your head and your heart to struggle. It's wonderful. I really encourage people to go. And again, you can go online.
That is, yes, all of that is going to be here on the live stream, so you can tune into all of that. And then we are going to start up again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. once again. We've got another full day tomorrow.
4 lectures tomorrow.
4 lectures, a fuller day tomorrow, and more Q&A.
Fewer introductions.
Fewer introductions. I don't know if I'm going to have a chance to ask you again tomorrow, so well, if I do, I'll ask you again tomorrow. But in the meantime, I've been asking just everyone for this, like, again, I feel like we're having such an important, valuable conversation, and it is, everyone, I imagine, is hearing this and being like, yes, I get it. This is really important and valuable. And we don't want it to be that they did it for these 2 days, and then they, like, walk away and they're like, all right, what else is happening, like, this weekend? So are there things that you would encourage folks to just sort of hold or to think about or to keep doing, whether that's for themselves or... again, I talked with some folks earlier today who encouraged some ways to reach out to people in your lives to try and do some of that building of community and connection that we're going to hear more about, I know, tomorrow. But is there any things that you're just really hoping folks take away and kind of hold with them, keep doing following this year's conference?
Well, I guess I'm really realizing that we need to talk to our young people, and we need to listen to what they're saying. And we have to try and get their perspective. I know we're going to have Nick Ryder talk tomorrow about gender nonconforming and transgender youth and risk and protective factors. And I know for some older generations that they don't totally understand, you know, gender and sexual identity, and if their children or grandchildren are talking to them, it's just something that is not really well understood. So I'd say, you know, go and listen to what your kids are saying. They are the ones who are, I don't know, they're very open. You know, you do find younger generations being more liberal and open, and they're listening to their friends and trying to understand them. So maybe we as older generations can listen to those young people too.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the really nice pieces of the last lecture that we heard, or maybe it was in the Q&A about, yes, this is about helping and reaching out, and we have just as much to learn by listening to young people and trying to be where they're at as we have as much to offer them. So I think that is a beautiful note. Any other things you would just tease for tomorrow, Lisa?
I was just going to underscore the fact that if you don't have particular young people in your life that you're listening to, people have observed a number of ways that you can listen, you know, with your ear to Twitter or with through other kinds of media, through novels and so on, that it's really possible to immerse yourself in communities in ways that are respectful to those communities, right? It's not barging in where you're not wanted. Read novels, choose blogs, of course, I can come up with no other media right
I
now.
was going to say, watch TV and
Yes,
film that
yes.
is directed by people
Yes.
who understand the stories
Yes.
of the individuals
Yes,
who
who
they're
are telling their
representing.
own.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really easy in this era to do that.
Yeah, I'm like really tempted to start a pen pal program just because, you know, it's I'm also from a totally different generation
Pen
between
pal.
like adults and young people. I'm like, yeah, we should be writing.
And we
each
should
other
write in
letters.
script.
Yes.
Okay, then nobody's going to be able to understand it who's under 18. So
Okay, thank you both so much for this, and thank you for taking time to talk with us here at the end of today. I know it's been a very busy day for you, and you have another busy day tomorrow, which I will say I'm very hopeful that you all will join us once again for the Nobel Conference tomorrow. We are going to sign off for this afternoon. Again, you can join us back here on the live stream this evening for an amazing artistic performance, music and spoken word and dance. So please do that. And then join us back here tomorrow, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 2 of the 58th Annual Nobel Conference focused on mental health inequities in young people this year. For right now, I will say thank you all so much for joining us and tuning in. We hope that you've enjoyed today's presentations and you've learned a lot, and that you are going to go out and reach out, engage, and find ways to be part of this really important conversation that we're having. So thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your day, and we will see you this evening and again tomorrow. All right, good afternoon, everybody.
Growing up is hard. Growing up right now is really hard.
The mental health of young people suffers.
The U.S. Surgeon General reports that 1 in 3 high school students has had persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness,
an increase of 40% from 2009.
And that data is from before COVID.
Growing up is even harder for populations on the margins.
Young people experience little control over their well-being.
That experience is compounded for those who have financial, cultural, racial, and/or other barriers to finding support.
Mental health is affected by genes, relationships, living conditions, and policy.
It is affected by the onslaught of information made possible by technology.
And right now, the mental health of young people, like us, is in crisis.
What can be done?
This year's Nobel Conference, Mental Health Inequity and Young People, explores research about young people's mental health challenges,
particularly marginalized young people.
The presenters will represent fields such as psychology, anthropology, economics, and education.
Prioritizing our mental health is essential.
Our future,
your future, depends on it.
Join us.